Bad Pachimari League Season 8, everybody. We are continuing here today, and it's the return of the Ged. It's been a hot minute since I've shown my face on a BPL stream, but hello, everybody. My name is Gedster. Joining me is the wonderful and talented Rain. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited. A-League, of course, best of the best here in BPL. And we got Archmother versus Snowdrop. So this should be a pretty fun matchup. These two teams, having a bit of to the season, but one of them is going to be able to turn it around here.
Yeah, one of these teams absolutely has to walk away with a win here. And, yeah, you weren't kidding. They both need it. They both need it. And Archmother in particular looking real rough here, not having taken a single map yet, hoping to change that today in their fourth match of the season. Meanwhile, Snowdrop, 4-4 in map count, so not horrible in that regard. 500 with the map win rate isn't bad in the slightest, but 1-2 overall record, just a little bit rough.
Yeah, it is, and we could take a look at some of the matchups specifically here, seeing that, yeah, not a single map win, just yet here for Archmother. So I think at the very least, they would love to get one map off of Snowdrop here, but, you really do want to walk away with that 2-0. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get done in this series.
Listen, all I'm saying is, Archmother, these guys might be playing too much Deadlock and not enough Overwatch. Just saying. Just throwing that one out there real quick. Anyway you slice it, we do have our rosters listed out here today. Gelly, Zipital, Oblivicator, Twists, Berry Salad, and Monty on the side of Archmother. Pretty exciting roster here, and we got two players who like playing Tracer, a team after my own heart.
Definitely opportunity here maybe to play Tracer, and of course lots of opportunity to play a lot of different heroes here. I feel like the meta is kind of cracked wide open here, so let's take a look at the other side of things. Snowdrop on the other side with that one match win so far. So Archmother, these players are going to be looking to try and get a victory against them. Little shout out as well, I know that some of these players playing in Face It League, I've had the opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to see Twist play before. I'm sure they're Barry as well. So definitely a lot of talent here in the BPL League. On the other side of things, Snowdrop, Target, Star, Potato, LCS, Luca, Karos, Poyo, and Osiren. And I mean, I think we both are very much enjoying the Jetpack Cat here.
Okay, so the Jetpack Cat just being the icon is one thing.
So
Why do we got the Shanghai Dragons Iari on the side here? Why do we got the Shanghai Dragons?
We need graphics people.
For no
Hey,
reason.
okay, yeah, this is a plug. This is actually a moment here, yeah.
Oh,
If you know Photoshop, contact me and I'll pay you like, $10 as a thing you do. Yeah.
Shout out our producer, knock on wood. But hey, you heard it, folks. If you're looking to get involved with BPL, there's a place for you here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, this is a good start. This is a good start.
It just caught me so off guard. You couldn't use Guangzhou charge.
No, I'm here for Shanghai Dragons. No. I'm here for it. I also rep the Shanghai Dragon skins. Zarya, yep. Shout out Gagare.
Okay. Shout out Gagare.
Always.
That is a callback and a half, man.
Yeah.
She deserved better than the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons, but
No.
me myself, I still be rocking the Philadelphia Fusion skins. Carpe retired yesterday, and I'm so sad about it. That's the guy who got me into esports, period. It was so. All
right, shout out Carpe. Hey, if you're retired now, you want to maybe come check out BPL in all your spare time that you have.
No, I think he's got to do mandatory military service, but then he can come check out BPL.
It's coming. All right, everybody. You can see the maps down below here. So this is going to be best of 3. So first to 2 here. and cooking a little bit. Yeah, starting on Atlas for map number 1. I think pretty fun one. Definitely a map that I don't think a lot of people lean too heavily into.
Yeah, even though, in my personal opinion, they should. I think Flashpoint is one of the better new modes. There's 3 new modes that we've gotten, and I think I do like this more than Push. And honestly, I think Atlas is the map that people have slept on the most out of the 3. I was a Flashpoint enjoyer from day one, pre both of those map reworks. Like, let me throw that out there. And I think Atlas, being the most recent one, has had a lot of. The map design, I think, had a lot of time where they understood the mistakes they made with the initial New Junk City and Suravasa, and they have really created an excellent map with Atlas, but nobody votes for it because nobody wants to play Flashpoint for some reason. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We get to see it here, and that's enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that especially like these Flashpoint maps or like Push, like kind of you mentioned like the newer kind of map modes are new to Overwatch 2, which now Overwatch. I think that they just are so much more fun when you get to see them played in actual team setting here. So
yes,
especially we're in week 4 now, so like these teams have had a pretty decent amount of time to get some scrims in, get some matches in, and kind of build some synergy with themselves. So hopefully should be a close one to start off here. And we are of course going to have the hero bans. Archmother gonna take Zarya off the table.
Yeah, Zarya off the board early makes a lot of sense, just considering how good that hero's been recently, right? Like, I think that at all levels of play, Zarya is one of those characters that is, most of the time, if she's like in a good state, she will always be like a very consistent tank. Meanwhile, on the other side of the server, Snowdrop is going to be banning out the Lucio, which does make a lot of sense here, especially with Zarya off the board. You would imagine that with Zarya off the board, there could be a fair bit of brawl outside of the Zarya, but with Lucio off the table, that does make it a fair bit more difficult. So I am very curious to see what both of these teams end up running out with.
Yeah, me too. I think I see a lot of teams ban Lucio map number 1. Usually, of course, it's a control map, just it's where we typically end up starting. But, you know, these Flashpoint maps can play very similarly. And it does feel like when that Lucio gets banned out, it slows down the tempo a little bit. And definitely been seeing a lot more Mizuki being played. Kiriko, I think, you know, it's pretty hard to make Kiriko go away. So I think that she's pretty much always going to be a present force. And the Jetpack Cat getting a little bit of time as well. But I think for Atlas, where there's so many kind of corners and stuff, I'm more so expecting to see these teams run out on that Mizuki.
Would not shock me in the slightest. I mean, it's as you say, Mizuki has become one of the most popular characters in the game as of late. Partially because of the incredible performance we saw from the Korean teams at the Champions Clash. And, you know, the rest of the community kind of just adopted the character and the playstyle since then. But I mean, Mizuki is also one of those characters that is deceptively difficult, so I really do hope to see both of these teams roll out on it, because I love watching good Mizuki play, because in my elo, that's rare. We'll put it that way.
It's very, very easy to feed on Mizuki, you know? You use the step and you forget the timer on it, and all of a sudden you're standing in the back line of the other team. So yeah, I agree. I think that being really good at Mizuki is tough, but also really rewarding here. And alright, well, Archmother kind of looking like they might roll out on that Mizuki. Salad on the Kiriko as well. Now, without the Zarya in the mix here, look at what we might get an Orisa versus Reinhardt matchup here. Snowdrop are leaving the spawn with LCS on Reinhardt.
Wow, okay, we have ourselves a Ryan versus Orisa matchup. Not what I had expected to see, but definitely not something I'm upset about. Going into this one, very curious to see which of these two tanks just ends up finding the favorable matchup here. It is also quite important to point out the difference in support lines. We have a dead Curie on one side now. Archmother with the early pick from Jelly on this Tracer. Absolutely massive stuff coming out from the DPS of Archmother, and that should just give them the first capture as well. They do already have players on the point. Eventually it will roll through, and more picks also go through as well.
All right, great stuff here for Archmother, starting off building a little bit of percentage here. I think especially where you have Obliv over on the Sierra, you really want to be kind of on the defense here. She does a really good job kind of controlling these angles as Snowdrop is going to try to push in here. Now, Kairos is over on that Xion, the newest hero in Overwatch, and a whole lot of mobility if you can get yourself set up on one of these angles. The support for Archmother could be indeed.
Oh, but big damage onto that Sierra. Excellently placed shots from the Cassidy, but it's still not enough to find an early pick here. And Archmother's control percentage is now rolling up past 50%. The Kekai Sanctuary goes out, but I mean, Snowdrop did an excellent job of just hiding away from that and directly onto the point. Eventually, though, Archmother do come back, contesting the point, not letting the flip roll through for free. And the first pick is going to go the way of Archmother, but yeah, I mean, with the positioning that Snowdrop have right now, they simply cannot win this fight, especially not after losing LCS.
No, and this is a great fight win here for Archmother. I mean, fantastic for them to come back, get the recontest on the point. Oh, Siren does find the head of Salad there, but not going to trigger that overtime. So that's going to be Archmother just committing that one ultimate in, and they're going to be able to pick up a station 100% to 0 here. But Snowdrop didn't commit a single ult into that, so they're going to be walking into Gardens here with 5 ults ready to go. But Archmother getting set up first here, so it's really going to come down to who's pressing Q first.
It's a slight ultimate advantage for sure, but I wouldn't lean on that too heavily if I was the side of Snowdrop here, because even if you use all of these ultimates, there's no guarantee they find anything. Oh, that is disastrous. 3 ultimates used for Snowdrop, but 4 used in response for Archmother. Snowdrop, I mean, LCS goes over to the Sigma. I do think this is the correct play here. I think Sigma is a very, very good tank right now. But, like, you gotta win this next fight, it feels like, if you're Snowdrop.
Hey, they've got the tools to work with here as we're over on Bazaar. I'm lying to chat about where we are, but that's okay. They know better. This orbit from Luca, I think, is going to be massive for Snowdrop to try and get on the point. Kairos with that Sensuki spree as well, so you can use that in the mid-fight once you get some of these cooldowns out.
Yep, and there's the spree, as you pointed out. But a chain from the Mizuki gonna lock down the location of that Shion. Doesn't matter, eventually Noct gets hunted down anyway, and this should be the first point capture for Snowdrop after a couple more picks here. They just gotta clear this Tracer away from the point. And yeah, Jelly not able to find any picks on the way out, but does stall to 68%.
And now Snowdrop finally getting a little bit of percentage on the board here on Atlas, and being over on that Sigma, yeah, definitely going to help this team try and survive. A few more through that Reinhardt, nice big shield, but it's only going to be facing one direction at a time here. So Archmother looking to maybe play a little bit slower here. Noct is getting very, very close to that Kick Guy Sanctuary. DUI almost at that Terra Surge as well. So you have an opportunity to get an ult in.
And they're doing the right thing here, Archmother. They're just running down this Sigma, pushing him away from the position where he's wanting to play from. The Kekai Sanctuary maybe spent a little bit too early here, but anyway you slice it, if you can get rid of some of these players, it might be worth it for Archmother. You've pushed basically everybody off the point right now, but that Terra Surge actually picks up Osiren. What a huge pick for the side of Archmother, and even though you lose DUI, you probably are able to take this point flip here, especially off the back of that Sierra ultimate.
Yeah, you're right, yeah, I think the Trailblazer in there, and Archmother looking pretty good to get the lead here on Bazaar, potentially cap this point up as well. Snowdrop are going to have a small window here to get a touch. It looks like they do have a target that's going to have to trigger the overtime.
Yeah, and they get on the point there. The Sojourn is there in plenty of time. The Flux comes out from LCS as well, looking to find a little bit more damage. It does get a pick onto Jelly, but Target goes down in the meantime. Kairos, though, finding a pick onto the Kiriko of Salad is massive for the side of Snowdrop. This should give them the pressure that they need, and they stall long enough to get the Orbital Ray so they can help keep LCS alive on this Sigma for as long as possible. Excellent shots from Luca as well to take Obliv out of the picture, and they get a flip at the last possible second in overtime. I don't even know if there's going to be a touch here.
No, I mean, Kelly is here on the Tracer, but is very much being marked, so there will not be a recontest. And Snowdrop going ahead, tying us up here on Atlas. Looks like we gotta send ourselves all the way to the other side of the map to Town Center here. So it's a bit of a race right now. These teams very likely gonna kind of collide towards the middle. We'll have to see if they're gonna opt to take the fight here or not. I think that Salad having this Kitsune Rush advantage and Obliv with the Trailblazer here, Archmother in a good position to try and get first percentage on the point.
They're definitely looking pretty solid here, especially with that Kitsune Rush going out into a very difficult to kite area for the side of Snowdrop. They do manage to escape. Target has very, very little health, but okay, Obliv just overextending ever so slightly. The first control point, I mean, the first capture should go to Archmother, and it does, but how long can they hold on to this without most of their damage intact? Gelly also missing on that pulse bomb is very unfortunate. Eventually, they do get on towards that point. DUI utilizes the Terra Surge to try and keep this one contested for as long as possible, but somehow knocking Gelly, finding picks in this fight. They're down numbers, but it simply doesn't matter. Snowdrop gets wiped.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Gelly on that Tracer, and that's the thing with this composition that Snowdrop is running. You don't really have anyone that's going to be able to hard mark Gelly, although Kairos is also going to be looking to play on the angle. That Shion is able to put out so much damage that you don't really want them to be focused on the Tracer. You really need Kairos to kind of melt down DUI on this Orisa. So that's a great job here from Archmother to hold the point. They still have the Trailblazer, but trying to deal with this Kitsune Rush is going to be hard.
Yeah, and I mean, it's another one of those instances where it's in a very difficult spot to kite away from. And that's a couple of early good picks from Snowdrop. Obliv managing to find one back onto Kairos. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter in the long run, though. The contests will eventually run out, and 97% is all Archmother is going to be able to get from this one. Obliv does find target on the way out, but back to the spawn room goes the Sierra.
Yeah, and Archmother, they can afford to get a solid regroup here. One more fight win, they'll be able to put themselves at a map point here on Atlas. But right now, they're going to be walking into that Gravitic Flux from LCS. And because there's so many corners and so many chokes here on Atlas, that's hard to find at least one.
Yeah, out goes the Flux, but it doesn't connect onto anybody that it will slam down. DUI simply using that Fortify to keep himself standing, but not able to keep not standing for very long. And, I mean, DUI eventually goes down as well. Excellent fight here from Kairos on this Shion.
Yeah, and that's what it almost seems like the Gravitic Flux was just used to more or less get some cooldowns out from Archmother. So great aggression coming through from Snowdrop to make sure that you do end up finding an elimination when you commit that ult. And now they're approaching last fight territory here themselves. Archmother are going to be scrambling for a touch.
Oh, but that is an excellent shot with the overclock onto Salad. Could potentially see another pick happen here, but there is a contest. DUI goes down. Not a good sign for the side of Archmother, already having lost several players in the fight here. Is Mizuki remaining elusive, but how much will that matter? The contest is still there, at least for now, but with Gelly and Obliv going down, even with Target eventually dying, it simply doesn't matter. Snowdrop, they've secured their second point.
Yeah, and now, of course, one...
Uh-oh.
Oh, the pause, never mind.
There's no way.
Could this be like the fastest pause that ever happened?
I think this is the fastest pause in the history of Overwatch esports.
All right, yes, we're heading over to Garden for this fourth and potentially final point here. Looks like Snowdrop are going to be able to get themselves positioned first here as well. This is massive for them because they don't have an ult right now to work with. So have the position to work with, you're going to have to make the most of it.
DUI does have the Terra Surge to work with here, and that could potentially be a huge deal, but I mean, losing out on Obliv this early. Sierra is a character capable of dealing so much damage, but obviously, when she's dead, she can't do anything. So now Snowdrop has a pretty distinctive advantage, especially with Gelly also going down, but Archmother still opting to use the Kitsune Rush here. Potentially a little bit ill-advised, but investing the Sanctuary too? Kairos goes down, but can they actually manage to hold on to this fight for a little bit longer? Obliv gets taken down for the second time in the same fight, with LCS using that Flux, not finding literally any connections whatsoever. Noct and Salad go down, and surely that means the end of the fight for Archmother. I really do not like the fact that they use those support ultimates there, Range.
No, I mean, you know, you can make the argument that you got the Flux out, but Snowdrop have 3 other ults ready to go. Both those DPS ults on their own, pretty much fight winning here. So Archmother, I mean, so much percentage has already gone over to Snowdrop, and they're still getting aggressive.
Yeah, and yeah. Oh boy, Obliv's dead again. So it's rough out here. It's rough out here for the side of Archmother. They surely do have a way back into this one, but oh no, they just want this Tracer dead. They just want this Tracer extremely dead. And the spree will be enough to do it. The overclock as well being invested here, and that was pretty one-sided. I mean, Archmother does get the first point, but ever since that happened, Snowdrop just looked untouchable.
Yeah, once LCS swapped off of the Reinhardt, it was all Snowdrop all the time here. So it's a good adjustment from Snowdrop. I mean, you and I were both pretty surprised to see a Reinhardt. So, it's fun that we got to see it for a little bit. But, yeah, if you want to win out the map, you're probably going to have to play one of those maybe more viable tank heroes here. So, good bounce back from Snowdrop, as this means, of course, first to two, they're going to be at a match point.
What is the S in the Snowdrop logo meant to be? The fairy? Because it just says now drop. Where's the S?
The fairy, I feel like I see it. I see it.
I don't. Am I going crazy? I feel like I don't see it. But
see a little more
Wincy. Yeah, maybe a little bit. But you know what I did see during that map that impressed me a lot, actually? Snowdrop was playing a very good Juno during that map. And we were talking a lot about Mizuki going into that one, because Mizuki is a character that has kind of defined this season of Overwatch in my mind. But obviously, if you're not comfortable on a character, why run it? Why feel the need to pressure yourself into playing a character that you're not 100% sure that you can win the map on, when you could just play a Juno, who is still a very solid character right now. Thanks to the speed ring, you don't necessarily need the Lucio on the board, because that did get banned out by Snowdrop, so potentially that could have been something they were planning to do, because, I mean, if you didn't want Mizuki on the field, you could have just banned Mizuki. But they banned the Lucio, and they rolled out on that hero anyway, so really good adaptation from Snowdrop during that map. Was very, very happy to see them pull that one off.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, excellent use of the speed rings as well, because that's something that I think a lot of people would agree when it comes to these flashpoint maps. They're really big. You tend to want to have movement of some kind to work with here, so working with the Juno instead of the Lucio here still is a really good look here for Snowdrop. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue up this momentum into map number 2, where Archmother, backs against the wall here. They are going to have that first ban, so it might be able to make all the difference here, but it's going to be pretty hard to kind of go for a target ban, I would say, onto Snowdrop.
Oh, yeah. And do keep in mind, everybody, that we are in a first to 2 environment right now. We are not doing the traditional first to 3. We are going to Watchpoint Gibraltar. So a very fundamentally different map here. One where, obviously, whereas Atlas is very flat and Brawl, Poke are kind of the dominant strategies on that map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, so much verticality, so much high ground to work with. Even post rework to make it slightly less so, I'd say, it's still one of those maps where you might see something like a Wrecking Ball occasionally, maybe a Winston if we're in the good timeline, but, tanks that can regularly get up to and contest the high ground. Or alternatively, Symmetra.
Metra. You could play Reinhardt here. You could do it, Snowdrop, if you really wanted to. Ooh, okay. All right, I fear, Ged, we are not in the good timeline.
No!
This is the bad timeline.
No!
Archmother are going to ban the Winston here. And then Snowdrop are going to go for another support ban, so taking the Ana out of the mix.
That's tough. That's tragic, really. You hate to see it. 2 honest heroes banned out on my Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is truly the darkest timeline possible. But no, actually, I mean, with Ana off the board, with Winston off the board, it's not really a surprise, in my personal opinion, to see either of these characters go off the board here, because, I mean, Winston ban is maybe a little questionable, okay? Like, I might be a little bit hesitant for that one, because Winston feels relatively weak right now compared to some of his prior heydays in the Overwatch 2 era. So, I mean, with Winston and Ana off the board, this just feels like a diva angle, right? Surely this is just going to be a diva angle. Like, maybe if you're very, very confident and very, very skilled at Wrecking Ball, we'll see a little bit of that. But it just feels like Diva's a more consistent option anyway. And it does look like DUI is rolling out on the Diva to begin this map.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I have to wonder, because usually, you know, if you go into the D.Va versus Winston matchup, the D.Va is usually going to come out on top of that. But, you know, maybe this is a protect ban as well of some sort.
Whoa.
You know, we're week 4 here. Maybe these players have a idea of the strengths of one or the others.
Yo, why is Roadhog hitting that though?
He's got the move.
Why he's moving? He's moving and grooving, everybody.
I think that Snowdrop are gonna roll out with this Poyo on the jetpack cat as well. So they're just looking for the hook.
You know, gets the hook, drags him into an opposite wall. Sometimes that just happens. Roadhog is a janky character, but it is as I expected. We are seeing a fair bit of the D.Va play, but also Symmetra and the jetpack cat to move this Roadhog around the map. And obviously, he can't leap. If he could scale buildings like that, I would be terrified. But fortunately, he cannot. Unfortunately, the jetpack cat is here to scare the pants off of Obliv, who has to slide away from the Roadhog, who is very suddenly in their face. But no longer going to be an issue. Oh, but you might be dead now. Yep, you indeed are. LCS with a very early pick. Well, not too early, but the first of the map.
It's definitely a good start here for Snowdrop. They're getting a lot of progress on the card, and this Ana ban is making a whole lot more sense now. LCS gonna benefit from not having to be concerned about the anti-nades, and Poyo also gonna benefit because that Ana can very easily snipe a jetpack cat out of the sky.
Looking a little bit rough here. Eventually, Obliv goes down a second time in the map here, and the cart is still moving this whole time, by the way. Eventually, there does need to be a contest, and the Tracer does roll through and find it at one point, but, I mean, that's just so much damage being dealt on the point. Both of your supports are gone, and, yeah, without any healing on the point, eventually this D.Va mech will be burned down, even with the self-destruct in tow. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to stall this one out. The Pulse Bomb goes out onto LCS, but has the damage reduction with the Take a Breather to stay alive for just a little bit longer here. But both of the supports are about to be back into the fight. Wait a minute, this is enough stall potentially for Archmother to get a solid fight out of this. Catnap and Overclock expended, but the Overclock not finding anything immediately. Salad, though, finding a stray kunai onto Luca. LCS looking so low, but does manage to get back to a reasonable amount of HP. This fight's been going on for so long, but Noct eventually taken out of the picture. The jetpack cat no longer going to be a factor in this fight. And the Roadhog on the high ground. There's no pressure on the cart at the moment, but eventually they do jump back down onto it. Heat contesting this one, and this time there is no D.Va Bomb for DUI to remech with. So surely this is where they could get it, but no! A pick onto Turget and a remake for DUI means that somehow the defense is holding on to this one.
Yeah, excellently timed rush there from Salad. Maybe a little Tracer duel happening here, but this is a chance here for Archmother to stabilize. They have the Pulse Bomb to work with versus the Pulse Bomb from Star Potato as well. So it really comes down to which one of these Tracers is going to be able to land that Pulse Bomb. Going to be a little bit harder for Star Potato, where DUI is back in that mech and very aware that Star Potato is looking to stick somebody.
I feel like all of the targets you would really want to stick with a Pulse Bomb are on the high ground as well.
Yeah.
Fortunately for you, there was also a Roadhog on the high ground. But with a couple of players going down here, Obliv and Noct. Wait a minute, it's a 2-for-2 trade. The Pulse Bomb does stick onto Turget, the Cassidy down, and Poyo also gone for this fight. 30 seconds remaining in the round here. D.Va Bomb is here. Pulse Bomb takes it out of the mech and forces the D.Va Bomb. Remech is in, and the now low HP Roadhog has to get back to the point, but isn't able to get there. DUI with another kill onto this Roadhog, and that should just seal the deal, surely, especially with Luca going down. Less than 10 seconds remaining, and Archmother, at times they looked like they were so close to capturing, but they simply don't get over the line, at least not yet. But Poyo finding a pick onto Noct, and the Sky Noon coming out here, potentially finding a pick onto Obliv, but only does a chunk of damage. Obliv is able to get the pick onto LCS before going down here. Can the defense hold for just a little bit longer here? Down goes the Kiriko, but the Kitsune Rush was able to go up in just barely enough time. The defense seems to have held for long enough. LCS makes it back to the point, but this Doomfist shouldn't last much longer, and that is a stellar defensive hold from Archmother.
I mean, both of these kind of last moment fights, the Kitsune Rush is ready to go from Salad, and DUI absolutely locked in on this Diva. You know, had a bit of a struggle, I think, on Atlas in kind of the tank matchup here, but much better showing from this player. Now that you have that high ground to kind of work with, I mean, yeah, look at the stats here. DUI with not a single death, and I mean, we saw them get demeched quite a few times.
I think there were 2 different times where DUI got demeched and didn't have a bomb, or maybe it might have just been 1, but I think it was 2. The fact that you managed to stay alive during all of that is, 1, a phenomenal example of like how good the supports of Archmother are to just keep alive your baby diva, and 2, a phenomenal example of how good DUI is at this diva character. I mean, the Winston ban is still maybe a little bit questionable in my book, but I mean, you can definitely see why they wanted to play diva.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that Snowdrop came out with the Roadhog. It's definitely going to catch a team off guard, but I think that Archmother did a good job kind of adjusting to it. DUI was kind of paying attention to who was kind of getting hooked, able to DM a lot of the damage that came through. But now Snowdrop are going to be over onto that Diva. Still going to be running this Cat and Cassidy combo, though, so this time DUI is going to take a page out of Snowdrop's book.
I'm sorry, is LCS wearing a Vancouver Titans Diva skin? I love that. Shout out Canada. Shout out the Pacific Northwest.
Heck yeah, shout out Canada, shout out Vancouver. I will take it. It's gonna be a pretty quick swap here, DUI. Really was just looking for that hook. So back over onto the Diva now, but unfortunately already
another DMEC. This is like the 15th DMEC we've seen onto DUI, but if it means anything from our previous half, it simply doesn't matter that much. The reset's gonna come through from DUI. Not gonna be able to get back in that mech particularly easily. And Obliv on this Genji does get hunted down, as does Gelly on the Tracer. Turget on Cassidy makes life very difficult for both of these dive DPS heroes.
Yeah, that's so true, especially now on on the defense. You know, Target was on the Cassidy on attack, but it's a little bit harder to try and get the space to work with to deal with the Tracer here. So, Obliv on this Genji. This is a very hard dive composition for Archmother, -9, who is on this Iari. So you're gonna have to be careful about that Iari because Snowdrop is definitely gonna look to collapse on that.
Oh, they are absolutely looking to do so, but at the end of the day, it's you still got to get past the rest of the team if you want to get towards that Iari. But, I mean, on this defensive path here, Snowdrop so far, they're looking pretty solid. I mean, this cart has barely even gone underneath the car wash, and LCS, thanks to a very well-placed Suzu from Luca, manages to get out of that somewhat sticky situation somehow. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though, and you would much rather lose a Genji than a Kiriko. Big damage as well onto the Cassidy, but not quite enough for a pick until Gelly swoops in for the final blow. LCS, though, managing to find yet another trade back onto Archmother. So 1-for-1, 1-for-1. The fights just continue to be scrappy here.
They do, and this is good for Snowdrop because they're going to be able to get members back in because right now Archmother is approaching that golden box very, very quickly, and they're looking to use this Kitsune Rush to lock it in.
They absolutely can, and out goes the Kitsune. As you say, a couple more ultimates to work with, though, for Archmother, including this Captive Sun, which gets eaten by LCS? Are you kidding me? You gotta be a little bit more patient when you're trying to use that one, Nox. That's tragic. A potentially massively important tool now completely off the board here. The Diva Bomb goes out just to see if they can push people off long enough to get this one over the line, but they do not. DUI losing out on the mech once again. And that's just going to be a brutal Baby Diva stagger. Oh, boy.
Yeah. You're going to have to try and walk toward... There's just no
what?
way. There's just no way the catnap gets committed in. Look, there's 1 minute to go here, like...
What? Were they trying to drag the Baby Diva back to stagger even longer?
That is evil. Actually, that was instant karma for you, Poyo. I'm sorry. That was an evil play. good news for Snowdrop. They have both DPS ultimates to work with still. Now, on the other side of things, Cap Lead is ready to go here for Obliv, but if Target's gonna have anything to say about it, it is going to be very hard to get this off. So I think the focus fire onto the target, good idea here.
Oh my god. Well, that's a fight reset right off the bat. That is an extremely well-placed pulse bomb from Star Potato, but a very, very unfortunate moment for the side of Archmother. Sure, you would think that if there was if the Suzu had been online, then that would not have happened, but certainly wasn't an option in that particular instance. Sky Noon now available for this squad, and that's going to be at least one kill. On to Salad, 10 seconds now remaining. It was a great defensive hold from Archmother, but it might just be an even better one from Snowdrop. There is a little bit of car pressure here coming out from Gelly. Excellent stick on the pulse bomb, but this time the Kiriko does have Suzu to save her life. LCS looking a little bit worse for wear here, but does manage to find the pick onto Obliv. But it is a 1-for-1 trade on the DPS line. Diva Bomb is going to make sure LCS can get back into the mech and keep this one contested for as long as possible. DUI super close to the Diva Bomb of their own, with Noct losing out on that healing pylon. Overall sustain goes down by just that ever so slight amount that could be the difference maker. Salad on this cat, not able to live for a whole lot longer. Knocked on that Iari uses the Capture Sun, but I don't even know if it got any connections there. The Diva Bomb goes out just to push people away, but I think it's just too little too late. DUI will be one of the last players standing on the point. Gelly also particularly low, and I mean, what a defense from Snowdrop. We don't get to see any more of Watchpoint Gibraltar because it's a fuller hold.
Absolutely incredible. It's not that often that you get to see the first point hold in the first, for the first defending team. So to be able to see it a second time here on the defense and be, that fuller hold, honestly, Snowdrop absolutely locked in here. UI gonna get that play of the game. A fantastic swap over onto this Diva here, but I think that once Snowdrop went to match that Diva, I think that, it was a good look for them to finish this series out.
Listen, they were doing a bit of trolling with the Roadhog initially, and as much as I say that, it did look at moments like it was going to work. There were several extended fights where Snowdrop simply could not get over the line and capture that first point. But, I mean, it's as you say, the moment they decided to match the Diva, there was simply no coming back there for the side of Archmother. They continue with their struggles, not taking a single map in this entire season so far.
There's a chance though, right? There's material here. Definitely some life being seen from Archmother.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not enough life to get a map win here, but I think that they've definitely got some compositions under their belt that they can just kind of tidy up a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to kind of bounce back from this. Good news for Snowdrop is I feel like now they've kind of turned their season around now. You know, they started with 2 losses, and now they're up with 2 wins and winning both of the matches here with a 2-0 fashion. So Snowdrop's looking to build some momentum as we head into the later half of the season.
Yeah, and I mean, they looked really strong today in particular. And I mean, I didn't see the last match, but you'd imagine with the 2-0 there, they're looking and feeling very confident in their gameplay moving into Week 5 and beyond here in BPL Season 8. So that's our match, everybody. I genuinely forgot to ask beforehand if we do interviews. I forgot.
Not here, not in BPL.
Not here?
No.
Not in BPL.
Not this time. But taking a look at the standings here, I mean, so we're of course over in the Assassin division of A League, and looking at Odin, that team, the top team 4-0 right now, and that is one of the teams that delivered a loss to both Snowdrop and to Archmother here. So they are definitely a force to be reckoned with here this season. And in the Alchemist group, we also have that 4-0 team in Black Crown. So definitely seeing some front-runner teams early on.
Both of them do appear mortal, though, especially with Odin having dropped 3 maps. That means 3 of their 4 matches, it has been shown that they can bleed, right? Black Crown, meanwhile, though, only dropping 1 map so far across 4 matches. Extremely impressive stuff coming out from the leading team in the Alchemist group. I mean, I don't want to count anybody out at this point in the season yet, because like we were talking about, we're still at like the halfway point. It's still early yet, right? We could see Archmother wake up. In fact, that's kind of what I hope we see, because you see gameplay from these lower table teams in these community leagues, and you go, I see the pieces, right? I see the vision every now and then.
Absolutely. And you know what else you guys can see is more BPL action here. So we're going to have some more matches tonight. That's right. Take a look at this schedule. This is just the first of many to come here tonight. So the next one, of course, going to be at that 7 p.m. Eastern. And then every hour on the hour, we're going to be showing you some more Overwatch matches.
We do love Overwatch around these parts. We do really love Overwatch around these parts. And if you're here, that means you do too. So no reason not to stick around.
Absolutely agree. So that's going to be it for Gedster and I. But thank you all for tuning in. And we hope that you will come back around at that 7 p.m. Eastern for the next match of Knights of Revan versus Goblin Goobers. So until then, we will see you later.
You thought you could get rid of me? No, you can't. Welcome back, everybody. BPL Season 8. This time around, we got the Knights of Revan versus the Goblin Goobers. And I am here with my good friend Dexatron this time around. How you doing, buddy? It's been a minute.
Pretty good. I think Zay wants to eat the microphone right now.
We love Zay. We love Zay. I am, personally, I'm a huge Zay fan. I gotta say.
Yeah, she is great. Yeah, but we have a great game here tonight between these two teams. I mean, we know a couple of players on these teams already. Hell, I'm very familiar with one of the players on Knights of Revan here. So it should be a really fun series.
Yeah, it should be a very good time. We got the OK Dragon, Lindy Boy, Revan, Hunter Tane himself, Nozomi, Biscuit, and Kitsuki Sake here. Are those Mina and Bebop portraits just slightly off kilter? I think it is. Oh my god, we got so much deadlock. We got so much deadlock. We got a team called Archmothers in the last game, and now we got Mina and Bebop portraits just very out of range.
Night Shift is slowly making its way over to BPL right now. But for the other team of Goblin Goobers here.
A deadlock tourney ruined our shit. Thank you, knock on wood.
But for the other team, for the team that Knights of Revan is playing tonight with Goblin Goobers here, you have Element, Skin, Tyla, Kira, Punk Space, Upriser, and Alkratzi here. Or I'm gonna say this name. Yeah, I want to say this one right. Oh yeah,
is that the very same Upriser, formerly of Drop the Guns from
I'm pretty sure,
Console Gaming League? That's GOAT right there. He was crazy good. We faced off against him a couple times in our season of CGL last season, Dex, if you'll recall, and he kind of annihilated us a couple times.
Every time we played him.
Yep.
But I mean, hey, when you look at these two teams' seasons to this point right now, both of them kind of struggling here, 1 and 2 in the regular season. However, Knights of Revan is coming off of a win in their last game, while on the other side, it was a 1-2 loss there for Goblin Goobers. But both these two teams, and there was one thing that even Hunter Tane came into the prod chat and talked about for a moment, that these two teams love to go 3 maps. As you can only see, Knights of Revan is the only one that has yet who has played a game that ended in a sweep, and granted, it was a losing fashion for them.
Yeah, so they're going to have a slightly worse record as a result, just barely below the Goblin Goobers in terms of the standings, but that is definitely something that they are capable of turning around with a win here today. A 2-0 would put them in a very solid spot here in the low to mid-table teams of this particular season of BPL Season 8. New Junk City is where we're going to be starting this one out here. Watchpoint, Gibraltar, Oasis, and Midtown. Though we actually probably won't make it to Midtown now that I'm looking at the maps in order.
If there were 2 teams that could potentially get us there, it would somehow be these 2 teams, and that means Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to end in a tie.
Watchpoint Gibraltar would be the funniest map ever if it ends up in a draw. We saw a very interesting series right before we went to break here, obviously, between Archmother and Snowdrop, where the first map of Atlas looked really good initially for Archmother, but Snowdrop, making a swap on the tank line, immediately looked way more comfortable. But going into this New Junk City, we are going to be looking at a Malga and a Tracer band. So, 2 historic, pretty good characters for Flashpoint, especially this New Junk City, off the board early.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Malga's kind of coming to a life of their own here in these past couple weeks of being very much meta after being very much dead for the longest of times. And Tracer, you'll never get her out of the meta. She'll always kind of be there, either hard meta or just kind of lurking right outside hard meta. And again, it's kind of leaving other options right there. Xion is definitely an option. Genji is an option, and especially on this map. I think Venture is even a little bit of an option. Vendetta has slowly been making a comeback, but I've seen that to very mixed results for teams. But you just never know what you're going to get here in BPL.
Yeah, you absolutely never know here, especially with these teams that get drafted at the beginning of the season here. You don't even know who your teammates are going to be when you initially sign up for this, so the compositions that you see are sometimes all over the place. I love that cat so much. I love Zay so much. She's so cute. She's so cute. She took the mic cover. No, Zay, you can't have that. That's not a toy.
Okay, Zay, I'm putting it down.
No, goodbye, Zay. Goodbye, Zay. No, but this should be a fun match, everybody. I'm excited for this one.
It should be a fun match, and honestly, a really important match for both these two teams. Like we said, one of these teams, or both these teams, are coming in 1-2 on the season. A win here gives them, that 500 record going into, that last week of the regular season, which is mightily important for just playoff seedings.
Yeah, it absolutely is, especially considering, like I said earlier, both of these teams are like lower mid-table, right, in terms of where they are sitting right now. Both of these teams sitting at a 1-3 record, but slightly different map differential. One of these teams is going to be coming out of this one a little bit more advantageous in terms of the seeding at the end of these three, potentially in a very, very evil timeline for maps. New Junk City, though, is where we begin our brawl today.
We've already determined this is just the evil timeline that we're in.
That's
right
true.
Now.
We are kind of in the evil timeline, aren't we?
It's better not to think about it like that. But going in, we see what the two teams are really wanting to play here. I mean, you see Knights of Revan showing us the Ramatra and Goblin Goobers showing us the Zarya here, at least coming out of the gate with it. And this has been a really fun just matchup to watch in the past couple weeks, really, with both these two tanks kind of getting a little bit of play in every level. But outside of that, look at the support lines here. Kiri, Mizuki for Goobers, and on the other side, it's actually the Juno and the Mizuki here. So you still want a little bit of that aspect of speed here for Knights of Revan, but you don't want to play the Lucio here. You want a little bit more burst healing. I kind of like that from them.
Yeah, fully committing to the Lucio here. Maybe not super well advised if you're also trying to run the Mizuki. You want that burst. You want that consistent high healing output that the Juno provides here, but so far, slight positional advantage for the Goblin Goobers, though nobody initially going to be stepping onto the point to get this capture here. There is going to be a lot of damage pouring out from Tyla on this Zarya. Already decently high charged, and a little bit of point pressure comes in, but eventually a little bit of a kite away and a death on Nozomi means that Goblin Goobers will take first capture.
Yeah, and again, because you have that little aspect of speed here for Knights of Revan with Nozuki on this Junos, once you lose them, you basically have to back out, but you just saw the pressure coming out there from Goblin Goobers. Just a little bit too much for Knights to have to really deal with, so you have to give a lot of that space here. And yeah, Revan wants to be able to go in there and do a lot of damage, but again, Zarya's beam, you have Element with Disrupting Shot, and just the normal kind of railgun shot that the Soj has, and then just right now with how good you're seeing this Xion be played as Lindy, actually be able to find Element out early.
Yeah, that's an excellent early pick for Lindy, and that's just going to snowball extremely quickly, especially since Zarya does not have a lot of charge to work with at present. Eventually, this Zarya only being at 200 health means that they will go down, and this will be a flip for the Knights of Revan. Excellent early pick from Lindy, just opens it wide up.
Yeah, and look at the ultimates coming in this next engagement here. I mean, Knights of Revan are going to have a little bit more of an advantage here if they play aggressively. Goblin Goobers, though, I mean, you're going to have that continuing rush. You're going to have the Spree coming online, or already online here for taking Wallet. But what's going to be the engagement tool here for them? Because I like what we're seeing here from Knights of Revan. They're taking a lot of space here. They're forcing Goblin Goobers to maybe have to use something early on. Part of that continuing rush from Tristan here, once they can actually find a little bit of a way in.
Yeah, they do manage to make it in here, and out goes the Kitsune Rush from Alacrity. But, I mean, the form here for Revan is available, as is the... Oh! Well, never mind. Out goes the Annihilation, but it doesn't last particularly long. It gives you a little bit of extra armor, but it's not really enough to sustain that much damage. And even with the Orbital Ray expended, they simply just let the point get flipped. And with more ultimates being expended now by the side of the Goblin Goobers, I mean, this just doesn't seem like a fight that the Knights of Revan are going to be able to win. Down go a couple more players. Tyla finding 2, Uprise and Element, each finding 1 apiece, and that will be the first point for the Goobers.
And Revan not going to be able to escape here. I mean,
nope.
They're going to get slightly staggered. Uprise are going to be able to take care of them there, but, I mean... a lot of ultimates are used there really by both sides. I mean, you look at the ultimate economy here. Knights of Revan going to have both their DPS ultimates going into this next engagement, while Element is going to be the only person with an ultimate ready to go on Goblin Goobers here for 1, maybe even 2 fights right now. So you're looking at a lot of space that could be created here early on from Knights of Revan. Goblin Goobers are really banking a lot on Element, finding a couple of nice railgun shots here, and Tyla just being able to kind of maintain positioning here and not allow Knights of Revan to find easy ways in.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to find an engagement here, but if they can do it, it's with this blade from OK Dragon. Out goes the blade. Does take down Taken Wallet here. There is a dash and some more pressure onto the Kiriko, but the teleport is there. Does manage to get away from this one. But in the midst of all of that, Tyla also goes down, so this is a pretty definitive fight lost for the Goobers. And, I mean, there could be a Sagger or 2 here, potentially onto Upriser, but... I mean, they do have the Kiri just to keep them alive a little tiny bit longer. Bubble as well, so Upriser does live to see another day.
So much was actually invested to keep Upriser alive, but couldn't really benefit from here as they come back in. Because look at Knights of Revan, they really don't have anything, and now Element starting off with the overclock here. They need to be able to find something with this one, even if it's a little bit of damage here on the Revan.
Oh, big damage, but that's an excellent usage of the Sanctuary from the Mizuki here. Element going down, though, is really not what you want to see if you're the side of the Goblin Goobers. And I mean, eventually there is one trade back from Tyla, who has managed to reach full charge, but it simply won't last long enough or be enough damage. 86% and building now for the Knights of Revan. Oh my god, I've never seen that duck before.
You've never seen it? It's on the
point. I've literally never... You think I look down when I play this game, Dex? No, I'm thinking ahead.
Duck cams.
Cycle the duck cams. Post haste.
I know Orange has the duck cams. But I mean, you look at it here. Knights of Revan, that was a really good point. Knights of Revan still has a lot of really good ultimates coming into this engagement here, but you look at Goblin Goobers, they have, there's another one. They have this grab, and that's going to be such a big tool here for Goblin Goobers being able to actually find something here, because they need to get off to a strong start at this point. That's what really helped them out. Point 1 was getting off to that good start. They really struggled last point, and you saw it there where they were never really able to get a good fight on point.
Yeah, but they have the tools to get a great start here. That Graviton Surge in particular could be extremely crucial and pivotal here, especially with Revan already going down, but I mean, with Revan dead and off the board that quickly, you don't even need to invest anything at this point.
No. Losing Element kind of does suck, but they're one of the quicker movers on the team. Uprise, though, definitely needs a lot of help right now, and looks like they're going to be able to get back to safety here as Goblin Goobers does take control of the point. 3 ultimates are ready for each side right now, and it's going to be interesting to see who really throws at the first one, because, I mean, if it's the Deadeye and the Orbital Ray from Knights of Revan, you just know Uprise is going to be right there with that Sanctuary, basically to negate it out.
There's that ultimate that I was expecting from the Zarya. Out it goes, Graviton, but it doesn't find any immediate picks. Element with an excellent railgun onto Nozomi does remove the Juno from the picture, but it is a 1-to-1 trade. Taken Wallet, taken down in the middle of that spree, and that's not optimal for the side of the Goobers, but they do still have the tools that they need to potentially hold on to this one for a little bit longer. The Sanctuary goes out, and that is a lot of pressure relieved from the side of the Goobers for the time being, but out goes the Annihilation, and I mean, they should be able to maybe get something going here, but no, the couple more picks roll through thanks to the DPS from Goblin Goobers, and this should just be a free fight win and a point captured for the Goobers. Well done to them, in particular Element. That was an excellently placed overclock.
Yeah, and I mean, give up the entirety of the Goobers there just for being able to really kite around Revan's Annihilation right there, and lots of Tyla being able to use, I believe, the jump boost perk you have with the secondary fire on Zarya, using it to get up that high ground where Revan really couldn't follow them, and just able to give them a little bit of time to get some health back up there. But you look at Knights of Revan come this next point here. 3 ultimates ready to go. The only thing that Goblin Goobers really has here is this Kitsune Rush, which I wouldn't be surprised if they use it here early, trying to maybe find an early fight win, but Knights of Revan, they have everything at their disposal here for what should be a clean fight victory.
Yeah, they're looking very solid at the moment here, and they have more tools to be able to get back into this one. Knights of Revan early in terms of the point pressure right now, especially with the Sanctuary going out, that will be enough for them to get the initial capture. Alacrity goes down after utilizing that Kitsune Rush. not the pick you want to see if you're a fan of Goblin Goobers. That extremely powerful support ultimate not amounting to anything in this particular fight.
Taken though with 2. Not gonna be able to get out with their lives there, but that 2 could really help out Goblin Goobers here, coming back into the point very quickly right now, trying to force a fight early there. However, you talked about right there, the ult trade that we essentially got right there was maybe one of the worst ult trades that you could realistically have. I mean, you got rid of, the Sanctuary for Revan, but you use Kitsune Wedge, which in a lot of cases is an ultimate that kind of could win you a fight on its own as a motorcycle just goes flying across the screen right there. But still, you have a Deadeye and you have a Dragon Blade ready to go here for Knights of Revan. So they have one really good zoning ultimate and one ultimate here from OK Dragon that can just kind of take a lot of space and apply a lot of pressure here to Goblin Goobers.
Yeah, but if you're OK Dragon, you got to be so careful. There are a lot of tools on the side of the Goobers that can make this blade very difficult to find value with, particularly the chain from the Mizuki, but that's so much damage pressure onto the Zarya, and it is enough to force the Knights of Revan away. The capture rolls through, and it's 2-2 now.
And Lindy Boy's been holding on to this this Deadeye for 2 points. Remember, they had ready to go on that 3rd point. Never used it there. I thought they had good opportunity there on the 4th point to use it, but now you go over to this point where I think it might find the hardest, this is the point it finds the least amount of value just because of how the point is kind of built up here. But look at both teams here. DPS ultimates ready to go here for Goblin Goobers. You have Grab, you have Sanctuary online. You have Annihilation, Deadeye, and that Orbital Ray for Knights of Revan here. Honestly, I could see this fight going either way because both grabs so far from Tyler haven't necessarily been the best.
Yeah, they haven't been amazing thus far, but out goes another one here. Can they find anything off the back of it? Revan gets caught, but not going to go down, at least not before the Annihilation is active, and now there's a couple of ultimates facing down the Knights of Revan, making it very difficult for them to continue to stay in this fight. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. The usage of that Orbital Ray could turn the tide. A couple ultimates getting expended here. Taken Wallet, finding one, but immediately going down as well. Element trying so hard to keep his team in this fight. But this Zarya needs to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Does manage to find the pick onto OK Dragon, and Revan falls super low. Eventually, Tyler does find the final blow, and 55%, 56, excuse me, is all Knights of Revan get. But that's a pretty good amount to get on a first fight.
Oh, it's an incredible amount to get on a first fight because it basically means if you're able to get the point back in a clean team fight victory, you're really putting Goblin Goobers in a spot where they have to get back to point for final fight very quickly here. But look at the ultimate economy right now. That's a very expensive fight for both teams. I actually think Goblin Goobers is in a little bit of a better spot here because you're realistically going to have the Kitsune Rush already ready and then overclock for Element. Other side's going to have the Blade and the Sanctuary here, but Revan getting taken low very early right there. You don't want to lose your tank here early if you're Revan, because that means you're going to definitely have to fall back. And there's face taking a lot of hits, but Lindy Boy.
Beautiful pick from the Cassidy early in that fight, but you lose out on the tank! We were just talking about how important it is for the tank to stay alive for so long, and the Sanctuary goes out in a vain attempt to keep this one going for as long as possible, but it simply won't be enough. Lindy Boy goes down, and surely that should be enough for the side of the Goblin Goobers to stay alive in this one. Revan now alive and trying to make their way back to the point here, but the Graviton Surge, the picks that roll out onto the supports, and the DPS means that Goblin Goobers will take this one away. What a beautiful, beautiful first pick that was onto the Sojourn, but it simply wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, like I was kind of saying, do Revan first. You kind of have to just disengage, and I don't think that Knights of Revan necessarily went with that. They stayed in the fight. You need to have a quick disengagement here, wait for them to come back, and then go right back in. Force Goblin Goobers to kind of chase you there a little bit. Maybe try to get an ultimate or two out from them there if they had them ready to go. Goblin Goobers, though, hey, again, a close map with two teams that have played more 3-game series than they have not this season. I mean, it might just be in store. It might just be a quick little appetizer for what's in store over the next 2 maps, potentially.
The writing is on the wall for sure. It makes a lot of sense that we potentially end up seeing 3 total maps here. We are going to Watch Point Gibraltar next, and like we were talking about earlier, there is technically a possibility that we draw and we get to see 4 maps in this series. However, that would make this timeline even more evil than it already is, and I don't think any of us need that.
I want to see it actually happen. Like there's it's kind of piqued my curiosity to see it actually happen. But yeah. But I mean, Waltz by Gibraltar, it's gonna be really fun to see what we see here. Dive map through and through. We have seen some teams try to play something like the Sigma, something like the Malga. Malga was banned out last map there. So what do you see from the two teams? It's gonna be interesting. We do know, just based off of who's available, we're gonna see different players come in. We do know that Hunter Tane is here for Knights of Revan, and that is their dive tank. So whether it's the Diva or whether it's the Winston here, there's still a lot to be shown.
Yeah, for sure. It would not at all surprise me if we end up seeing Winston get playtime here, because you and I know firsthand how much he loves playing Winston. Like he is a huge fan of that character.
It's not even just playing Winston. It's just Winston himself.
Yeah, yeah, big fan. But it was something that you said that I found kind of interesting. Obviously, we have seen teams play a fair bit of tanks like the Malga on this map, but I mean, in our previous series, we saw a Jetpack Cat and a Roadhog. Now, granted, they got full held, but they then immediately proceeded to go back to the Diva and pull off a Fuller hold. So it's gonna be an interesting one here. I kind of just want to see both teams roll out on the Diva or the Winston. Let's not get fancy. Let's not have any silly, goofy shenanigans where we have to look at like a Roadhog getting airlifted by a cat or teleported by a Symmetra. Let's just see good old classic, honest dive Overwatch.
I mean, you also have to remember Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Hazard all kind of fit that same mold. Hazard maybe the least divey of all those dive tanks just kind of mentioned right there. So there are options here for these ones. But what else do you get rid of? I think that's the other question here. Do you get rid of something like, say, maybe like the Diva, like the Winston here if you're one of these teams? Not really wanting to see it at all. But do you get rid of the Ana? Do you get rid of something like the Genji, like we saw last map there from Knights of Revan? Or do you just say like, hey, we want to just don't see the Xion, we want to get rid of the Mizuki here, try to go back to more of that classic kind of dive backline that we would see on this map before, with it being the Ana Brig? I mean, there's options for these teams.
There absolutely is, and I am extremely curious to see what the final bans end up being. Do you want to take a shot in the dark prediction? I'll take one shot in the dark prediction, you'll take another shot in the dark prediction.
Okay, you go first. Okay.
Shot in the dark. Diva ban.
Wow, that's a real shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Okay. Shot in the dark, more like shot in the early evening. You know what? I think we're gonna end up seeing like a Juno ban.
Probably. That would make a lot of sense to me. I think that Juno is one of those characters that people fall back on when they aren't 100% comfortable on Mizuki, like I was talking about a little bit in the last series. But our first ban is a tank from the Knights of Revan. It is going to be that Hazard. So, yeah, this makes sense to me. Hunter, at least I don't know him for his Hazard. I don't know if he has one or not, but any way you slice it, it does make sense that he would want to protect, ban out the Winston or the Diva, just to ensure that he gets to play those characters that he is particularly comfortable with here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, and what do Goblin Goobers do here? I think you're probably going to end up looking at the support line here this time around.
Agree.
Just because you want to try to get rid of something that really helps out that Diva, helps out that Winston, helps out that Wrecking Ball. I don't know, I feel like it's probably the safest ban, realistically.
I would say so.
But it wouldn't surprise me to see them maybe get rid of the Mizuki here, because I think that would be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, Ana, Juno, and Mizuki are all definitely options here that I can see getting banned out. But I do agree that I think it will be one of the support line here. Never mind, it's Genji. Fascinating.
I need some. This has nothing to do with this ban. Knock. I need more context for what you mean by that GIF you just added me with.
I'm scared. Oh.
Say how. Okay.
I see.
He was saying that to me, thinking it was gonna be a support ban. I thought support would be banned out here.
Orange.
We see supports banned out a lot on dive heavy maps because of just how vital they are to the team comps a lot of times here. But the Genji does make a lot of sense. I mean, we saw Knights of Revan play the Genji throughout the entirety of that first map with OK Dragon, and OK Dragon really found a decent amount of value with that pick throughout the entirety of it. So especially on a map where getting up to that high ground, especially with Genji, could work out very well. It's a good ban. It is a good ban. But like I was saying, I thought maybe support would be the way we would go.
It feels like it, but as Nock so eloquently put it in the producer chat just now, C League, throw your thoughts out the window. So, yeah, that's, you know what, that's fair. Dude, I've never had a thought a day in my life.
The only thought I have is that like one gif of Patrick Starr where he's thinking it's just a gallon of milk spilling.
I thought you were gonna say the one where he's got a board like nailed to his forehead, but
Yeah,
that one works too.
But let's take a look at what these two teams are playing here. Goblin Goobers showing us a Malga, which again, Malga's strong, so it kind of makes a lot of sense here. Just seeing if he played Hunter though, showing us a Diva, which is kind of what we expected to see from them. Lindy Boy going over to the Emre though. Very interesting element on the Widow, looking for that big bang out the gate here. Even one headshot does so much for you.
Yep. And I do think the Emre pick, while a little unconventional now, still makes a lot of sense. I still think Emre is a very, very strong character, despite the fact that we haven't really seen a lot of him. He's kind of fallen out of favor of the hit scan role in favor of characters like the Sojourn, like the Cassidy in particular. But Widowmaker on the other side, ooh, yeah, Element is kind of nice with it, as it turns out. A couple of body shots will take Lindy Boy out of the equation. And that's just a very, very quick retreat for the Knights of Revan.
Yeah, Knights of Revan, they might honestly have to really think about making potentially a little bit of a swap here to their comp, because this is not a composition that I think can deal with this Malga pressure very long. I mean, you're really looking at Nozumi being able to land the Bionate on them, and that Punk space does not hit them with the Suzu almost immediately right after that. That's really going to be the only way that you get rid of Tyler, but I do like them focusing in here on Element.
Yeah, it's an excellent attempt at a dive here for Hunter, but unfortunately a whole lot of damage pressure from various sources just means that you will not be able to get the final blow immediately, but eventually is able to punish Tyler for overextending. Lindy Boy also finding the final blow onto Element, and that Widowmaker is now pressured away. Would not surprise me if we see an immediate swap come out here from Element, and in fact we do. Over to the Cassidy we go.
Yeah, and the cast works out a lot better here, able to slow down OK Dragon, who's going to try to get in that backline constantly. Same thing with Hunter, who wants to try to attack that backline as well, where you saw them going after Wolf themselves there. But again, you look at Tyler here, 50% to their ultimate right now. You would expect a little bit more from your tank, but that's just how much that Tyler really hasn't been the focal point of this Goblin Goobers team. You look at someone like Taken Wallet, who already has that ultimate here, ready to go, and so does OK Dragon right now.
Yeah, Lindy Boy also coming up on that override protocol as well, so very nearly has it. And I mean, that ultimate can be absolutely mind-meltingly annoying to deal with, especially if Element goes down or is under pressure from it early on. That Cassidy is going to be the one way you can consistently get rid of it, but Taken Wallet with an excellent pulse bomb onto Nozumi very early, and Lindy Boy taken down before he's even able to utilize that override. The Diva Bomb goes out here, does not find anything immediately here, okay. And I'm gonna be real. I think that the ultimate investments here from the side of the Knights of Revan may be a little bit ill-advised here, but you know what? Sure. We're going into the second point.
I mean, at least Hunter got the remake kill there. That's basically the only good thing you can say about the investment there from Knights of Revan. Goblin Goobers, I mean, yeah, you can kind of question their ultimate usage, but they won the fight, so we're not going to criticize it that much here. And Tyler is now taking all this space, so applying all this pressure. This is what I was going to say about Knights of Revan. If this Malka really gets going, this composition is not necessarily built to be able to punish it here very quickly. I mean, you're looking at Hunter being able to maybe apply the most pressure to it, but once that defense base is gone, you're just going to see Tyler melt that neck.
Yeah, once the D-Matrix is gone, and especially once the self-destruct is not online, because, I mean, realistically, what is the response to this cage fight once it eventually comes out here? Obviously, a great pick onto Tyler to kick this fight off and basically force the entire rest of Goblin Goobers to back away, but when that cage hits, what happens? Oh my god, excellent stagger.
You're really hoping that only one person gets caught in it, essentially, if you're Knights of Revan here, because you're going to have this Deadeye ready to go from Element, so they can kind of play in a spot back where, I mean, if there's 3-4 members of Knights of Revan trapped in that cage, that Deadeye is going to find a decent amount of value. Honestly, it will, because either Hunter's going to have to kind of defense make throughout the entire entirety of it, or just have the mech go bye-bye.
Yeah, it's a scary fight to have to face down right now, and that's going to be the cage fight and the override expended here. Big damage onto the Malga, but it's not enough. 3 picks off of the back of that cage before Tyla ends up going down here. I like the plan to try to escape, but I don't think you can fit through that crack, unfortunately. Try to find something here. If you're Hunter, please. It would be so funny. It would be so funny. Okay. Unfortunate. Element gets the picks, and they get over the line here on second point.
I think both Hunter and Element lost where each other were there. But again, if you're Goblin Goobers, you're finding value off of these ultimates here. I thought honestly that cage fight was placed in a really bad spot, but you just saw Element come in and really clean up 3 members of Knights of Revan there very early. Look at the ultimates right now. Goblin Goobers gonna have 4 ready to go here pretty soon. Knights of Revan gonna only really have these 2, but if Goblin Goobers kind of presses the gas button right now, look what they're doing. Look at all the space they're getting essentially for free.
Yeah, they've gotten a whole lot of space here. The bright side is that they do end up getting the Sleep Dart onto Element's Cassidy. No Deadeye is going to be showing its face, at least for the near future. Out goes a Bionade that connects onto a couple players, but an excellent Suzu to keep Tyla standing is intact, and Hunter loses out on the mech and is immediately double dinked by Element's Cassidy. Element continues to be on fire right now, dealing so much damage, finding several final blows in this fight here, and Goblin Goobers, they are on the final approach, they are on the warpath, they could very well finish the map right here, right now. Hunter is able to get back in time to contest this point here. Pulse Bomb goes out, does not stick onto Lindy Boy, but still gets the kill. Okay, Dragon also going down to that player. And Hunter Kane with the Hail Mary Pulse Bomb, the Diva Bomb, is able to find Tyla's Malga. So at very least, Goblin Goobers cannot win off of this fight, but it's still very scary territory for the Knights of Revan.
Very scary, and you see Kitsugi go over back now to the Kiriko here after going to the Moira there, just to get back into a touch. But Nozumi does have this nano ready to go, but you're looking at Element again, a Deadeye online for them. Got put to sleep last time they decided to use it. Would be big if Nozumi's able to hit that here, because you're probably looking at that getting a lot of space here for your team right now if you're Goblin Goobers, or maybe even finding a pick or two, because I mean, other than OK Dragon's going to that Pulse Bomb, you really don't have anything else online coming here for Knights of Revan. But Tyla is, I think, doing exactly what you need to do right now if you're Goblin Goobers. Just buy some time, let some of those supports get that ult up, and that Deadeye from Element is out.
Yeah, not slept away this time, and very nearly is able to find Lindy Boy with that one, but a double kill from Hunter! Holy! Perfectly timed damage coming out from the Disruptor Shot and the Diva, and that's just going to send Goblin Goobers packing once again here. And I mean, that's a huge saving grace for the Knights of Revan. They're coming up on a couple more ultimates now. Didn't even have to use the Pulse Bomb. And Goblin Goobers, they have tools too, but it's going to be a much more difficult fight now.
It's going to be a much more difficult fight, but you're looking at this cage coming up for Tyler here, and that should be a really big thing. You can kind of combo the cage and the Sanctuary there to try to give yourself a really good little safe spot right there for Goblin Goobers. But Tyler put the sleep early on, considering out from Punk.
Yeah, very, very low now is this Malga, but the Diva Bomb is out. Doesn't find anything, and now the cage is able to be thrown out here. Catches a couple players, and the Diva, the Tracer Pulse Bomb also sticks, gets a whole lot of damage in, and that should just be a full capture here for the Goblin Goobers. Okay, Dragon cannot win a 1v5, but he can stall into overtime. So at very least, they are able to get the clock down to 0. But, I mean, there were moments where it seemed like Knights of Revan could have held that cart before the end.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they did a good job at least getting it back down to 0 seconds there, so there's that saving grace, like you said. But they looked like they were starting to figure it out there a little bit in that last couple minutes there. However, it took them till that last couple minutes to really be able to figure out how to kind of shut down Tyla there. And again, the biggest problem I actually think was Element. You see it right there, 15-3. Shout out Punk for not dying at all that last round. But 15-3, Element left their mark on every fight there, whether it was 1 kill or 3 kills, 4 kills. I mean, they did everything you wanted them to do in that round right there for Goblin Goobers. And Knights of Revan really struggled on shutting them down at all through it there. Yeah,
it was very, very good. the attack for Goblin Goobers here. Just overall, no notes. I think they could have done a little bit better with the ultimate usage on second point, I believe it was. But, I mean, whatever gets you over the line, if it works, it works. Hunter, okay, for a moment was flashing the Doomfist. I was very excited. I would love to see some Doomfist. We haven't seen Doomfist in ages. I think with the short story that just got released, we should see some Doomfist buffs. Thoughts?
Canonically, not dead. Even though
Canonically not dead.
But I mean, it was gonna be interesting to see if Hunter actually stuck with it here, because I think both me and you kind of had the same idea with it of like, does Hunter actually have a Doomfist ready to go here? But I think this Diva's gonna work a little bit better here on this first point. But still, Upriser has been quietly doing really good on this Mizuki, but it's gonna be difficult for Hunter to really find the value you kind of expect from the Diva here, because if you fly right into Tyla, it's gonna be the same thing that we saw throughout the entirety of last round, where that mech is gonna be all but gone.
Yeah, it's dire straits out here right now for the Knights of Revan. They've got to get this over the line 3 times, ideally with time in the bank, but so far haven't been able to find any picks quite yet. There we go, though. Kitsuki Sake finding Taken Wallet is such a huge first pick. Unfortunately, they simply are not able to capitalize off of that one. This Ana should be going down shortly thereafter. Element with an excellent shot onto the skull of Nozomi, and yeah, this is just a very well-played fight for the Goblin Goobers.
Yeah, this has been an incredible series so far for Element. Tyler's also done an incredible job here as well. It's like you're running into two constant bombs right now for Knights of Revan here with Tyler and Element. However, if you start focusing heavily on those two, guess what? Taken Wallet just gonna pop right up. Upriser, Punk, you're gonna be able to find value as well. Still over half the time bank left to go here right now for Knights of Revan. Really no ultimates coming online here soon, though. That's the problem. You need to be able to find an early pick, but instead you're yourself getting found out.
Yeah, losing out on your Tracer and your Diva. As soon as the fight essentially starts, the moment you get the, like, regroup going and the moment you start to feel like you can get back into a fight, losing out on a couple players is so tragic there. Hopefully going into this next little bit, they're able to turn the tables on the Goobers. Otherwise, this series could be ending much, much faster than I think either of us could have anticipated here, especially after that first map was so close, so down to the wire. Potentially, we could be seeing a very short second map here, especially with OK Dragon going down first again! There is going to be a great Captive Sun, but the Suzu is there to make sure that the explosion does not take anybody out of the picture. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and still looking decent for both of these teams, but I mean, the Knights of Revan just have to get out for now.
You know what the unfortunate thing is here? I honestly think the hazard that they banned out here would have actually worked very well for them with what we're seeing Goblin Goobers play right now, because at least you would have been able to go up there and kind of withstand a little bit and be able to kind of face tank Tyla for a moment, which I think is what you're really looking for here, especially with the DPS line from OK Dragon and Lindy Boy, who Lindy Boy was a big factor in the couple points that Knights of Revan won last map, but they haven't been much of a factor in this game or this map at all, as another Pokebomb coming out here.
Sleep onto Tyla, but not able to capitalize off the back of that one. They do find a pick onto Element while he's trying to channel that Deadeye, which is absolutely massive for them. But, I mean, are they really going to be able to get that much value out of the Nano onto Hunter? It doesn't seem like they did. I mean, it's really just a kite-away situation for them. But now, they have another tool to potentially work with Lindy Boy's Overclock. Does miss that railgun onto Upriser. That could have been absolutely crucial. But the cage comes out, only connecting onto one player in Hunter Tane. Cage could be broken pretty soon here, and in fact it is. Hunter falls very low, but gets the health pack. Does not get burned out of that mech. 15 seconds now remaining in this half. But Tyla goes down. That should be enough to get them over the line, especially with Taken Wallet going down immediately thereafter. This is going to be a point capture for the Knights of Revan. Nothing that the Cassidy up top can do to stop it. Railgun connects onto his dome. Into the shuttle room we go.
they're staying alive right here for Knights of Revan, which is a really good thing. They're finally able to get over the hump right there. You shut down Tyler for the most part that last couple fights, and that's what you need to do. However, though, you look at Lindy Boy, they have their ultimate online. On the other side, they're going to have the Consumer Rush and that Sanctuary very soon here for Goblin Goober. So you really kind of need to keep going right now. If you're Knights of Revan, always be the first one to throw something out here. Do not respond, especially as both Punk and Upriser are going to have these ultimates here momentarily.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of damage coming out from the side of Goblin Goobers here. Oh, you don't even need the ultimates. You don't even need them. You don't even need them. Tyler finding a pick on Nikisaki so early on in this fight. And, I mean, yeah, you're just forced to back out. They do manage to find one back onto Upriser, but, I mean, for the time being, you really just can't do much about that.
Again, you need this DPS line. You need OK Dragon and Lindy Boy to kind of come up and find picks every now and then for this next Revan team. Like I said, they were doing that in the first map where it was really them helping out their team a lot here, but this map they kind of been quiet. Lindy Boy found a late pick there. Could give their team a little bit of advantage right now, but you're walking into a lot of ultimates for both sides, and Nano is out on the Lindy.
Yep, big Nano potentially onto this overclocking Sojourn. But the usage of that Pikai Sanctuary is so huge, allowing Tyler the space to breathe and live. 4 players going down off the back of just a couple support ultimates from the Goobers. And, I mean, they've still got tools to work with.
Yeah, and they're not that far away from yet another cage right now. And you're really looking at either the last or the second to last engagement right now for Knights of Revan. And you only have the bomb and the pulse bomb here. Hunter's been a fan of kind of throwing these mechs out there, or these bombs, and hoping that they find something here. I think this is one of the situations where you kind of need to hold it for a remaking opportunity right now, which, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do because they weren't given the option to.
Yeah, definitely not. Remake damage does go out onto Tyler, but Malga is a BP boy. He will not be dying to that one. Not today, at least. OK Dragon is the only player on the side of the Knights of Revan who has an ultimate, and he's just gone down to a headshot from Upriser. Disastrous for the side of the Knights of Revan. You gotta think that this is just about over. 10 seconds remaining, and it's just onto Hunter to get a touch onto the objective here. Element taking a lot of damage from range, but I mean, with Hunter being the only player able to touch, it's just over, especially with the cage going out, the Deadeye being expended. Pulse Bomb gets stuck onto the Malga, but it simply won't be enough. The Tracer can't even use Blinks to try and be evasive because the cage is active. Wait a minute. Pulse. Oh, that was so close to being a death onto Upriser in the Baby Diva form, but it simply isn't enough. No map 3 today. Goblin Goobers will take this one convincingly on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, after a really close back and forth first map here, you come over to Watchpoint Gibraltar and just run down on the Malga, and it's like they were a completely different team, realistically. I mean, we saw the Malga band come out from Knights of Revan in that first map, and we're seeing why Tyla is absolutely terrifying on it here. But still, just a really good series overall here for Goblin Goobers. Everyone that came in and played looked amazing throughout the series here, and you got probably what you're looking for here, that good 2-0 victory right now. And again, helps you go on to next week. You're 500. If you win next week, you're 3-2 going into playoffs, which would be a huge thing here for this Goblin Goobers team.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely massive for them, for sure. And, I mean, especially since they were able to take this one 2-0, that is a huge boost to the map differential, especially in a group stage where everything is best of 3. We are not dealing in best of 5 territory quite yet, so getting a 2-0, absolutely huge for this squad.
Yeah, and for Knights of Revan, this is definitely not the result you were looking for here, as you do see, okay, B-League
the wrong standings.
There you go. There's C-League standings right now, and Goblin Goobers, I mean, goes up to 3rd with that one there.
Yeah.
And Knights of Revan falls down to 5th, however, still one more game left to go for them here, and I want to see who it's against right now.
I am curious to know who it is up against.
It is... it's actually Demonetized or Demonetized.
Oh,
so they have a good opportunity to actually find another win here against a team that's also kind of struggling here very early on. Well, on the other hand, I want to say Goblin Goobers plays one of the undefeated teams.
That's a scary matchup for sure. Yeah, they are up against Yatagarasu, who are currently 3-0 in matches and 6-1 in map count. Kind of a ridiculous record from both of those teams here in the Crusader group. Meanwhile, over in the Cleric group, nobody is perfect over in that area. We've got a couple 2-1 teams. In fact, 4 of them, all of whom are sitting at a 4-2 map count. What a ridiculous list of standings to be looking at right now. But yeah, keep an eye on that Cleric group here in the C League. It's going to be a very, very strange thing to see from that one. In the meantime, Crusaders group is led by Elvish Soul Knife and Yaragarasu, who are both kind of dominating. There's really no other words to use for these two.
Yeah, but based off it though, I believe those two teams are supposed to be playing this week or this weekend, so they could be playing tonight. Not on stream. It seems like actually the rest of the day stream is gonna be in C League.
Yeah, how about that? A lot of C League.
Oops, all C League.
Oops, all C League. Well,
I've been informed by Nock that this is C League Sunday Part 2.
C League Sunday Part 2, everybody. This is it's nice. It's nice. We had an A League match earlier, and now we get a whole lot of C League for the remainder of the evening. I believe that is going to do it for myself and Dexatron. For real this time, I don't think I'm coming back for the next series unless they ask me very nicely with Puppy Dog Eyes. I might do it. We'll see what happens. But other than that, stick around, everybody. We got a lot more Overwatch to cover tonight, and you don't want to be anywhere else.
Hello and welcome to the third match in today's schedule. This time between Freefall and Ra. These two teams have faced off against each other once before, so I'm looking forward to this rematch between these two teams. But we have a bit of an unusual guest with us today in the form of Knock on Wood, who's usually sitting behind the screen as their producer. So it's amazing to have you here on stream today.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the game as it happens and cut it and cast and just kind of go ooh ah wow and provide all the important sound bites, right? So.
Right, exactly. It's always a blast though to be sitting in the control room listening to not only yourself but also the observers discuss at great length what is going on in the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to tone it down. Usually we're just flaming you all. But let's take a look at these teams. The standings. What do you think of these wonderful standings?
Yeah, it's a great point to start off with, especially with Freefall starting off at a strong position all the way at the top for now. But as you can see, at least 4 of those teams in the Cleric group are currently tied for maps and matches, so this will be quite an important match for them to really set themselves up in the pecking order facing up against Ra today. Unfortunately, Ra are at the bottom of the group and their elimination was almost certain. They will not be able to be heading up into the playoffs. But that does not mean that all things are over, because Ra have quite an interesting set of team members available to them, which I'm sure will be interesting to be seeing. We've got Commercial, Timeless, Taco, Sai, Bree, X-Relevant, and Okami, some of which are players who have been champions in previous seasons. Taco, for example, they've been a Season 7 champion. Bree's been a runner-up in previous seasons. We even got a caster as well in this team. So I look forward to how this team will be playing. And I hope that the couple of players as well of Sai and Timeless will have a fun time in their first ever BPL tournament. But this is not the only team that will be competing. We also have Freefall as well.
Yeah, Freefall is another one of those Jinx teams. They got kind of usually going off the vibes, not always winning a lot, but Jinx is actually putting in the effort this season, and they have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. They really have been putting in the effort, but they're not the only player in this team who've had quite the experience as well. Jinx is just one of the members who, honestly, you should check out their profile on Solomon GG, because I think they have played in every single tournament that has ever been ran through Solomon GG. It is a profile to marvel at. But we also have some champions as well. Ono have been playing in a lot of seasons. Triggered has been a Season 6 champion as well. And these are all players who have been playing before with each other, so they are a team that I hope will be well-oiled, well-experienced.
Yeah, it should be a good matchup. This 2-1 dynamic with all the standings is really gonna be interesting, and we're gonna see a lot of it unfold tonight. Because we have, I think, Chosen versus Eternal X, who's also one of those. Those are 2 of the other 2-1 teams in here. So it's gonna be really interesting to see the standings fall out after this. But first off, we have to look at this match, and we're gonna be starting off on Suravasa in a first 2.
Yes, Suravasa, one of the maps that is honestly my least favorite in the entire game. But Suravasa being a flashpoint, it has a variety of different points available to you. So the kind of strategies that you can use and team compositions can vary quite a bit. But what do you think of Suravasa, Nock?
It's a really, really fast pace, and none of the points for me really feel different, right? It's like Suravasa is very one tone all the way around and very, very fast. It's also the popular one, right? Everyone wants to go to Suravasa when you when we end up in playoffs. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not my favorite map, at the very least. I'm not entirely sure what we'll be seeing. Probably some Ramatra, probably some of the same old compositions you have grown to hate in the ranked games that you oh so love and play. But for bans, we already have Mauga coming off from a ban here from Freefall. Mauga has been doing surprisingly strong recently. I suppose you can play them, and it plays well into this fast pace as well. With a Mei being countered banned here by Ra. What do you think of that?
I really like the Mauga ban. I mean, I personally, don't like going against a Mauga. It's just a lot of poke damage, kind of hard to kill, and Mei as well. I feel like these are just like they struggle. These teams are picking these players, these bans because they struggle with them often, and they're just getting them out of the way, and they're gonna try and enjoy Servasa.
Absolutely. That's the kind of insight that we're looking for on this stream. The kind of insight that you're only ever going to get by producing and observing a tremendous number of games. But banning the kind of heroes that you hate, like you said, is definitely a strong strategy to start things off. Mauga is extremely annoying to play against. You've got the Mei as well, who can really slow gameplay down. You've got the War, which can be really painful if you... if a team is able to play that well and isolate team members. So I think that it will be an interesting choice to see how that plays out in the later round. You don't have many maps here being played, so you can really kind of go for the big hitters straight out of the gate.
Oh man, yeah. How do you guys do this talking thing for so long? Yeah, I don't know really much about these rosters. I mean, we talked about before. Like, there's a few of those standouts, but I'm not really sure what these players like to play and how they're going to be taking it. So I'm really, really excited for us to go in as we're getting ours in the back.
That is good to hear. Because otherwise, I feel like the pressure of talking is going to be a little bit too much. Oh, just what do you say? I mean, surely we can't talk about number plates and license plates that we were being talked about all the time in A Control previously, but we are ready to go in to Servasa, the first map in this first two series. Starting off with a couple of bangs on the Mauga and the Mei to start things off. Some of these teams are quite experienced. They've been playing around for a long time, but for one of these teams, Freefall, if they win this, they will be able to get that top two in the group for sure. And it is, of course, a rematch as well between these two teams. Unfortunately, Ra did go 2-0, losing out on that match. So I wish them all the best. I am certainly supporting Team Ra here. And definitely not because of the extra couple of players who are new to BPL, and it's always good to see some new faces in the BPL scene, as well as the veterans of this particular space, such as Triggered. But we do have our compositions already being picked out here by these two teams, with Freefall going for that Reinhardt composition, this kind of broader composition as well with the Symmetra. It's clear that this team has been doing their homework on the current meta.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Reinhardt. Donk on the Rhine, actually, that's one of those things that comes back to you of like, oh, yeah, that's going to be good. And C-League is home of Rhine. So, yeah. Excited to see them bash each other.
Yeah. I mean, the Reinhardt is definitely my favorite choice in all of the tanks that can be picked. But they are already going aggressive with the Reinhardt, trying to get a couple of swings around the edge of this point, trying to keep them away, and is doing a good job so far. But Ra, they are trying to get onto this high ground, which is an excellent choice to be going for. It's the place you want to be positioning as a DPS. The health pools are going low as these teams are trying to find the opportunity. This Genji has been isolated all by themselves to get picked off by the Xion. And now, with one less member of Ra, Sai here on the Orisa is being forced to back up with the health pool so low, but they are able to stay alive for now. And it's going to give them at least a little bit of opportunity, a little bit less ult charge given away to Freefall.
That was really great. The Freefall really hiding behind the shield as the trigger comes out. Oh. Oh no!
That is... That is an unfortunate series of events there. Oh, but there's still plenty to go for. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be seeing any use of the Shatter just yet. No such need for that as they are making more and more progress. But I think the Ryan is going for and looking for a cheeky Shatter. They do not get the opportunity. Sai here trying their best to get a little bit of percentage on the capture point. Unfortunately, they are just going to go down. They're not going to be able to charge up their ultimate. They died too soon. The team was just not with them in that crucial moment. As now the Xion...
Yeah, Sai just got in there really quick and then wanted to touch the point and just got separated. And you just can't do that when you're tanking a lot yourself in Overwatch 2. And oh, boy. Swapping over to Ramatra, though. Probably going for more of that brawl style. Wasn't comfortable, you know, poking back and just struggling in that head-to-head against the Rhine. So,
the familiarity within the team is crucial because you really have to play off of each other really well. But Commercial here using that Deadeye to sort of zone out Freefall for now. They do have a lot of their ultimates here available for Freefall with their advantage. The Shatter shot is going to be coming up. It finds 3! Huge Shatter! Able to pick up 1 kill, not the other 2, but it doesn't matter because it's the opening that they need to find these kills. At least, that's what I would be saying. Oh, Sai is able to go down eventually. Unfortunately for them, as they lose the key players, Freefall capitalize on that, only having to commit 1 ultimate there in that fight.
Yeah, Shatter started and ended that fight. They have a lot of ults too. They're already in the bank. 4 ults. The 3 over on Raw. I think they just need to engage early, bait him in a little bit here, and just push that go button. Here we go.
Go button is pressed. They're using this Deadeye ultimate to press forward, push them into uncomfortable spaces. Another ultimate comes out in the form of Beat to keep them alive from the huge damage that is coming out from Ra.
I think Killer Queen did that beat from the skybox.
It's not looking favorable for Team Ra. I believe in Team Ra, though. I do not care if everyone in chat has voted against me. I still think that Team Ra might be able to bring this about. I believe in the reverse sweep, in the change of this pace. They have the Genji Blade, they have a Kiriko ult, they have their Deadeye as well. They have to win this next fight if they're going to be having a real choice in the future of this fight. But they are able to take out the kill here of Sonic. Goes down there, starting to even up. That's 1 ultimate that might have been taken out. Freefall, though, are continuing to survive just fine with all their members. But the tank of the Reinhardt goes down. The team are able to do it. The ultimate is being used as well from Sai on the point. And now with just this duel with the Genji, they have managed to capture the point.
I swear Timeless wanted to use that beat the entire time. It was just poking, looking for the opportunity. I think they thought that Killer Queen had their beat still, and so just was too afraid to pull it out. So I hope Timeless doesn't end up using another fight here, not using it. I want to see that blade.
I want to see that blade as well, and I certainly hope that it's going to be a huge blade. But look at this pressure coming out from Fearful Shatter, as well as the Shion's ult coming out and finding 2 already. 3 kills for Freefall. It is a fast victory for them. Ra able to get all the way to almost 99%, but unfortunately it is Freefall who captured it in the end, and that is the 2nd capture point in this flashpoint. Of course, Freefall only needs to capture 1 more capture point in order to win the first map, but if you are here to support Ra, there is still hope. I certainly believe.
Yeah, Freefall are just using their speed really, really well, and Ra need to find some way to slow down and deal with it. Because they're just getting in their face using so powerful getting in there.
It certainly is powerful if they are able to get in there. They have their ultimates available. Genji ult hasn't been popped yet though, but Sai is looking awfully low on their health. Genji ult comes out! Are they able to find one? Finds one! Lucio is able to follow up, but it doesn't matter! It was to find Timeless in the end!
Oh no, just
No!
hoping for the high noon to be pulled. Oh. Unfortunate for Timeless, none of his teammates were, I guess, able to intervene in that. Just struggling with the high noon. Oh, it does leave Freefall, though, with a free beat that they could use to engage here.
I certainly hope that they are free falling from the skybox with this beat. It's the only way to take this. They don't have any money ultimates though, Ra with the advantage, at least for now, with two ultimates to their name. But Freefall are so close with this Shatter and their own Kiriko ult to come out. He comes out, is able to try and keep Sai alive, and for now, they are able to follow in onto that Reinhardt. The Reinhardt uses the Shatter, but to no avail. They are able to pick up the kills. Ra are working together as a team. They're finding the picks that they need. Freefall go down. And now Ra have captured the point once more with 3 ultimates to their name. It might be a opportunity to turn this around for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I don't know about that decision to solo ult there, Sai, but Rush comes out earlier.
But unfortunately, the tank of Sai is losing health rapidly. Unfortunately, not able to win the duel against Donk, who was also painfully low, but now Freefall are able to turn this around. They are able to use this momentum in their favor, triggered, picking up a beautiful kill there. And now there is just no one left around for Team Ra here to really make a contest, but there's still the opportunity to find some kind of miracle in this match.
Freefall want to end it. They're going in quick. Item comes out.
Being decisive. They're using this Deadeye, trying to find a kill, not able to find one, but it's able to delay them at least. Fortunately, they are able to get into the point and overtime, but it's not going to matter. Sonic is able to use their ultimate as well to try and find a kill. They do, and the rest of the team are finding the kills that they need. It's just a clean fight. I don't know.
Yeah.
How would you describe that?
Again, I've been saying it the entire time. The speed is everything here in C-League, and Freefall are just committing to their fights. They're engaging hard and fast. You know, they're getting a bit silly with it, losing some fights, but that was a pretty dominant appearance from them.
Well, I think having fun is always going to be priority number 1 in these matches. After all, that's kind of what BPL is about. It's all about the players. And if the players aren't having fun, then who's really winning? But at Freefall winning this round for now, we have another map coming up next, which will be Dorado between these two teams. But we should really recap that previous map just quickly between them. Freefall being rather dominant, getting those 3 points. Ra showing a little bit of, opportunity, the ability to win those fights. They were working well. I think that Ra, maybe this tournament is just, they've got a difficult opponent coming up against them with Freefall, but I think that they are definitely capable of winning a map here.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get a map. Everyone...
For sure.
Everyone in BPL is going on to the plans. At least the top 4 are going to be getting a bye for like the first week, but I want to see Raw put up that fight. They have the capabilities of it. They're not a nothing team, right? They have a lot of good players on there. They just got to find the way to put it together. Maybe that starts with this next map, and maybe some fun bands come around with it. What are you expecting after that? Do you think they're gonna come after the Ryan or the Lucio, or do you think they were like maybe a DPS was just getting in their ways?
Oh, that is a difficult thing to say. Personally, I think that I would say I'm having to think a little bit about this, actually. I'm tempted to say, I think I'll say a DPS. I think I'll say that the DPS was most likely the most difficult obstacle in winning those fights. But a DPS can be a little bit difficult to ban, because you really got to look at the role that they are trying to fill that is causing you the most issues within a team composition. It might be a flanker, for example, like Tracer, who's kind of going in to the sidelines, the back lines, to cause as much disruption as possible, to really time their attacks with the rest of their team. Or it could be a different hero entirely.
Well, the bans are in, and I'm really puzzled by them. So first up, we have Raw ban Winston, and then Freefall responded by banning Genji. I honestly don't really get it. We're going to Dorado, right? So a lot of high ground. Maybe that Rhine wouldn't be as big of an issue for Raw, and so they are swapping out, right? So Donk is out now, and Ono is in. So maybe that's a target ban in C League, going after that Winston, or maybe they protecting a tank themselves. What do you think?
It's possible that they are protecting a particular hero with their ban, because of course once you have banned a tank, it means that the other team are no longer able to ban a tank as well. So you can only ban one of each hero. So going for that tank ban, I'm not so sure. Perhaps they're just a little bit uncomfortable with the Winston. Winston does get used on Dorado on this first point. I'm confident that they've done their homework at least. I found that the Winston is a bit of a trouble causer for them. But it looks like they're going for a Sigma composition, a composition that has been seen a little bit of play at the moment at the highest level of Overwatch. I'm not sure if this composition is necessarily the strongest, but I think there's I think it's thought out.
So my guess here is they're going to TP up to the high ground somewhere, and everything else in here makes sense except for me. X Relevant is somewhat questionable. Maybe just to deal with any flankers and stop them. And here we see the TP out all right away. Yep. Just getting to that high ground as fast as they can, so they can actually face off against them.
Yeah, I think so, and it might be pretty good. But unfortunately, Ono has already gotten a kill, and that is certainly an Ono for Team Ra, losing one player so early on into this push. But now, unfortunately for Team Ra, they are looking a little bit split. Some changes as well with the DPS Timeless now switching on to that Tracer off of that Symmetra. The side push just not working quite out for them as they expected. They are up here on the high ground, but unfortunately that Sigma is just going to struggle so much in that close quarters fight against the Hazard, who just honestly has a little bit of a free reign against Taco there.
Yeah, that kill on commercial early on just basically meant that main attack force didn't have enough pressure to be scary, and they were able to just focus on the cart, get rid of Timeless, so they've got no attacking power at all. Oh, falling over one by one.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And this pick as well onto the Mizuki is one that would work strong against a D.Va, for example, with the anchoring ability that they have, as well as perhaps a Hazard, which might also be their plan to use that. But I'm not sure if that is always the best plan, but they are making plenty of car progress as I am talking and yapping about other things, because oh no, Freefall! They've lost their tank, the most crucial member of their team. And they're starting to make progress as this... A double kill there from Taco. Beautiful work, cleaning up the kills, finding them on the high ground. And it should be enough, at least, to get to the first point. The time is just not there.
Yeah, that's an amazing chain by X Relevant, just being able to shut down the tank, He's forced to use all of his cooldowns in the middle of the team, and I'll just do it again. It has to go in alone, trying to stop it. Nothing they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose that is precisely why you want to go for that Mizuki, going for those chains. Works on Diva, works on Hazard too, but it is continuing to work for them as well. Freefall trying to go in there for a last-minute contest, but it just wasn't going to work. They didn't have the time or space to make that, and unfortunately, they do go down. Team Rather with a couple of ultimates to their name this time around with the Sigma ultimate and the Pulse Bomb. I'm not sure if the Pulse Bomb is going to be able to find it too much, but the Sigma ultimate might be able to really change the fight around.
Yeah, Brett also did a swap there after the last fight, trying to go with more survivable. They can't dive on with that Kiriko.
Yes, and Freefall as well have swapped for their own onto their own Mizuki. But unfortunately, he's going to be taken out by Commercial. Beautiful clean headshot to start off the fight. And that's going to be enough for Taco there to find a follow-up kill onto Triggered. Now the Hazard on the high ground has no real support of the DPS, just the support of the Kiriko, who's having to flee away from Commercial, who's been hunting them down. The Hazard, though, is able to make it out. Oh no, is alive. Not able to pick up the little cheeky kill, though, unfortunately for Commercial. But there are so many ultimates available, it's going to be turning into fireworks soon.
This ends now.
These ultimates coming online. They are activated, but they're able to find 2 kills on the Kiriko. Unbelievable plays. Triggered using their ultimate, only able to find 1, and oh no. Just not able to isolate those teams with the Hazard ultimate. Unfortunately, that's just not quite what you need in this scenario.
Freefall trying to figure something out here. They're doing a lot of swaps. They swapped Triggered over to the Ashe, and they swapped Jinx over to the Wu Yang. I think that was the only 2 swaps they made. Just maybe looking for something more defensive. I'm not really sure. Triggered is going to have a lot more damage output around that shield with the Dynamites.
Yes.
Right there, side. Oh!
Hopefully being Commercial's on a roll at the moment. If anybody wasn't believing, you should be now. Commercial is on a roll. Fragster as well. Taco able to find that kill, but Super Sonic here, is able to throw that Pulse Bomb.
That may stop the attack. They're able to get faster respawns. Down 2, you really can't finish Dorado. Oh.
Dorado is such a difficult map, this final point. It can be really interesting. If you have the right momentum here at the final point, then you are able to maybe get that. But just after that end point, right as it turns that corner, you can just hold this choke point around the side, and there's just very little that they can do. But these tanks are now swapping off onto the Sigma. But Oh No is going crazy low here, able to find a little bit of breathing room. Helped by the Wu Yang, but Triggered, able to find a beautiful headshot there. There's 2 members down of round 3. Surely it's going to be 4 anytime soon. Timeless trying their best to stay on the car, but they still have 2 minutes left. They don't need to fight this out quite so desperately just yet.
Yeah, there's just 0 pressure on Triggered as they come up that high ground. It's literally just shooting fish in a barrel for Triggered. Oh gosh, have to either go faster here and get Ono out of the way. That is not a fun sight line to be walking into. Too much damage coming up from Triggered.
That is certainly too much damage to beat for them. You've really got to try and have deal with these kind of different sightlines as well as you can, because if you're just leaving Triggered here, then they're just going to be able to really not only cause mayhem, but enable their fellow DPS to get deep into that backline, cause the disruption that they need. And now we have more and more ultimates piling up now between these 2 teams. Sigma ultimate is coming online here from Freefall. He's able to find 1, but isn't able to pick up any kills as a result. They are now in the back of Taco, but it's not going to matter. They have someone coming around on there. And a beautiful kill finally onto one of the DPS of Freefall. Wow, be able to pick up the kill. Commercial finding yet another. Audimus online as well. Tidal Wave coming out, trying to find that kill. Just not enough here as they continue to fight a long time. But Ra perhaps are turning things around now that they are able to find the right space, the pressure onto Triggered. They turn it, able to capture the space they need. Now it is captured for them with 3 points. I am struggling for words at this point. Oh my word.
Well, it's okay. You don't have to struggle anymore because Agwa's here to release me from prison.
No, you should stay here, Doc. You should stay here.
No, it's gonna be fine. Agwa's got this, right, Agwa?
Yeah.
Okay, I believe in you. Thanks, guys.
I think we should get plenty of messages in chat supporting Nock for coming on here and casting, despite not really being a caster. That said, perhaps Nock should be a caster more often. Please let them know to cast them again. Anyway, we got a new caster here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Agua. I'm a League player. I play for Odin. I'm a flex support player. I'm excited to get a little bit of casting going. I haven't casted in probably like a year at this point, but
it's fine. I don't think Nock has casted ever, so you know that's something. I think Nock was doing a good job. Okay, I'm not trying to knock their hard work down at all. But Odin, you said I believe that's the sister team of Team Ra. So what do you think of this composition that they are fielding?
I think for defense, I think it's very good. I think you get to get a nice bit of poke, especially if they run onto something like the Hazard. Not really too much that Hazard can do if he gets pre-fight poked, and at that point he just kind of can't engage. But looks like Ono gonna just play under, and they're gonna be able to wrap around, try to get onto the back line, and Timeless is gonna be able to go down here.
Yeah, indeed. It is a quick engage from both of these teams. Firefall losing one of their players, but they are able to turn it around with Ono on the Hazard. Not able to get that anchor, unfortunately. The critical moment for Team Ra. Back off just a little bit, at least for now. Able to isolate the Sigma. That's not good. This defense for Team Ra is falling apart. Trying to go for that quick reset.
I mean, that was just a good fight from Freefall. Able to wrap around, able to catch out some people early, but at the same time, Fracture being able to get separated from the supports, also causing a little bit of stagger, while at the same time, Cart getting pushed and able to get some good progress for Freefall.
Indeed, and car progress is exactly the name of the game in Overwatch. As much as you might want to have lots of battles, if you're not making car progress, it doesn't really matter in the end. But Supersonic going in, able to find their pick on their counterpart. That should be more than enough as well. Trying to go for that recontest, but it just was never really going to work.
Ono's kind of low, maybe it would get traded, but it doesn't matter if first point's already capped.
Certainly would have been an opportunity to maybe try and set themselves up for the next fight in a good position. Really kind of hamper Freefall's efforts.
We'll see how if Freefall's able to get something. Ono's getting kind of close to the Hazard ult. We're gonna see if he's able to get some value, maybe catch somebody out. But Brea also coming out close to the Kitsune Rush. We'll see.
The Kitsune Rush going to be helpful, but unfortunately Freefall have Kitsune Rush of their own. Playing it second will be putting themselves in the stronger position for this long fight. That hasn't really... Oh, never mind. As soon as I say something, Freefall are able to pick the opening kill there. Commercial, though, are able to pick up one with their Dynamite. Sigma Ultimate, Gravflux comes out, not able to find anyone, but they are able to push them back, at least for now. Freefall using their ultimates. Downpour comes online, is used, doesn't find anyone, but Commercial are facing a tough battle here. They use their Bob as a last-ditch means. The rest of Raw are trying their best to find and pick up kills. Timeless is able to do so on at least one of the members. Timeless not trying, still has this pulse bomb. Freefall are still maintaining their grip on the point.
I would say, but I still don't mind that for the side of Freefall. Freefall only investing Ono's Hazard ult there, but that was 2 on the side from Raw. The Keegs decided to go with the Continue Rush. It would be easily kited out here by Fragster, but that means a whole lot of space that they get to push for Cart now.
I do have a question though. Did Oh no, accidentally block his own team's Kitsune rush? And as much as I was being apprehensive of that, honestly, should have been celebrating those just incredible kills that we just saw by Triggered and Timeless with those pulse bombs. It's more than enough for Raw here to bring up the for the defense to be dismantled. Freefall making car progress rather quickly with 2 minutes on the clock, but it's still a similar position that they were in for Team Raw on the offensive. But this fight is able to continue. The Team Raw.
Oh, it's the Ajax from Jinxed.
I should know this. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. He suddenly jinxed himself, I suppose, with that. But they might have made a great attempt at the recon test, even managing to get an Ajax in their favor for Team Ra, but it's just not enough. Unfortunately, Freefall getting the victory on this second point.
I mean, just good job from Freefall. I don't quite like some of the ults invested from the side of Raw. I thought their music ult was kind of forced for relatively nothing, and it was just kind of easy for Freefall. You know, no support ults on the side from Raw. But I mean, still made it kind of competitive, and they had a decent little stall, so can't be mad at that.
That is definitely true. I mean, perhaps it's just one thing to be wary of is your ultimates. It can be a little bit difficult to coordinate your ultimates well in this kind of situation. You really want to win, try and make this a victory for yourself. And oh, right, the Taco able to find a couple of kills on the defense, and now is able to allow the team to just really capture those remaining kills.
I mean, just beautiful clean up from Fraxter there. Able to just get a flex, realizing enemy team's just so far and able to get punished, and a nice little bit of cleanup from him. I will say, it's actually looking much better for Raw. They have a nice control of this high ground. Borsa Portal's coming up online, Bob as well, and then a nice little pulse bomb. But, you know, we'll see what Freefall's able to do. Ult advantage should be in the favor of Raw, but we'll see how this plays out.
This is going to be one fight for sure. They certainly want to be winning this. Going to be investing the ultimates that they can. I don't know if it was the best that they would do. Hopefully trying not to repeat the same mistakes as earlier. Freefall.
Good trade.
They are unfortunately falling down. Commercial able to pick up the kill onto Triggered, but they still have a few members remaining. Oh, another beautiful kill from Commercial.
Yeah. I mean, while the Bob might not have found too much damage or an elimination at that point, it was able to stall that cart, and that was enough to give time for Raw to get their team members back and able to just finish up the fight with nice shots from Commercial.
Oh, and a beautiful pulse bomb to start things off from Timeless as well. Onto the Kiriko. Sigma here is trying to find a couple of picks from the sidelines, but they still have plenty to go. Freefall pushing in. Ra using their Kiriko ultimate to try and create some pressure. Mizuki, the newest hero. Oh! I'm so sorry, I could not tell what happened there, but Taco is coming out on top. Freefall losing their DPS before they were able to capture that ultimate and use it, and their tank as well.
I mean, nice job there from Raw, just using both of ults, making sure that we're able to stabilize the fight, and just, you know, make sure that we can keep up Fraxter, and then able to just come around with the fight and then just win. With some nice plays from everyone as a team. Flux coming out, get something. We see a low HP.
And perhaps low HP, but not low enough. At least for now. Freefall, they're losing their health, they're Triggered going low, but their supports are more than enough to try and reverse this. Rather, with only Taco now, I believe, on point, trying their best to defend against this onslaught of ultimates from Freefall. They are making it closer and closer. Downpour invested. It's going to prevent them from getting to the point in time. And that's more than enough to capture that point, but they only have a 1 minute time bank in the bag here. This is looking far more close than perhaps some people would have expected.
I mean, if I'm Raw, I'm actually quite happy with that. I think relative to with the time bank that they started with third point, I think they had some very good stalls, some very good cleanup fights. A bit unfortunate that that Fraxter is able to be caught out a little early with the container rush and pressure and gets walled off. But that being said, they do end up with a bigger time block. So I would not be mad about that at all.
That is certainly a great way of looking at it. I sure hope that the members in Team Raw feel encouraged by their outcome in that offense and defense. But we are going on now into round 3 of these teams. A similar composition coming out from Team Raw with this Mizuki, hopefully there to try and prevent Ono from going wild, while you have the same sort of composition with the Sigma, with the same sort of flaws that you might normally expect. But what do you think?
I mean, Raw running out on the similar thing. Freefall changed it up a little bit, but I think the biggest thing for Raws here is making sure that Timeless is able to control the cart. I feel like the big problem, regardless of how that fight outcome came, is oh my. Commercial able to get a pick onto Jinx, but as I was saying, I think the biggest problem was that the cart was stopped the entire time. But if Timeless is able to contest a little bit, you know, it's gonna make it hard for Freefall having to walk onto the team or just versing cart. It's gonna make them harder to do anything if they're just getting shot at from range by Commercial and Faxter.
Yeah, certainly one way to try and pin the team down in 2 different spots. Unfortunately, Sonic is able to pick up the kill onto Timeless. Commercial is able to return the favor. They're trying to drop down now with the chokehold, trying to be held. They are doing their best. Irrelevant, able to pick up the kill that they need. Overclock.
Jinx going over to the cat off the Lucio. Let's see if we can able to get a touch. Touch able to get gun from Freefall. See if it's able to get anything from it. So Sonic going over to the Venture.
Yeah, I hope so, at least for them. The overtime is active, though. Freefall have got to be doing their absolute best to try and get in the further. Even switching over to the fabled cat. Oh, so much hate, but Ra are doing an excellent job, able to pick up a couple of kills, at least for now. They are trying their best with this Venture. They've got the number. They are getting kill after kill. Sigma Ultimate trying to get and displace them, get them off the point to cause a C9, or forced C9, I suppose. More members are just coming back. They're switching to fast heroes, trying to kill as a kill. The tank is gone. It's just not going to be enough, at least for now. Team Raw are being pushed back.
Just get Mizuko able to come out.
Unfortunate miss on the anchor. The overclock is coming out as well here from Ra, and that should be enough to finally seal the deal for Freefall. Ra able to prevent them from capping the first point. But now the standard has been set for Team Ra, and how do you think that Team Raw should really go about this to really be able to get the best attack that they can get?
I mean, in overtime situations, if you, it's always not a bad idea to just counter swap whatever the enemy team's playing. So depending on what response we see here from Freefall, whether it be the hazard, whatever. Honestly, a good solution in all overtime fights is just counter pick immediately and see if you can just win off that. But that being said, sticking to your guns isn't bad either. I did think the Fracture's been playing amazing on the Sigma, and you know, if they're able to get a little bit of space up top with for Commercial, I'm sure he'll be able to knock the shots down as he has been so far.
Yeah, Fragster, aka Taco, has been doing an excellent job on that Sigma. I certainly hope that they'll be able to do it a little bit more. Freefall, though, they're opting for this Diva composition. How do you think that they are going to be able to deal with this? Do you think this composition is going to be lending itself to well?
I think the Diva is able to contest point pretty easily, and then as long, I think the only downside though is I would like a little bit more range, but depending on how Freefall decide to engage, I think it could be fun.
Well, we're certainly going to be finding out soon, as Sonic here trying to check their backline. After all, Ra have made a number of attempts by flanking through there. They have made some cart progress, just a little bit, but the real fight is starting now between these two teams, with the Diva taking this high ground, using the mobility that they are provided with. this team, they are making progress. They are able to, they're sitting on the cart. They're applying pressure onto Freefall. And now Commercial trying to go on the backline, looks for the kill, is not able to find it. Unfortunately, Triggered though is able to find a kill of their own onto Timeless. And the time is ticking down for these teams. Commercial trying their best to try and find the opportunity that they need. Right, backing up just a little bit for now.
This is fun. I mean, we're just slowly just contesting card a little bit, trying to wait for Timeless to get back. Timeless is gonna be able to get back in time, but the big thing, Sigma is coming up on ult. If he can get someone with this, it will be quite big for the side of Raw. Or we could just pick the Curie immediately.
Double kill, yeah. Who needs an ultimate when you've got skill like that? Just picking up the kill that they need. And it is now overtime for them. Freefall are going to be trying their absolute best to make sure. And oh no, certainly is putting a damper onto any supporters of Ra, but their health pool is going low. They're getting closer and closer to that bomb, that remake, to give them a second life. They're able to heal up. The Sigma ult comes out. Not able to find the kills that they need. They've only got a couple of plays.
Big loss from Timeless! But
Kill!
I don't think it's gonna be enough. Ono still has the bomb. Ono's gonna be in a 2v3. Bomb might be able to be forcing people off cart, and oh no, it would be a nice little touch. But support all's coming back from the side of Freefall. This fight needs to be over soon if Raw wants to win. Ono is able to get commercial though.
This is prolonging the fight even longer. Oh, they certainly were able to prolong the fight with that beautiful double kill, but it might not be enough. But now both teams have been able to come back and reinforce. Jinx incredibly dangerously low, dies in fact from Timeless. Irrelevant, equally dangerously low, but they are able to stay alive at least for now. Fortunately though, Breck does go down, and a kill that is maybe losing all of their supports for Team Rat would be a disastrous outcome in this prolonged fight. Oh no, able to find the crucial kill that they need, and now Ra are falling apart just meters away from the capture point. Praxter, Taka trying their best, but unfortunately, it is heartbreak, at least for me and fans of Ra, who are there to support. That double kill might have had them in the game at least a little bit longer, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end. They needed at least another miracle like that.
That being said, though, I wouldn't be mad at this if I were Raw. I think it was a very good performance. I think Fraxter and Commercial had extremely good games, and the support line overall was just having a very good performance. Although it was a 2-0, I wouldn't say it was exactly dominant from the side of Freefall, at least for this map.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I would certainly be happy about that performance from Raw. Despite Raw currently going, unfortunately, I believe 0 and 6 in terms of maps. 0 and 8 now in terms of maps. It is, I think, not particularly a bad outcome until they certainly shown that they are a highly capable team, able to perform well in that kind of situation. They might have a few points that they need to improve on, but all teams need a little bit of areas to improve on.
Absolutely. But that being said, there is still a bit of games left to play and a lot of improvements that could be made.
That is for sure. But Freefall coming out with the victory as well, which should oh my word. How can I not say this? It launches them into first place in the
Catapults?
Standing. Catapults, there we go. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Nothing like a scuffed broadcast to end week 4 with. This is certainly looking good though for them. Unfortunately for Raw, which going 1 and 8 in the maps, it was certainly a strong performance, and I think that despite that scoreline, they are certainly a stronger team than might otherwise be suggested. But we do have a couple of more games to go, as you mentioned. Next up, we've got Eternal X versus Chosen, and Boundless Waltz versus Demonetized in a couple of hours. I am a little bit concerned though because I have prepped for the wrong match, so this is not going to be so good for me. But those two teams coming up, I hope that you will be staying around to watch them. We'll be going for a quick little break before joining you again with another interesting match. So don't go anywhere, because those are two teams that you should be keeping a watch for.
Hello, everyone. My name is Biscuit. Welcome back to BPL Season 8. Today, we have a very exciting match in our hands, Eternal X versus Chosen. I believe we're not in any rush. So, to my right is Jaffa. Hello, Jaffa. How are you doing today?
I am doing amazingly. Thank you so much for asking me. I am Jaffa, of course, named after the Jaffa cake. That is famously not a biscuit and a cake. But we do indeed have a great matchup on our hands between Eternal X and Chosen, despite my protests and complaints earlier. But they are a game that is going to be streamed for everyone to see today.
Yeah, very exciting. I do want to remind everyone, today is probably one of the busiest days that I've had as that we've seen in BPL history, period. I don't know if we can see the schedule, but we do have a lot of games today, period. There's like more than 11 probably. There's the schedule on stream, and then there are the other games that are off stream, but we already went through a bunch of these. Jaffa, Archmother versus Snowdrop, quick 2-0, 0-2, Knights of Revan losing 0-2. My team, sadly, I wasn't able to be there. We'll be back stronger, guys. And then a couple of other ones that you can see on stream right here. I don't want to read them all, but be sure to check out the bots. Be sure to check out some of the games that are off stream. If you have 2 monitors, get the double stream going, man. Support your community, and we have a lot more coming in. But the one that we're streaming is going to be Eternal X versus Chosen. C-League Sunday, Jaffa. Don't you love C-League?
I do. You know, C-League is full of the chaos and antics that I just love from this game. You're far more likely to come across things like Ajaxes and all these other great choices and plays. It's certainly not quite as competitive. No, I say it's not as competitive. It is competitive, right? I shouldn't diss them. It is very competitive, but it's not quite the same as A League, where people are really trying to optimize every little last detail and working well as a team. But these 2 teams have played before, and I think they're in the same bracket as you as well, group as well. So have you played against these teams yet?
I don't think so. Sadly, I've had a lot of little mishaps when it comes to playing. Like today, I had a very, very unfortunate dentist appointment. I would have much rather played. That's for sure. But as you can see, and you were talking about it, the groups, right? Even scores for both Eternal X and Chosen. Not quite finding the biggest success, but finding some success for sure. Not in the kickoff tournament, sadly. Which I don't want to call Mickey, but a lot of people, a lot of teams that happen to win it don't really carry that same success into the bracket. But still, Jaffa, we should go over the rosters. Definitely, a lot of these teams have very familiar faces. I may not be too familiar with you, but I'm familiar with a lot of these people. Davion, I think fellow caster as well, Laurer, who I'm a little bit impressed to see here. I remember them as a B League or A League player. Starwolf, Layla, Yellow Est, and Ant. I can't say that I know all of them, but I am excited to see Davion and Laurer play because I know that they're very consistent at what they do.
Yeah, and consistency is the kind of thing that you need, as well as growth. And I think that's one of the main reasons why, despite teams doing well in the kickoff stages of BPL, they don't tend to always translate that success long term, because that's more than enough time for the other teams to get to know each other, to work well, to work with their sister teams, to really sort of learn and develop their skills. And that is the kind of thing that you really need in Overwatch throughout any league, is that teamwork. But having a look at Chosen, we have yet another caster on this team in the form of Megalas, who I believe was also a VTuber like myself. So,
it's true. It's true. You would not be wrong.
Yeah, but we do have a couple of other people that we do recognize as well in here, such as June, who I think has been quite a frequent member of the production team.
Yes, everyone shout out June. We love June in here. Hashtag I love June. A little bit biased here, for sure. And recognizing some other ones, Taken and some other players, Taken and Koenig, definitely have been in here for a while. I do know Koenig as a tank player, and I'm pretty sure that they tend to be a Rhine player. I think I casted them some other game. But yeah, we might see some good old Rhine, but trying to speed up things a little bit because some things are happening The bans are already locked in, Jaffa, where the game will be happening very, very soon. And you can see the maps right here. Surabasa is going to be our starting map, moving into Dorado, and Lijiang Tower should we need a third game. And in case something happens and we need some tiebreaker, Nombani will be the last map that we visit. But going over bans, very interesting ones here. I think these are targeted for sure because no team is banning ball. Like no one is banning ball. Xion though, very, very, very common ban, very, very normal one.
Yes, Xion, one of the newest heroes to be added into the Overwatch roster. It's an interesting hero, Xion. I think that, I don't know what you think, but I think she kind of fits into that kind of spectrum that we see with, you know, Cassidy and Tracer and Sombra as well. Kind of Mars did a little bit of two. I have seen Xion get played a bit like Sombra did. It kind of fit that very specific niche, in at least played by some of the Korean teams, but quite a strong hero that has seen quite a few nerfs recently. And I think those nerfs are well deserved.
Yeah, I do agree. Just like you were saying, lots of ways to play Xion. There's people that like to go with their main team and just like stay in this little ball, death ball, shoot a bunch of people and just get the damage. Gun has a good amount of drop off though, so the most consistent way to play Xion, at least that we've seen in BPL, that we've seen in Pro Play, that we've seen everywhere in your ranked matches that you get on the weekend after work, is just playing the good old flanker, right? Having a character that has a dash that gives you overhealth, a character that gets every DPS passive, by the way, which is what most people take, or the bike that just does like 150 if you run someone over and you throw it at them. So very strong character. She has Death Blossom if Death Blossom could move. So she's been quite prevalent throughout most of the league and most of the current season. Jaffa, we're gonna see team comps here in just a little bit. Never trust them. As a caster, we can never trust these people to play what they're showing us, but to me these look like real comps. Eternal X with the double flicks DPS, very interesting, kind of playing to just blow up Koenig and dive the backline. Chosen not quite deciding if they want to play Lucio or Juno. A big reminder, Lucio not quite as good as he used to be. These latest seasons have seen a lot of hits to the health that his ult gives, how long it takes to charge, etc, etc. But the Juno Lucio from Chosen, very interesting. Never mind, yeah, just putting the ring down. I expected that a little bit. Kiriko for both teams, and basically the same comps, Jaffa. I like these comps.
I'm not sure I like these comps in the sense of I just want to see Reinhardt played from both of these teams all the time. But from the competitive standpoint, yeah, they do have some solid legs to stand on. You've got some great utility available to you from both of these teams. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter though if you just die like that, taking the quick pick already, putting themselves in a strong position. But unfortunately for them, they're just going to be losing too many players. Chosen and Eternal X now trying to equalize just a little bit, but the tank of Eternal X going down is going to be putting a little bit of a damper on just how aggressive they can really be, the kind of spaces that they're able to be in, and Chosen are going to be taking that first point.
Yeah, just like you were saying, there's like a zone that you can be in. Chosen is telling you, hey, this is the place that I control. Davion overstepping, overheating to try and get this one kill. They do get it, but losing your tank in Overwatch, kind of a death sentence a lot of these times. Doing so much damage, and though opening us up with a beautiful pick. No more Reaper to keep the tank down, and look at that, the bubble gives you so much space.
Absolutely, it's really being used to great effect there to provide not only charge for the Zarya here of Davion, but also to provide such great ability to just kick them out of the high ground. And now they've lost that high ground, they're getting pushed back further and further away. Chosen getting low on their health bars. This Reaper doing the work that they can on as Ants. Ants just able to push them away, and now they are able to flip the points and turn this fight around, at least for now.
And doing pretty good by taking on Megalod. The TP, I think, maybe an overcommit, looking to use a Blossom Jaffa, but this fight looking like it's just gonna go into the hands of Eternal. 1, 2, 3, the Death Blossom is good for 3.
It is a beautiful Death Blossom. Picking up 3 kills there. I don't think that was an overcommit. I think that was just pure confidence, and it paid off big time with that triple kill. But Chosen here, well, they do have an opportunity to recontest if they choose to take it. They have a couple of ultimates online. I'm not sure how well this is going to be going down because it is starting out as a fight between these two teams already.
Oh, Overclock coming out from the side of Eternal X on Laura. You gotta be ready to land some of these shots because Taken is gonna match them as well. Davion finding 1 kill onto Koenig, 150 energy, but missing a couple of shots onto this Kiriko. You do not like to see that. That's a big pick that you cannot be missing out on. Davion finding Megalas as well. No more Reaper for the side of Chosen. Taken goes down, and overtime just keeps on ticking. Jaffa, I think I know who's winning this fight.
I think so too. It is pretty obvious. Eternal X winning the fight pretty cleanly, being able to get those kills, making use of that overclock. Sure, they missed out on some of the crucial picks there, but you know, things worked out all in the end for these two teams.
2-Bit also speeding their team, right? Letting them take a little bit of an early position onto this point. It's gonna unlock into 15. You do not want to overcommit, but we're speeding in.
It is indeed speeding in, and they are trying to speedily get the kills that they need, using these ultimates, going second with this Kitsune Rush. The beat comes out as well, sorry. But it is paused. It was,
funny little place to pause. I will say that.
It is.
A little awkward if you're Chosen. I think everyone got hit by the Starwolf. We might have to kill them IRL for that. I'm not gonna lie. We might have to kill them for pausing at such a bad moment.
I don't know, man. I think maybe I was gonna say it was the servers. If it was like a server issue, then you know there would have been so much delicious opportunity to make jokes there. At least it's not an Ajax though. You know, we do get to compliment. You know, see that, which is a positive thing. June, however, we're not sure if they're going to Ajax just yet. With the pause, maybe, you know, Laura is able to spend the extra few seconds to practice moving their mouse to the right location and get the headshot. I don't know.
Right. I will say, June seems pretty locked into that beat. Thank you, production, for sending the. You guys cannot see it, sadly. Caster privilege, but you can see the June sprite beating. Very good PNG. Locked into this beat. I mean, okay. Looking at how the fight is gonna play out, lots of HP to chew through for both teams. Beat us out. Ramatra and Annihilation. And you gotta kite it out. If you're Eternal X, honestly, the call you gotta do is, hey, we're both beating. There's no way we're killing each other. There's no way that can happen. What we gotta do is gotta walk out of Koenig's range and make it so that they waste this Annihilation. June, show me how you beat though.
Oh, and that is a beat from June, but they are unfortunately going to get absolutely smashed to pieces. Their health will drained in the moments from Eternal X. The beat, unfortunately, coming to nothing, not able to save their team. Well,
yeah, Charlie Brown as well, just climbing around, trying to look for something. Maybe a little bit of a pick on the way out, but it's not going to happen. Koenig swapping over to the Hog, and no particular objective, I think, for the Hog. I think you're gonna get shot by Laura and Ant. Perhaps a tilt pick, I do not know, but Koenig still on the Hog, gonna take a lot of poke, and it's gonna be hard to live into these two ults as well. I think if you're Ant, you gotta look for a flank here, a little bit of a Blossom. Oh, see, yeah, see, we identify our target, and we just gotta wait for this beat.
And the Ant using their ultimate. They are going and causing death, unfortunately, for Eternal X in no short manner. They're just following onto that, all because of that one missed hook. They just knew the signal and they just went straight after it.
Yeah, that's the thing that I want to talk about as well, right? I just don't understand the Hog pick. I am not one to flame. I am not one to call it wrong or bad, but I feel like there's no one on this team that you can particularly hook and kill, right? The supports, of course, but that's like a miracle pick if you can ever hook the backline. Laura, I guess, but Ant is gonna chew through you. Laura can just charge railgun things. You're a battery. You're a battery to Sojourn. You're a big fat battery in the shape of a pig. And I think it's just not the best thing that you can pick here. Regardless, Eternal X 1 point away from securing their lead in the series.
Indeed, it is a strong start for Eternal X so far, but unfortunately, that Sojourn is no longer going to be able to be charging that battery of hers against that Hog. But the Hog is able to pick up a kill with the Hog onto Ant. That is 2 players down. Eternal X are in shambles at the moment. The Lucio is trying their best. Kite around, stay alive for a little bit longer. But Chosen, they are staying alive. And they get another pick.
Another hook, but it's on to Zarya, and those bubbles are gonna keep you up alongside Starwolf working overtime. Laura, we need to use this overclock now. The speed, we're going in.
Oh, but the bubble does able to save one of their members. Eternal X are trying to use that overclock to the best of their ability to find the kills that they need. Chosen, unfortunately, have lost their Pharah in the form of Megalas, but they should be able to make a call soon. And as soon be backing off. I think that's the right call.
I think it's the right call as well. Koenig manages to find 2-bit, and if you can live, you could have a very good fight going on right side. You're swapping the Kitsune to keep their own Hog up. Look at this. The Graviton Surge coming up, but can you kill a Hog? As Zarya, you don't have the crits, and that is going to be a hook into a shotgun. Firing full auto, not the place where you want to be. Chosen, investing to ults, one of them entirely to keep Koenig up, who... even if they can protect you, even if you don't have bubbles, even if you have utility, just one hook can really change the outcome of the battle. So I'm being proven a little bit wrong right now. Megalas, close to Mirage. We gotta watch out for that, Jaffa, because it's always a free pick.
A free pick is just kind of the way that you want to go. Ooh. But unfortunately, Laura is able to pick up a kill onto Megalas before they are able to bring that ultimate online, which might have been an opportunity to turn it around, but Chosen are just going to be dying this out. Unfortunately, Eternal X flipping the points with their ultimates completely unavailable.
Yeah, having beat as well is going to make it really hard. If you can react to Megalas barraging, maybe...
Sorry, what? I'm so sorry. Did I just see Star Wolf use their ultimate?
I cannot deny it or approve. Oh my god, Megalas just going in, not even letting us finish the sentence. Laura is down, and what are you looking? Koenig asks, and pulling them in, showing them who the big that size does matter when it comes to shotguns. And honestly, a desperate touch from 2-bit, not investing the beat. I'm happy to see that we're not overcommitting. And signs of life from the side of Chosen, who were looking really down in these last 2 points. It's going to them, 2-1. Jaffa, they're on the board finally.
They are indeed getting that point that they need. Perhaps that Hog pick was the choice to be going with from the very start. An unconventional choice, but it seems to be working out for them. They have to get that hook to be able to really open up the fight for them. They're kind of really dependent on that.
Yeah, very interesting that you have so many ults available to you. Well, which one are you going to pop first? You really want to have the initiative bubble invested early and TPing in, and this could be a nightmare to deal with if this Blossom is not being peeled. June has a beat as well, and Flashpoint opens now. You got to go in.
Really got to go in, and they use the beat to go in as well. With June, the Railgun ultimate as well, overclocked. Not able to find the kills that they need. But look at this Ant. It's been so consistent with this Death Blossom, able to find 1 kill, and that's all that they need, but it's just not enough this fight. Chosen, unfortunately, taking out 2 members of Eternal X already, and
my god,
Zarya getting pushed, chased down.
Talking about consistency, Koenig looking great on the shotgun. Look at that, they don't even need to hook people to kill them. 1, 2, I think he killed 4. On that fight. I am being proven wrong live on stream, Jaffa, because this Hog is proving to be a big issue for Eternal, which, in my opinion, very strange, right? Hog gets poked out by Laura. You can't one-shot Zarya. I guess you can put her in a bad position, force out a bubble, but I feel like Ant and Laura should just be eating Koenig for breakfast regardless. Moving on to this high ground. We have oh my god, we don't have 2-bit. That we don't have.
Straight into their ultimate as well. Really pushing them, like hammering home that, like, hey, this is my spot now. That Lucio is mine. And that's going to be putting them in back foot for now, giving them even more time on that capture point.
You know, it's a brutal hook because because there were so many people walking together, and it happens to hit the most important member of the team. Very unlucky for 2-bit, who won't get to build their beat for this point at all. Moving on to the second high ground though, left side, Laura looking for a different angle. Big grab though, coming in.
This ends now.
But it unfortunately is not enough, at least for now. They use the Railgun ultimate as well, trying to pick up the squishies, focusing down. This hog has been such a problem recently. Overtime is active. Eternal X want to be able to get this fight over and done with to bring about the victory on the first map of the series. But Chosen, they're fighting for their life right now. The Lucio unfortunately goes down, and now the site has been secured. But they still have one more chance for Chosen to turn this around to get the map victory.
Gotta keep in mind though, Jaffa, this fight was quite expensive for Eternal X, investing two of their best ultimates. Overclock, you're investing your grab, and Chosen is not in any rush to look for a touch point, so we're gonna go at them immediately. Koenig gets melted.
And that is just the kind of thing that you do not want to be happening. I mean, that's the exact weakness that you're pointing out. But Chosen, they've managed to get the kill onto Davion, their own tank. The ultimates are being invested. They have no reason not to, and he's able to secure the choke point as well using that Death Blossom. Chosen just not able to push in when they need it because they lost their tank, unfortunately.
Good job from Eternal X. I love what they were doing right there. Just the recognition of, hey, they're gonna have touch no matter what. Let's take the fight to them. Let's go first, right? And that's when it comes up. The thing that I was talking about the entire game, Hog, there's no way that you can live into Sojourn Reaper. And on top of that, it's Sojourn Reaper in Rush. There's no way you're living. And without your tank, again, there's a thing keeps coming up in all of these games that we're watching. You lose your tank, it really feels like your odds of winning the fight go down to almost zero. Of course, there's always gonna be some games, some people that manage to like subvert the odds. But Jaffa, I think that was really good decision making from Eternal X. Just, hey, we wanna fight. We used really two big ults. So you know what? Let's just use one and win the fight. Very, very good decision making.
Absolutely, it is superb decision making, and you really need that kind of decision making to be able to be winning these series. It is something that Eternal X have been showing, and I hope that they continue, because the thing is with good decision making, it is not only just that one particular fight that you are winning, it's the fight afterwards as well. And if you're getting a 2-for-1 bargain deal with such great decision making as Eternal X has been doing, then no wonder that you're winning that first map 3-1.
Yeah, and honestly, the Hog pick, a little bit of a jump scare. I didn't expect it to work as well as it did. I think that our matcha should have been good. Honestly, if you're Chosen, do we move into just banning the Zarya? We're moving on to Escort. I don't quite remember. We're gonna be playing Dorado. Yeah, thank you. And in Dorado, not as effective, right? Zarya may not be the best. We usually see dive comps here, but again, we are in C League, and C League stands for creative. We are creative around here. We don't play monkey. We might see some Zarya comps. We might see some Reinhardt. We might see something really goofy. But Jaffa, honestly, it might not be a bad idea to just ban out the Zarya, because that seems to be a major pain point for the side of Chosen.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on a map like Dorado. Perhaps I'm not the foremost expert in the game, but I feel like you can make a Zarya work on Dorado. The previous the previous series between these two teams, not these two teams, my word. The previous map that we... what am I doing today? It is late. It is clearly late, just like it is in Dorado at nighttime. Actually, one of the more beautiful versions of the map, in my opinion. Really just kind of made for being at nighttime.
As a Mexican, it's a beautiful little map. I love it. It's great. It's wonderful. It's like the one time that I can say like, oh, the Mexican music doesn't sound generic. It sounds kind of great. You know, it's wonderful. Yeah, every map has their little theme. I think Dorado is like easily like top 3. It's just chills. I love it. It's wonderful. And the best part about casting it is that I get to hear it every time we go in. But yeah, Jaffa, this is gonna be possibly, not guaranteed, our last map for this set, not for the night. We still have another game after this. But Eternal X, one away from securing their victory and a more solid spot in the scoreboard. Again, they're not the top team, but fighting for this middle top position. Tracer and Mizuki ban coming out though.
Yes, indeed, they are fighting for that position to end up in the playoffs. But with these two bans, Tracer and Mizuki, just what on earth are they thinking? Well, I think that Eternal X are going for that Tracer ban, perhaps out of concern out of some of the flanks that they have chosen, perhaps showing that they have some interesting DPS, especially given how well that they have been performing before. But Eternal X, Chosen with that Mizuki ban, it's again one of the newest heroes added into the roster. I got to talk a little bit about it in the previous series. It's a character that can work well against certain dive compositions, so perhaps Chosen, they're thinking about going dive. Wow.
A lot of people really okay, so when Mizuki came out, definitely not the strongest character in the game. Lots of things have changed since then, especially for example the character moving from a playstyle of people being like, hey, I'm gonna stack with my team and just heal with my AoE, from hey, I have literally like 70% extra move speed with my major perk. I'm gonna go on the flank and I'm gonna just absolutely go and murder someone with a chain. And just like you were saying, really good into certain dive comps. Characters like D.Va, who have been dominating Overwatch 2 for a long time, cannot do anything about the chain, right? Even with defense matrix. A monkey, even less. A hazard, even less. So a character that is almost, it feels almost mandatory, or like you're at a massive disadvantage if you're not playing him. So very good ban. Moving on into Dorado, just like we were saying, Legion Tower will be ready should Chosen manage to get the win against them. And the Tracer ran as well. Jaffa, not as much conversation around it, but I think we both agree. Staple character in dive, lots of pressure onto your backline, and just a good ban overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you on that. It's a choice that will be hopefully going for that. And we also will be getting to see the very reason why that ball was banned in that first map. Chosen with Archmother going for that ball. I think we might be in for quite the treat on this map.
Yeah, I want to see if the ball was really worthy of having this like little specific ban. We saw it on the left for a little bit, but as well, thank you, big props to all of our observers, Kothar, Knock on Wood, Solomon, Orange, doing God's work by giving us all of this production value. All of these shots that you see, they're literally scavenged by them. I remember being in a call with observers, and they just talk to each other, and they're like, yo, look at this cool shot that I found, and then they just keep them saved. It's very interesting. Lots of work come into these kinds of leagues, but moving back into the game, a very interesting comp from the set of Chosen. I don't mind the Pharah, especially with the ball. Look at this. Yeah, if the slam happens, lots of damage.
And then you're going to have the follow-up coming in from the team, hopefully. It's certainly going to give them an opportunity. It's time that you have to spend doing something else rather than supporting your team. Chosen, they're able to capitalize on the ants going down on the sideline, and the ball is going deep into the backline, and the DMAC has already happened for Eternal X. This is not looking good. This is not a good way to be starting a match.
I'm starting to see why they banned the ball earlier. Just like you were saying, we're getting treated to a banger of a tank player right here. Lots of damage. You're on fire. Laura's not gonna be able to live. 2-bit. Not getting that mech back. And sorry, the point is ticking away. Jaffa, the payload has not stopped moving for a second.
It really has not. It's continued to move this whole time and putting Eternal X on the back first. You always want to be keeping that payload moving whenever you can. That is the real point of this game. It's not the team fights, it's not the ultimate, it's that payload. Gotta be making as much progress as you possibly can, but these teams are getting awfully close, with Arctos just already nearly at their ultimate. But unfortunately, this fight has already started with Eternal X taking out one of the members, Taken.
Ooh. Barely living as well with that shield. Laura is gonna finish what you were saying. A lot of damage going through, and the only person to die is gonna be June on this payload, which is finally gonna stop for a little bit. If you're Eternal X, you just need to stabilize. And honestly, if you're Arctos, don't you feel a little bit happy to see that you're such a problem that they need to counterpick you? Lots of things going on, but Laura gets moved off, immediately goes back up though, and you still need to deal with this wall.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose it's what some might call aura with such a ban coming through. But we are seeing the ultimates now being used to try and stop the car progress, cause some disruption, control certain areas. But Taken is taken out. Laura, their counterparts, putting them up already. They haven't quite got their ultimate, but it's just not looking good for Eternal X with this position.
And just like we were saying, the payload does not care. Kills may happen, kills may not happen, but the payload is gonna move as long as someone is on it. And if you're Eternal X, I don't think you have the comp to go uncontested, right? Sierra, a little bit of mobility, but that drone can be shot at any time. And what can Hog do? Big pull here from the Life Weaver. I barely noticed they have a Life Weaver and another bomb coming out. Taken's gonna take a lot of space with it, ironically. Bombs coming out. Too much happening, and Eternal X is just on the back foot.
And that is not the kind of back foot that you want to be in. You're starting to lose more and more time. Oh, what was that? I suppose that Eternal X might be wanting to go for a little bit of a swap on that tank.
No,
I
don't
do not
so.
think that Hog Ultimate is going to be changing much things around for them.
I agree, but I think 2-bit is just... I think they really want to take out Arctos. You know what? Now I understand why the ball ban happened, because Arctos looking completely unstoppable. Look at this Nano, though!
Harmon collects it, and then Nano does indeed come out.
Ooh.
But it's used for June. I've never seen a Nano Wu Yang. Just yet, I don't know how much of a damage it's going to be doing, but Eternal X have been able to turn this around despite the Nano coming out. Perhaps not helped by the Nano onto June.
2-bit dropping Assassin's Creed style on top of Taken, who said that a Hog can't dive, and not getting quite as much value as one would have expected. That those are two big ults for you. Using the copy to live the dead eye, I don't mind it, but still, losing two ults like that is very, very big. Sierra, a character we don't see that much. Lots of damage though, might be able to shut down Arctos, but can you really choose through 700 HP and 2-bit eating through Agnes Tachyon? You cannot be walking like that, man.
You really can't. That is just too much damage in too short of space. I just don't think you're going to be able to recover that offensive pressure that you needed by having that Cassidy. But they do have plenty of time left, at least on the clock.
Oh, good sleep here on the Sierra. Charlie Brown sadly eating a lot of those nades, and they're not going to be able to live to see the light of day. 400 HP for a set of 2-bit. Looking really good on the Hog. And what can I say? Apparently Hog is just broken. Like, that's what I'm learning today. This Reaper gonna be a little bit of a risk. 89%, and your ult will be ready in just a couple of seconds. Chosen can't really seem to find their footing in this map, though.
They seem to be struggling a little bit, but this last point is also quite a difficult point to attack. Ball here, trying to use their ultimate to arcade some of the map. Trying to look for the kills on the backline as the ball does, but they are just getting melted, at least trying to, on the attacking of Ants. They're just not able to find the kind of progress and map control that they need. Actos, though, is doing what all balls are doing, coming back in again for another go at the backline, forcing an ultimate to be used. The plants being planted on the final point, but it's just not going to be enough. Ultimates are being used left, right, and center of the ball. Despite the help of the Wu Yang, it's just not able to knock down the people that they need. Eternal X 2-bit trying to use the ultimate of the Hog, which unfortunately goes down despite the aid of Star Wolf. But they are alive. They have held on to this point despite everything. Turning this around for now, and now there's just Arctos just sitting around, but there's still 2 minutes left.
Playing Metal Gear, actually, very, very sneaky. I don't think anyone is gonna be leaving the payload. They're fishing for a C9, but Star Wolf is just standing on top of it, just standing on business. We're not letting the payload move. Ball coming in from the backline. If you're Chosen, we can see that Taken has swapped over to the Ombre, looking for a little bit of an angle here. Does the Echo die? Not at all. Not enough damage on the ball, not enough burst. But Agnes Tachyon super ready, but gets checked by 2-bit instantly.
And that hook kill is just what they need to try and force them away, back them up. Oh, another beautiful hook kill as well. Hook onto Actros, really trying to shut down their offensive. Now Chosen are forced to back away. An interesting ultimate from this Echo onto the Hog to really apply that pressure. Just so much health available to them to really prevent any real progress from being enabled here.
Ant is trying to like replicate the success that we're seeing from 2-bit, but it's not going to happen, sadly. No hook will be hitting today. The Nano is ready though, and if you're Arctos, I think you're gonna be on the receiving end on it. It might go onto your Reaper, but at the end of the day, I think you'll need a really strong engage if you're on the side of Chosen. Lots of ults ready, 50 seconds, and honestly, I feel like it's been so long ever since they got here. Death Blossom ready, Jaffa. This is a very big threat if you're Eternal X.
Absolutely. It's a huge death loss, especially when you have been nanoed chasing down the players. Not able to find any in spawn, but they are able to find the leftists that they need. Area of denial with that Death Blossom. It's more than enough to secure Chosen the time and space that they need to get the point all the way to the final one. Round 1 is complete already, putting themselves there, but with only 30 seconds on the clock, it's not a huge amount of time, but it is a full cap at the very least. Eternal X need to at least match that if they want to have a chance at bringing this around and securing their victory in this series.
Yeah, not the easiest situation to deal with. Again, they have a Nano Reaper, and the Nano Reaper with this like movement buff, new perk for Ana. Well, relatively new. It's been a while since we saw a couple of these perks be reworked, but so fast, so much damage, and you're on Hog, nothing you can really do about it, right? Usually, the answer for this is just shoot, hook, try and one shot, but at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. We can see the scoreboard for a little bit if you're curious about the stats, but at the end of the day, it seems like Chosen has finally found the rhythm a little bit. Arctos opting to not play the Vol, I do happen to agree. Well, a lot better on the offense, especially when you can take more aggressive angles, but on defense, when you have to be a little bit more committal, a little bit more safe, you can always get slept by the Ana, which Starwolf has been hovering. I'm very curious about the cat, though. We saw something similar earlier, like during one of our games yesterday, where you play cat, but you have no one that you're really benefiting from lifting off. I see Starwolf, I understand, probably going for one of these nade plays, but other than Starwolf, might not be getting as much value as you might want. Lore going in for a little bit of a cheeky shot, good shot of the Pinata, and Lore, can we get a free pick here? That might matter a lot.
It certainly would matter to get a free cheeky pick, but unfortunately for them, it is not going to go that way. Laura goes down already. She's down by the Diva of Actros, but they're going to be having to make a quick little peel for their supports and goes down, unfortunately. The aggression not paying off for them as they get D-Max as the rest of the team of Eternal X are pushing in, but Chosen are able to pick up the kill onto their supports. Eternal X, they've got no support left. They're just not going to be able to hang around for much longer. Tubik goes down, and it's set back to the spawn room.
No more mech. Taken has a very good angle here. Just on Embry doing so much damage. The only real thing to worry about should be Ant, who's able to dive you quite easily, reflect a lot of those bullets back at you using this little side pistol. By the end of the day, it won't find much. June trying to farm Bubble, and if you can get Bubble on your Diva, it's one of the best engages for sure, right? Almost every time, guaranteeing a one shot. But the payload is still moving, and it's something we've been talking about. As long as the payload is moving, you're losing.
Absolutely, you really want to be making that payload because that is where the money lies in this game. It's not just with the team fights. So many times have teams lost and won over those 2 meters because they were too busy fighting elsewhere. Eternal X, though, they are being pressured to force this victory because Chosen are sitting on the payload, and they are able to do that successfully with a few changes to their roster.
And finishing up Arctos, and I think Arctos on the Vol looking mostly to just go back to point on Charlie Brown, their head pelted with a bunch of these arrows. Arctos manages to find the pick onto Ant, not the worst thing ever. Gonna be a little bit late onto this this second point, but still clock looking very good for Eternal X. Not as fast as Chosen, mind you, but still decently good. Do these rockets find the pick? I don't think so, and you gotta back up if you're 2 with lots of damage incoming.
They do, but Cubit does now have the bomb, the remake, or as I like to prefer it, the respawn, try again, second life. It's sort of a long name, a mouthful, but it's certainly accurate to how it's worded, but I am getting hard to distracted as a fight is breaking out between these 2 teams. Angel's trying to go deep again with that ultimate, but it's just not going to matter now that the nano has been used with Cubit. The sleep comes out, which is going to put a damper on their aggression, but it's just not going to be enough. They are going to be using their bomb. They are able to find one. Enough to put them away.
I think Charlie Brown did not expect that bomb at all. Look at that. And managing not popping Blade, I think that was very tempting, extremely tempting to pop it on that Echo, especially when they were so low. But good job just holding it, knowing that that fight is won. 2-bit with the Poke Bomb though, very brave, extremely brave. It looks like Arctos though, everything a brave death as well.
Yes, indeed. They're going deep in once again. Unfortunately, getting DMAX, but they have been traded out. Genji player comes out, trying to look for that kill, is unable to find it. Goes in again instead against the supports. Not even for any kicks, despite the confident use of that Genji blade. Chosen having the use of this Echo duplicate. Tries to find one of their own, but unfortunately gets kicked out of it by Loria. But Eternal X, unfortunately, are getting kicked out. Chosen winning this fight.
I am so sad for Ant. I think that could be a gif. That's just a tragic blade. You feel like you can reach this Echo, but Echo's so high away. Taken has the special, the movement speed from the perk, right? And then the nade whooping you off. So many things that prevent it from getting any value. This ball as well, look, ready for the Ana. Very disciplined here, waiting for the support. Slam down, you hit the sleep. It's gonna be a check, good pull. But look at this, disconnecting the backline is so effective for Chosen.
Yes, absolutely. You are absolutely on point there with disconnecting that backline being such a crucial part of the game plan in this composition. Chosen, though, unfortunately, having lost one player already, but they are going to be using their ultimate to no avail. Unfortunately, Taken not able to capitalize on that ultimate, the override protocol.
Ooh. Yeah, override protocol. I'm not quite able to get anything out of this fight, but still the point is not at the checkpoint. Nano, Freya ult, everything is coming out because there's a lot of things are hinging onto this point, Jaffa.
Absolutely, they can have a chance at preventing them from getting all the way. The recontest is available before they get that time extension. You know, fighting to the nail. Nano has been used as well on Laurie, but it's just not able to find quite the picks that they are able to. I mean, I say that, but they are able to get the kill onto the ball, a crucial kill, and now finally they cap the point. The extra time back comes into them as well, a juicy payoff.
Nano perhaps a little bit extra for the set of Eternal X. I understand. In the heat of the moment, it's kind of hard to tell who's going to live, who's going to die, if you're going to win. But not having your Nano for these next 2 minutes is going to be a little bit tough for the set of Eternal X. Chosen though, not quite that many ults taken though. As soon as you get Ant off the table, 2 bits follow-up is kind of gone, other than a couple of lucky bolts being hit by Lore. Beam is gonna get them extremely low, and I think Eternal X has to back up and wait for Ant to come back.
And that should be more than enough for them, at least with Ant coming back. But they do have plenty of all the ultimates available to them with all Eternal X. They have that extremely long-named ultimate of the D.Va that I mentioned before, the bomb. June using their rally as well, in the face of the offensive of Eternal X. Bomb comes out as well from that, from 2-bit to try and remake, to give them a little bit longer stay in this fight. He comes up as well, providing plenty of healing, but this fight is turning into quite the long little poke battle between these two teams. No decisive moment has yet happened between them, just a bunch of ults being traded.
And the hardest thing to do here is getting Chosen off this high ground, or getting rid of this Omri who's going to completely destroy your backline. Override protocol, very strong ultimate for these situations. And so looking for retribution after failing to use their first blade effectively. One person down, getting the DMAX onto Arctos cannot be underestimated either. The Nano goes to Taken to keep them alive. They might just die anyway. Either way, Eternal X breaking the hold for a little bit longer. This backline living in the corner. Bad news if you're Unchosen, you're losing both your supports here.
And not only supports, but also the contest distance. That payload has made so much progress. It's almost all the way to the final point. Chosen now are only down to 1 member, the D.Va. They do have their bomb to remake to extend the fight a little bit longer. There it goes, comes out there to try their best. Is able to find the kill onto Ant, who did so much damage earlier with that Nano Blade. Now, the D.Va, unfortunately, Eternal X has been the one to DMAC, and they have no bomb to just regenerate that health. And now they have been pushed back out of that, giving Chosen at least a little bit of breathing room, a second chance at least. Eternal X was so close to having a 1-minute time back, and now it's just down to 30 seconds.
The bomb was placed in a perfect place, just right there on top of the truck, right? Many places that it can hit, just a couple of pillars that you can hide behind if you're Ant, and you're gonna end up going down lower though. This is the X factor for your fight. You need a big bola here on the side angle. Jaffa, 10 seconds and ticking, last fight for Eternal X.
And it is ticking indeed. You really got to be making sure that you're contesting that point, otherwise overtime is not going to be active. They don't want to be C9 in that point. That will be a disaster for Eternal X. They are able to get a kill, 2 kills, but Chosen are there to defend. They are able to pick up the kills that they need. The rally's coming out just in time to get the ones that they need. And Laura, unfortunately, trying their best to turn it around, but there's just no one around for Eternal X.
Good job from the side of Chosen, guaranteeing that they stay alive in the series 1-1. Gotta say, it is not playoffs just yet, so of course the stakes not as high as they could be, but still getting a better seeding, being 3-1 is nothing to scoff at, right? You're gonna end up getting better placements, better matches, or a little bit easier matches compared to what you would get. June here, big play with the rally. I think they were doing really well, living a lot of these dives that were just tough to deal with, right? And it's on top of you, then you have a lot of poke coming in from Lore, with like every volt doing 1,000,000 damage. There's Ebola, there's so many factors, and the Brigana backline really convinced me that the Chosen is able to play defense and hold on to, like, even in these tough situations. So 1-1, it looks like this match is going the distance. Eternal X a little bit flustered on that last point for sure, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That being flustered there at the final points is just not the kind of thing that I was expecting. Eternal X, well, they might have had excellent decision making in the first map, but it's just not the kind of outcome that you might have been wanting, especially if you're here as a fan supporting Eternal X and the players playing for the team. Chosen, though, have been able to equalize, meaning that we are now heading to Lijiang.
Lijiang, seeing what these two teams have been playing, they've been playing, of course, we had a brawl from the side of Chosen, who were looking a little bit worse off on that one. Arctos, though, on the ball, might be able to play it in Lijiang. I don't think Lijiang is a terrible place to be playing the dive at all. Certain points are better for it, some other points not as good. Control Center, for example, very popular for running some of the goofy comps, like with Symmetra, even Junkrat. We've seen in a couple of C-League matches. Regardless, I think Eternal X might have a little bit of a better time here. A little bit uncomfortable on the dive. At least to me, they looked a little bit uncomfortable on the dive. And Arctos on the ball, just a menace, like completely dominating. And if they want to play it again, this might be the map to do so. Numbani, if a weird little draw happens, that will also be a very cool map to see them playing.
I would love to see a draw happen on a control map. I think that would be hilarious. I don't think that's going to be happening, unfortunately, but it certainly is good that they will not be having to face a ball on that Numbani map. That would be absolute disaster for them. Unfortunately, Eternal X are not able to ban that ball. That has been, threatening from some of the players here. Axos has been doing a great job with them, so a Ramatra ban is an interesting choice, I suppose. Lijiang has quite a few opportunities for that, but it's not the only ban that we have. We also have a ban from Chosen, which will be interesting to see. It is a Reaper. What do you think of that?
Reaper ban incoming, just like we were talking about it during Surabasa, right? Very strong character. Lots of people playing Reaper, and like back in my day, playing Reaper seemed kind of like funny, but the fact that Reaper is like super meta nowadays, very, very interesting. Most interesting though is the Ramatra ban, because you already know that Chosen doesn't care to play Ramatra. Like they were playing it on first point of Surabasa. They had one bad fight, literally a fight where they lost to a beat and a grab, so it's gonna happen, and they still swapped to Hog. So I wonder if they're gonna just play the Hog from the beginning. Reinhardt is on the table, guys. It's always on the table. I want to see a big shatter today. Regardless, Hog might... I think the Ramatra ban is a little bit strange, especially when you were beating them on the Ramatra, and the alternative is them playing Hog, which I guess you struggled against a little bit. Jaffa, that one's puzzling me a little bit, but from Chosen, the Reaper ban makes absolute sense considering their hero pool. It's just objectively good, I think. Mizuki and Tracer back on the table, though. We can't forget that.
That is very true with that Mizuki back on the table. It does mean that the ball is going to have a little bit of difficulty with that chain. It's kind of one of the main reasons that Diva in particular has been quite a difficult hero to be playing against a Mizuki. So you don't really want to be facing that But given that you now have that opportunity, along with the playstyle that really lends itself as a main support, I'm interested. I'm interested to see if it's going to be balancing out. But I do have to agree with your comments as well about the Ramatra ban. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I understand that you can use Ramatra quite well. Ramatra's sort of, how do I say it, a good all-rounder tank, realistically. Especially like in Brawl, yeah, you have things like Reinhardt, who are extremely strong in Brawl, but they've just got so many weaknesses that Ramatra is easily able to cover for.
Another thing to consider, right? It could just be the possibility of wanting Davion to just stay on this Arya and using it as a protection ban, but no time to talk about banning because we have to talk about what we can actually play. It's gonna be Chosen on the wall. Agnes Tachyon, beautiful follow-up. That's why we were banning the Tracer earlier, because the follow-up from it is just too strong and gets headshot. You always have to respect Kiriko. You might be able to find Arctos here. Xion, not known to be a low damage character at all. The point goes to Chosen. And yeah, I mean, the two strongest picks from each team, right? Zarya and Ball are on the table.
They are on the table. It is not so good if those kind of heroes are on there. Being able to follow up can be such a dangerous thing, especially given that you are playing this ball composition, or rather playing against this ball composition. Oh no, but June is doing the absolute best at the moment to try and get back into the light, and they are able to. Thank goodness Lucio can wall ride. It is enough to get back. But unfortunately for Eternal X, they're not winning this control point at the moment, but they might be winning this fight.
June manages to come back for a little bit just to be put down by Ant. Double picks though for both of the teams. Davion running out of bubbles. There's gonna be no more on the table. 4 people though are going down, and Arctos is the only person to represent Chosen onto the point. But that's one of the heartbreaking wins that you can have in this game, where yes, you win the fight, but the point was still ticking for Chosen, right? It's tragic. It's completely tragic because they're 47 ahead, you're only 10, and there's a lot of fights ahead of you. Considering that though, the rush and the Deadeye are gonna be ready for the side of Eternal X. Spree in a little bit, grab in a little bit, and really the only answer you have, Jaffa, is going to be June's beat, which is falling a little bit behind, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you really do have to be making sure that you're keeping up with these ultimates. The tempo isn't crucial. But unfortunately, Ant makes the decision simple. Presses Q, gets the double kill. Chosen have no choice but to retreat. There's just no other options available for them. Having such a beautiful dead. And also, it doesn't usually get too many kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's you get the lottery, honestly. You pop that eye to try and prevent their engage, right? It cuts off access to like Kitsune. It cuts off access to just like speeding through because you're gonna get one shot. And oh my god, can I talk about the fight, Agnes? Starting off with a banger. Big headshot coming in, the Spree doing infinite damage to all of Chosen. And once again, Jaffa, you need the beat, but you don't have it. That's the issue with Lucio. It's a it's a game-winning ultimate, but it's so hard to get, and you can't blame June for it. The character just builds it so slowly that it's hard for them to get it, and you're going in against the Kekai Sanctuary, and you're going in against the grab.
You are indeed going up against some terrible ultimates. Getting this right kind of valuable is really useful, and it's just one of those things that you really got to make sure. It's one thing that dictates a lot of the meta as well, not just the abilities, but also these ultimates. They're really going to be competing against the other ones, but the grab comes out as well. They've been able to do so much damage, success before with just a single grab, and they are able to find success once again, capping the point. Chosen do not even get a choice. No option to capture the point, to try and maybe take it into overtime, to maybe get a little bit extra, but in the end, Eternal X are taking that. They're putting themselves in a strong position now. With Chosen, they are losing their opportunities to turn this around and get a victory in this series. It will be the opportunity for them to put themselves into a guaranteed spot into the playoffs, and that is not an opportunity you want to miss.
I also like Arctos looking to swap over to the Zarya, but honestly, they've had a lot more success with the ball. Playing a little bit faster. Of course, it's kind of hard to eat through a couple of these HP bars, especially when there's a Zarya bubble protecting them. Arctos immediately already making it onto point, even though most of Eternal X TP'd. The Pharah coming out from Chosen, gonna have a little bit of a hard time, especially into end on the hit scan. Either way, yes, that's what we're talking about. Can't be in the sky for too long.
You really can't, otherwise you're just going to get taken down by this chip damage. You don't have a Mercy either to just give you a nice little comfy pocket. And that is going to be, unfortunately, the downfall of Chosen this time around. The Lucio, the team are just falling in, they're bullying the Throne members. But Lauren, a little bit of extended perhaps. Goes down, unfortunately, it's External. Well, starting to lose more and more members. The ball is again just causing chaos. But in a 1v3 situation, they're going to be going down soon. I spoke too soon.
Tuvit goes down. Yeah, very, very surprising, even through the bubble lure as well. And it's what we were talking about. Zarya, strong character for Arctos. If you're him on ball, you can just play ball. Beautiful from Arctos. Finding 3 people, maybe 4 here. Mizuki is going to keep them alive. But it's still a tough matchup, Jaffa. You're going into a bubble. You're going into a flashbang. You're going into chain. Arctos has to be extremely careful. But see, I think it's better to play comfort, honestly. Zarya, not bad on paper. But if you're able to play the character to the best of their ability, why not just do it, right? Just stick the character and show them what you can really do. Ball, a character that is really hard to play against if you're not organized. Look at this, though. The rotate coming in from Eternal X, trying to get cut out by Agnes.
And they are being trying to cut off indeed, but it might not be enough. Unfortunately, Arctos is getting hindered. All the resources are being thrown at them, but now they're turning their attention into the sky to try and pick up the kills that they need. Arctos, with very close to the ultimate now, is going to be trying to shut down this team in the foreground. The ultimate not able to isolate much of the team, unfortunately. Never mind. I thought it was going to be huge.
Overheating a little bit, just like you were saying. The barrage was looking pretty good, but at the end of the day, you're a slightly moving duck. Not quite sitting after a couple of patches, but still, the fight looks really tough for Chosen. Arctos, I think they just want to die on this point, and Taken might just be doing the same. Look for this backline pick, and we get the Kiriko, and now that you don't have your flex support, you can turn it around, Jaffa.
And turning around, they are beginning to try and melt through Chosen, but you still have this ball who's been an absolute menace again and again, just sticking around when they really need to.
I said it once, and I'll say it again. It's just the ball pick. It's looking great. If you got banned instantly on a map that is not even particularly good for ball, it might just be that you're really good on ball. Look at this, the slam coming in. No more resources for the side of Eternal X, and I think the Kekai Sanctuary, a very bad position to use it.
Yeah, they are really following around this ball, and they're doing everything they can to really enable it. And no wonder they try to ban it first off. But it's not the first map anymore. Ball is in play, and so are the other heroes. Eternal X are doing their best to try and get the kills with this grab. They've done so many successful fights because of that, but it is not working out for them just yet. Axaros is having an absolute field day on this hamster.
That's what I would like to say, but Davion with 100 energy just melting through a lot of the opposition here. Chosen not quite able to finish them off just yet, and you know, the longer Zarya lives, the worse things are gonna get for you. The shield is gonna come out though, Taken finishing up the last pick onto the side of Eternal X. To me, this looks like we're moving on to game 3, map 3. The Bola is gonna come out, and Jaffa, the longest fight of all time, definitely.
Oh, this is a long fight. Ooh, but Chosen there with a 99% cap as well. They were looking so close to trying to equalize it to go into round 3 of this map. Eternal X, they have managed to turn it around just a little bit. Some switches as well on their side. It's just a little bit unfortunate with that Zarya. Yeah, they were at 100% charge, able to just melt through health pools quickly. But it's just not quite enough, unfortunately. Taken is able to take out one of the players, and they've been doing such a great job earlier in the first map. So this ball is going to be causing disruption, getting stunned. They're using all the CC, the utility on this ball to really disrupt their ability to make plays. Akros is doing their best. Able to stay alive. In spite of also coming online at the phone last.
Yeah, June going down as well. You're not going to be able to build your beat just in time. Starwolf, though, kind of just running around. Never mind. No more supports for the side of Eternal X. And this is when the fight starts to need to get wrapped up. There's gonna be no more tank, no more support. CPS are the only ones on point. And honestly, you just gotta live as long as you can if you're on the side of Eternal X. 4 people down. Jaffa, I'm starting to think that this game is gonna go as far as it can go.
I think it is starting to look like the end is near for this for these two teams, but Chosen are certainly having an opportunity, and they are going to be able to take it on this fight. It was a quick win. Well, I say a quick win. It was a decisive final fight at the very least from Chosen. Now turning it into the final point in this particular control map of Lijiang. It is all for play for between these two teams, not only to determine the victor in this series, but also to place themselves with a guaranteed spot at the playoffs in just a few weeks' time.
Yeah, this is what we like to see, just already being competitive. You know, it doesn't need to be playoffs in order for these teams to play like their life is on the line. And honestly, some of the matchups that you would get if you're lower on the scoreboards, it might as well be a death sentence. There's a lot of teams that are undefeated, a lot of teams who have barely lost a map. And you don't want to face against them first thing. Agnes Tachyon looking for an angle here. A couple of rockets are going to connect, lowering Eternal X's HP a little bit. And if anything, you just have to be careful when you rotate. There's no real way to check Pharah, and no real way to check Arctos, who just ran through your entire team. Although, look at that, the rock is going to stagger you for a little bit. No more momentum on your side. Rolling in through again, June falls down in the chaos of it all. And Arctic just can't quite find a place to engage from. You have the tether, you can contest for a little bit longer. Use the shield here, yes, the parry. It's going to keep you safe for a tiny little bit of time. But at the end of the day, I don't think that this fight is going to go into the hands of Chosen unless they're able to stall and wait for June to come back. You need your Lucio for a lot of these fights. Point goes to Eternal X, and again, the worst kind of fight. You're still fighting, you're still losing, and you're at the point is still ticking, and it's not for you. Eternal X, beautiful momentum building up, 10% and going.
Absolutely, you really want to be using that momentum as much as possible. The momentum is such an underrated part of this game, and it seems like Eternal X are certain to try and keep that going, picking up a kill onto Actros, who's already at nearly 60% on the ult charge.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some of these mines to engage onto the point. Ball, you're usually building their ult pretty fast, but not as fast as Lauder, who's gonna have Bola hopefully for this bridge. Arctos though, gonna take that off the play.
Yeah, in fact, all of Eternal X have been charging their ultimates particularly quickly. Unfortunately, by going down so early in that fight, they are not going to be able to use their ultimate again, and perhaps Chosen mocking their opponents, knowing when their ultimates are online and using that against them. Just Eternal X are going down, and not a single player, despite being so close to having their ultimates, were able to use them, dying before they even had the opportunity to fill them in that fight.
Just like you were saying, they were not able to use it in that fight, but it doesn't mean that you're not coming back with 5 ults, because that's a lot to deal with if you're on the side of Chosen. You only have Beat to counteract it, and just like we were talking about it earlier, really hard to build. 50% for June, who hasn't even been dying particularly that much, just very slow to build. Lauder is gonna get a couple of bolts in, look for this angle, and gets jump scared by Arctos, who maybe can engage onto them. Honestly, if you're Chosen, you need to go first before they can use their ults.
Oh, but this is a horrific place to be putting mines everywhere. Unfortunately, Jubilee, despite Qubit, despite using the Mizuki ultimate, was not able to use it in time to prevent those mines from being deployed. Chosen quite decisively winning that particular fight there with ultimates online. But again, for Eternal X, it might be that they had more ultimates, but they're just never going to be using all 5 of them unless you want to be losing the following fight. And it's given them more than enough chance for Chosen to get the ultimates of themselves.
Big fight loss for Eternal X, so we use 2 ults and don't really get anything out of it. Agnes Tachyon catching Lauder on the rotate, a little bit too slow, and the Susu is not there to keep them safe a little bit longer. Arcto's gonna run through everyone, and look how fast they're building their ult. These got like 40%. The Kitsune is in this room. You're in the worst place to be, because Chosen's gonna show you why you don't want to be in White Room. Chosen is gonna show you why maybe Sigma is not the best pick here. You're way too slow to rotate. You're way too slow and you don't have anything to deal with against for Arcto, anything to deal with Arctos, right? Just a ball going through you. The best thing you can do: look for a chain, look for a flashbang. 10%, last fight, and a desperate touch for Eternal X.
Absolutely, a desperate touch coming in from these two teams. Davion using that Grav Flux to try and find one. The beat comes out to keep them alive a little bit longer, but they're chasing them down on that bridge. They are able to find the kills that they need for Chosen. 2, 3, 4 down now with just one remaining player on Eternal X. It takes no time at all for that Xion to go down, and now that is a map win for Chosen, a series win for Chosen, and they have secured themselves a place in the playoffs.
Wow, I mean, I do gotta say, looking at the first game, I would have almost thought of Chosen as the underdogs going in, right? Very tough, but very rough couple first game, but just clearly tightening up their playstyle, right? Targeting people and being like, hey, we're gonna go on this guy and just completely ruin their day. Taking advantage of what I was saying as the end as well, which is like, you're playing a Sigma comp, so you're slow. You're gonna be so slow to move. You don't have someone like June and Lucia, which again, not the best pick, but that doesn't mean that because Barry is hard to build, speed is still not insanely valuable, right? So valuable for a lot of these engages where they're just running through you, and even if you can kind of manage to get a pick, June is speeding them out. We're getting out of here and just resetting, getting our fights again, and worst of all, you just keep going to that one room where you get ran over, you get mined, you get override protocol. Everything bad that can happen in the little room, Jaffa.
Absolutely, it is a hellscape for me at very least. Because that's not the place that you want to be. It's such an enclosed area. You've got so many possibilities of splash damage, of just keeping you enclosed in that area. It's just not really the best place to be. And, well, especially if you're playing that Sigma as well, then you're just kind of, you're really playing for a certain sort of encounter, and so much you can do against an onslaught of ultimates and abilities being thrown your way into that room. But Eternal X, unfortunately, not coming out on top this time around, despite their great decision making in the first map. The other two maps in this series, Chosen just played it so well.
Yeah, I do gotta agree. I think a lot of Chosen's gameplay, was just really depending on this wall, which Arctos was looking like an absolute maniac on it. In my opinion, definitely the X factor let them win. You know, I should have seen it coming when the ban happened, literally on the first map, on a map that is not even that good for ball, in my opinion, at least not as much as these other two. Regardless, Jaffa, just like you were saying, not quite able to tighten things up and get the win, but that doesn't mean that Eternal X is not someone to watch out for, especially if we look at these standings, because there's still a couple of teams below them. Not quite able to lock in and find the top spots just yet. Chosen securing second spot, not too behind Freefall, only by one map differential. But still, in this group, Eternal X looking like a very good competitor, and Chosen, very scary. You gotta ban the ball, guys. If anything, we gotta ban the ball. But yeah, those are our standings. And next, we should talk a little bit more about what is to come, because there's a little bit more action coming your way, Jaffa.
There really is going to be some more action coming your way between Boundless, Waltz, and Demonetized. Two teams that are again in the C League. You should be keeping an eye on for them, because these two teams, well, the 2-0 win will secure their top spots within their group, and that is certainly one way of dealing with it. But only continuing the fight between the teams within this particular group, but that is all that I can think of, at least for now, between those two teams. It is certainly a match that you should be watching, given how close this fight turned out to be.
Yeah, I agree, and I do gotta say, now that we've gone through this one, we're gonna be moving on to our last game, just like we were seeing earlier. I'm pretty sure it's Demonetized against Boundless Waltz on the other side of C League to cap off this very busy day for both players, production, and everyone involved. So Jaffa, don't go anywhere. Let's all stay in our places, because BPL Season 8 is gonna come back at you in just a couple of minutes. Hello, hello, and it almost feels like we never left. 2-minute break because our players are in lobby, Jaffa. There's no rest for the wicked, no rest for us casters. Gotta keep going, gotta keep yapping. Same goes for the rest of the production team. My name is Biscuit. I will be your caster for the day. Jaffa is still right here next to me, and we just got finished with a very intense game on one of our C League, one of our C League brackets. There's a lot more to come though with our last game of the day between Boundless, Waltz, and Demonetized. If we take a look at the standings, might be on the screen, might not be. Boundless, Waltz, very unlucky. No other way to call it. Very unlucky. Not able to find the win hurts a lot. But there's always time to turn things around. And they're playing Demonetized, which I'm not talking bad about them when I say things like these. But again, not the top contender in their brackets. At least in these standings in the Crusader bracket. So, might be the chance. This could be your chance. You're not playing against a Togarasu who's undefeated, Elvish Soul Knife who's undefeated, or some other teams that are quite strong. So, Boundless Waltz, will they manage to secure their first win today, Jaffa? That is the question.
That is very true. It's going to be interesting to see how this kind of goes down. Got to make sure that I stay on top of these faulty sheets as well to make sure seeing who's going to be coming out on top. I'm excited for this because as much as people might look at the standings for one of these groups, with Team Ra, for example, who played just a couple of matches ago, they were able to put up an amazing fight, as my co-caster Agua pointed out. So I think that it is entirely possible for quite a surprise showing from these two teams.
Yeah, and something we do gotta keep in mind is the individual rosters as well. We can always talk about standings, we can always talk about what happened before, but looking at some of these rosters, we can start to get an idea of what they might be able to do. Luke on the Reinhardt, I've played against him, in fact. Very dedicated to playing Reinhardt. There's a reason the character's on there. Totoro, Bossface, Nine Vicious, Hop, Branson Batch, and Kachal making up the rest of the team. Personally, I'm sorry, I'm only really familiar with Totoro. I believe they were playing in one of my teams as well. I don't know, I don't remember if they were a tank or a DPS player, but it seems like they're on DPS. But now Jaffa, let's move on to the Demonetized, who's going to be their opponents for the day. Will they keep them out of the win for today?
That is a great question. They have a few members as well here. A couple that I recognize and a few that, for me, seem to be new. I see that Spooky has also chosen a Reinhardt as their preferred hero. So I sincerely hope that we'll be seeing some Reinhardt duels to end the stream, which would be an absolute delight for myself. But I am curious to see how this is going to be going down between those two teams. Demonetized as well, with a lot of their players having less flexibility in the roles that they choose. But I am not sure if that is going to matter on this next map of New Junk City.
New Junk City will be, in fact, our first map. It usually tends to favor a lot of rush comps and just, going extremely fast. There's a reason the theme for this map is like rock based and whatever else you want to name it. Looks like the bans are already in place. Just like we were saying, the players were in lobby, so we're gonna go a little bit faster than usual. May banned for Boundless Waltz, which again I keep talking about it every time that I see it, but May seems to be a very, very popular ban during this season. And Demonetized, getting rid of the Hazard. Hazard, I wouldn't say there's anything in particular about him that got buffed this season going in. I might be unfamiliar with like some recent patch notes, but so this might be a case of Arctos wall ban, and it's like a personal ban for someone else. Also, full disclosure, slightly biased towards Demonetized because they have Tracy, and Tracy's the GOAT. Shout out Tracy. Hopefully we get a good match to end the day with, Jaffa.
Yes, indeed. I certainly hope for a great way to be ending off. What happens to my house? Great way to be ending off the stream with some excellent matches. I don't know about you about being biased towards Tracy. Certainly, I have seen a few of these players before in a variety of different contexts, but we will be heading into the map already with Spooky going the Reinhardt and Alfredor going for that Ramatra. I mean, well, I have got the Reinhardt that I hoped for, so I guess I'm happy.
True. You were hoping for Ryan, and just like I was saying earlier, oh my god, it's Spooky. I did not even know that Spooky was on the team. My bad, I am too unfamiliar with their game. Spooky on the Reinhardt, not surprised, guys. No one is surprised, let's be completely honest. Boundless Waltz, though, moving on, seemingly just locking in the Ramatra comp, very traditional. And of course, a good matchup into Reinhardt, but matchups are not all that matters. The rest of your team, your coordination, and whatever else will be the factors that decide who ends up winning. The Surgeon, you're gonna do a lot of damage here. You have to chip through this Rein shield, but now on the sideline, that's where most things happen alongside this map. Seems like Boundless Waltz is spread out all over the place, and 9 Vicious having to get out quickly.
Absolutely, you really do want to be getting out of that quickly before you put your team at too much of a risk, but you do have the Vendetta here going into the backline, able to find the assassination kill that they need, but unfortunately finds goes down of their own as well. That is not the way that you want to be going. Sorry, Frog team goes down, unfortunately, but Boundless Waltz not looking so good, unfortunately. Demonetized. They have a few of their members still alive. Genji versus Vendetta now in the center of the map. It is something also to play for when you have the Lucias to play for. Now it's a Lucia duel, come on!
Ransom Budge looking to try and secure the point, just like you were saying, a Lucia duel on point, but not for too long before the Demonetized is back to contest it. It's seemingly equal ults on both sides. 9 Vicious close to their one-shot ult, we gotta remember, goes through a lot of stuff, and it might just be the factor that ends up winning you the fight. The entirety of the team rotating together, making sure to grab a lot of angles and put Spooky in a very uncomfortable situation. Ult about to pop though, Jaffa. This could be very chaotic really fast.
Absolutely, and chaos is the kind of Overwatch that I love and breathe. But unfortunately, I'm not sure we're going to get much of an opportunity for that, because given how competent and effective Boundless Waltz have been, they just mock up, demonetized up. There's just no opportunity to make use of this ultimates, even get them charged.
Yeah, it's all just dry fights right here. And I don't know how much I agree with Feet Stacker swapping right now. I feel like your overclock may have, like, yes, you're getting dope. Yes, that's a bit of an issue. It's good to have your flash into Vendetta, but your overclock might be the factor that swings the fight here, because a lot of ults are being built and a lot of ults will be used. Mark my words, 9 Vicious might be hovering here on the right side looking for a Vendetta ult.
Yeah, well, it is a common mistake to be sticking to your hero when you really should be switching, and I suppose now is a great time to go against that, but Demonetized, Joshua here is getting up 3 kills now with this Genji. So just, again, another dry fight from these two teams with no need to use an ultimate.
Exactly, I feel like we're holding them for Overwatch 3, and a lot of these could be doing you a big favor. Boundless Waltz, particularly when you're on the defensive, right? Why not just pop your barrier to try and go back in? Why not just try and pop a Vendetta ult? It's really easy to get, and honestly not the best ult in the game, so losing it is not the worst thing in the world. Joshin sees the entirety of the team rotating to right side, but it seems like we're all just committing to this main. Now Spooky, lay down the hammer, man.
Come on, I'm expecting it any moment soon, surely.
Any moment now.
Ultimates. Boundless Waltz, though, they're the ones committing 2 of their ultimates, are in the form of the Beat and the Kitsune Rush. Demonetized, they've invested their Genji blades, their Deadeye as well in this overtime fight. They weren't able to pick up the kills they need, but they are now. Boundless Waltz not investing any of the DPS ultimates, the supports. It kept them alive, but it did not give them the win.
But honestly, tragic. You lost with Beat. The Demonetized still has it for your overclock, right? So you can't even really engage on them, like, because the Beat is gonna pop unless you're able to maybe one-shot Tracy with a Vendetta ult. Regardless, moving on to points, Spooky's the first one to get there, holding their shield and hopefully holding Boundless Waltz in this little room. You don't have any weight to get out. Your speed might get you for a couple of seconds, but still, you're moving into Reinhardt Shatter, you're moving into Window and into a Beat that will make Totoro completely useless for a little bit.
And that is not the kind of thing that you want to be happening to you, is to be made completely useless in this kind of team fight. Totoro using the overclock.
The Shatter, man! It's good here! Go for Shatter!
Use it!
Just use it, man! Let's
Hey,
go!
forget
Pull that.
3! And they are able to capitalize on as well. Finally, there's 2 kills. The ultimate as well of Vibes comes out. Perhaps it's not the most useful time for the ultimate, but it's better than holding it, I guess.
I think it was great. Honestly, I think Spooky finally heard us through the stream and was able to, good coaching from us casters. Totoro swapping over to the Bastion. It's gonna mull through a lot of Spooky's HP, gonna make it hard to live, especially into this comp. But still, the beat from Tracy is the wild card that you have to deal with. Any fight that might be going your way could be flipped on its head. 9 Vicious holding Vendetta ult for Overwatch 3 though.
Yeah, indeed, but Feed Stacker is deciding not to do that.
Oh my god!
Oh, we spoke too soon! 9 Vicious getting a 4K with that ultimate. Tartar just cleaning up a little bit with the grenade, and that's it.
Well, it wasn't for Overwatch 3, it was for the triple kill, actually, for the 3 kill. Well played by 9 Vicious. Really hard to be aware of that off angle, especially when, your comp is entirely based on just front to back, shoot everyone at the front, and then let's try to work our way onto this backline, which is a little bit more exposed now with the Ramacha down. Regardless, Annihilation gonna be coming up, gonna be a factor, but 9 Vicious overextending and paying the price.
Unfortunately so. Maybe a little bit overconfident from that beautiful ultimate that came from flanking behind when nobody was expecting it. But with this beat coming out from Boundless Worlds, there's just not enough to keep them alive, at least for now. They lose a member, trying to get down a second already, but it actually turns out it's more than enough. Demonetized are losing members left and right, but Spooky's having none of it. They are coming in at the Reinhardt, charging in, getting the kills that they need. Alpha Dog, even though they invested the ultimate and did a great job of getting those kills, not able to pull it out.
Yeah, I agree. Totoro, oh my god, Spooky saying goodbye to a Totoro who goes down to the Fire Strike. 2 points going into the Demonetized hands so quickly, and honestly, some good fights from Boundless Waltz, but I feel like they're just too disorganized. 9 Vicious, way too spread out at the beginning of the fight. Missing your Vendetta means that you have almost no pressure onto 5s, who's your only real target in these fights, right? You cannot kill Joshin. Feed Stack is really slippery, especially on a character that is as fat and has damage resistance like Cassidy. And then Tracy, getting this beat is gonna be a big factor for this fight. Trying to go over, and they do.
They do indeed, and that is all that they're gonna need. Not able to find the kill, but should be more than enough to give them the opportunity. Getting closer and closer as this fight goes on. Boundless Waltz are able to regroup just a little bit. The ultimate as well. The beat trying to keep them alive against this. The Genji ult though coming in, Collage, and opening the gap for them. Demonetized. They were able to pick up those kills beautifully in that quick little flurry. Chaotic nonsense, honestly.
A little shout out to Spooky, who kept Feet Stacker alive. The mortar was falling down on top of him, and a quick flick to the top saves their cast, makes the Vendetta almost die almost, right? In a couple of shots, especially with a flashbang that makes it really hard to get out. Totoro on the sidelines just gets completely annihilated by Feet Stacker, and this is just a fight that I don't think you can take if you're Boundless Waltz, but with 30% left, do you have an option?
Maybe. You're certainly going to have to try and find an option, that's for sure. You don't want to be going down a map already in this series. That's 2 huge Shatter.
Big Shatter.
2, able to pin 1, gets kill. At the very least, they're going to be wailing their hammer onto the Ramacha. So close to the ultimate, not going to have the opportunity. If they keep this up, they just won't have a chance, and there'll be overtime and a map secured for Demonetized. It's not over just yet. The Lucio is having a second thought, trying to get their tiptoes onto the point. But the Genji of Joshin has no... He's going to have a second thought about that. The ball comes in. It's just not going to be enough in the end, despite switching fast. It's a strong start for Demonetized on this first map. But Boundless Waltz, I think they can take away some positive points from this.
No, don't talk to Spooky until he's had his fat shatter. I don't know what else I can say. That's a beautiful thing right here. Look at that. The annihilation bang does not matter. It really does not. He doesn't even pin, by the way. Like, he pins late, and he still is able to find the triple kill. Beautiful right here from Demonetized. Honestly, what can I say other than they were playing very solid and punishing a lot of mistakes, especially for example the overextensions on Vendetta. Like as soon as you have your flex DPS down, I gotta say the pain point for like the Rhine comp is if someone can get on this map. There's no heals, you only have your speed and maybe like a heal amp that keeps you up for a tiny little bit. But as soon as this Vendetta is getting shut down, like by Feet Stacker, right? Feet Stacker, we were saying at the beginning, oh, swapping the Sojourn, maybe not the best idea because you had your ult, but still, you have a flashbang, you have a roll, you have a lot of damage, and honestly, maybe it was the correct idea. Maybe after the ult was a little bit better, but regardless, Jaffa feels like Boundless Waltz was not able to get their game started at any point.
Yeah, it really feels like that switch really put a damper on them. A stun, in fact, you might say. It's not the best way to be going, unfortunately, for them. It's they certainly put in a great fight, but unfortunately for them, that Rhine with the Shatter just doing a tremendous job time and time again. Spooky with 7 Shatter kills of that game, which is kind of absolutely unbelievable. Not to mention Lucio of Trace, just unbelievable with the number of assists that they're being able to get.
True, I do have to say, I think Tracy was doing pretty good on the Lucio. Keeping it's just so heartbreaking as well. I'm sorry to keep talking about like some certain points, but first point, or actually I don't know if it was second, but losing a fight where you had Veet, 5 ults, and they don't even have to spend Veet on the side of Demonetized, right? Those are just the kind of fights that snowball into something that cannot be stopped. You're completely behind on tempo, completely behind on ult gen, and yes, we held Vendetta ult to get a big triple kill, but after that, what do we have? We invested everything. We don't have any wins under our belt. The Bastion was not even really working, right? Just doing a really good job on the side of the Demonetized to not take any poke, and the second that you can shoot them, they're already running at you, swinging the hammer, and just telling you what it's all about. Moving on to Escort though, Jaffa, maybe we can see some adaptation from the side of Boundless Waltz.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. It seems like they might have a good inkling for the right kind of opportunities to go for. They seem to be able to get a good advantage as well, consistently starting off in the fight, but it just doesn't always seem to be going that way. But with Escort, the map is a little bit different in terms of how it plays out, perhaps with the changing scenery that it offers a little bit differently than, say, Flashpoint. It might be an opportunity to go, but they are going to be having to face that Reinhardt from Demonetized. So perhaps you go for that Reinhardt ban, because it's been consistently a problem, and it's not like Reinhardt is a Reinhardt's something in a meta now. And I'm totally going to stick by my choice now that I have remembered that the map of choice is Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is, just really well known for the Reinhardt pick on this map, right?
It's true, we've been playing Reinhardt on this map ever since the dawn of time, 2016. The game dropped and we were all already playing Reinhardt, sitting on top of spaceship, securing space, dropping some big shatters onto the payload, giving up high ground as well. Very beautiful. Talking about the bans though, we do have the Cree ban, which honestly, you have to do it. Feed Stacker was looking great on the Cree, and honestly, someone for example like Vicious, right, who was playing the Vendetta, looking for a couple of dives, looking for a couple of angles to try and make something happen. The flashbang just really cuts you off. Like, it really cuts off your wings, and there's nothing you can do about it other than kind of die or wait for your team to maybe make something out of the cooldowns that they wasted on you. Regardless, Demonetized banning the Diva, which again, very good counter pick into characters like Hazard, into characters like Monkey, who are kind of usually diving in and hoping to get a kill really fast, because otherwise they're not able to sustain long fights. And Diva, lots of damage, able to counter dive very effectively, eat a lot of nades. So if anything, to me, this says to me that the Demonetized might be forcing the Monkey pick, or just a very offensive character on the dive, which if you're not too good at dive, Diva, it's always a good pick, right? More defensive, able to appeal for your teammates, good ban overall. Watchpoint Gibraltar is our current map. Oasis will be next should we need it. And yes, the Monkey seems to be on the table, but can we talk about the Hog real quick?
You know what? I think I think you called it accurately at the very start. The chances of trusting these teams with their initial choices of heroes is pretty low.
True.
Although this hog does seem to be trying to have a little bit of a selfie, a moment with the camera to greet us all.
How does he know?
Maybe they do know. I was going to say that I hope that it's not the kind of greeting that I get when I get hooked by a hog.
I agree, and never mind. There will be no getting greeted by hog. Spooky on the hazard. Lots of damage, lots of burst. Boss phase. Most importantly, everything looks in order here, except boss phase on Onron, which the character has been getting better, for sure, especially after release, but still nothing you could really call meta, that's for sure. This hazard taking up this top side of the map. Alfred Thorg cannot really commit onto any dive just yet, though.
No, and that is going to be a difficult point as well. They have chosen not to go with a Mizuki as they were previously, which can be useful in sort of dealing with some of these common positions of the dive, the Diva, instead of just outright banning the Diva, I suppose. But Demonetized, they have been able to pick up a kill already onto boss phase. A swap, I believe, from Boundless, Waltz. Monkey trying their best to find a kill as well, trying to equalize the lineup just for now, going in and trying to peel for those teammates, block them off. There's just still a lot of positioning, poking, waiting for the right opportunity.
Oh, big nade though. Spooky might have to look at that, but chooses to peel for their backline instead. This bubble shield is gonna make it a little bit rougher to keep people alive, and you lose on a really big chance there, which was the nade from Vibes getting you a couple of kills. Regardless, Heat Stacker goes down. The fight win, I think, is just gonna go to Boundless. Waltz. We're holding on pretty strong. The point, moving to halfway around the map, and this is gonna be Alfredo maybe securing a pick, maybe not. If you can get this, yes. Alfredo is going to be a little bit late for this next fight, but it seems like the Demonetized will be the same. 2 minutes have gone by in a flash, like instantly.
Absolutely. It is not a strong thing to be facing up against. You don't want to be getting full hold in this. Certainly seen some magic happen now and then, but you'd have some ultimates coming online. You have the Break ultimate, you have the Tracer ultimate, which might be able to give you an opportunity to open up for the rest of the fight. But we are getting into the nitty-gritty details as they just roll it out here. Josh is able to find a kill. The running comes online, trying to get to the ball that they need. Finds the DPS Ana, the exact kind of Ana that you need in your team. Picks up the kill, and that is all that they need for Endless Waltz. Falling apart. Now there's just a Winston who's not going to be able to do any kind of contesting as they get destroyed on this point. Now Demonetized, able to get and extend that time back as well with that first capture point.
Getting staggered as well means that Alfredo is going to be a little bit late. Spawning on second point spawn means that they won't be able to be here for this spooky kill. That's what I would say if they weren't there. Managing to come back. Not getting you pick up the boss phase, hurting you a lot. Lots of damage coming onto Spooky, not able to survive that just yet. This Tracer, Big Bear knowing in the backline, Joshin overextending and dying for it. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I do gotta say, Demonetized playing very aggressive. The rally saving their life, particularly on first point, right? Denying almost all of Alfredo's value. Regardless, it's gonna be Spooky trying to contest high ground. Lots of more damage than Monkey, that's for sure. A shotgun is always good when facing this tank, but look, slowly giving up space. Definitely what you don't want to do if you're Boundless Waltz.
No, you really don't want to be doing that at all. But the Nano has come out here onto the Monkey. They're trying their best to find the kills that they need, but they get slept. A damper on their little push. For now, at least as the charge continues though, for Demonetized. And this Waltz now trying to commit again another ultimate in the form of the Monkey Rage. But they are able to get a couple of kills.
Tracy. Oh my god, Pulse Bomb barely not killing. This might just be the confirm. Yes, Josh, and good job following up on that kill. And killing any tank in a fight is just gonna make it really hard to win the next one. Spooky, you gotta stay alive for your team, man. Getting shot, taking poke from every single angle. Joshin on a fight here to the death with Onron. And Boundless Waltz, they're taking some random fights and winning them, and Demonetized doing this. It's just a little awkward. Gonna find the target though.
They indeed find the target that they need. Boundless Waltz with a quick little execution there. The team is called upon that juicy nade that came on like vultures. Honestly, all that you really need is exactly how you should be playing with those kind of tools in your toolkit.
It's happened a couple of times already, but the Demonetized got one of these picks, and then whenever they get the pick, they kind of go to fight again, and they die, and they cannot capitalize on it, you know what I mean? So I feel like that's something that we gotta work on. The Vola not gonna have a lot of follow-up. Honestly, you can't really blame Freydorg for not wanting to go in there. There's 5 people. Tracy, what are we doing? Peeking so much to the point that even the Tesla cannon is gonna take you down. And again, the Demonetized taking a bad fight, and we're gonna have to wait for Tracy to come back.
And that's going to be putting even more damage into that time bank. You really want to be winning slowly here as the defenders really try and optimize what you can do. And if you're able to just win cleanly like that, well, it's just a free time bank to save for you. Demonetized with their ultimates online, and boss face also going down, putting more and more of a dampener on the progress.
48 seconds and ticking, just like you're saying, dampening their progress, making it really slow. And look at this, going for another fight, overextending, having a hard time fighting, and once again, we got staggered, and we have to wait for our teammates again. Demonetized. We gotta take a team fight together. Sleeping Monkey, you're gonna get your primal here though.
They are, yes. All they're going to achieve is just promising out that primal. The time bank isn't really going to be able to achieve the opportunity that they thought they might have seen. Was not truly there. Now, just 10 seconds really remaining on the clock. Can they get back to the cars in time? Ooh. The pulse bomb does find a stick, but it does not find a kill. And now Demonetized are having to switch fast in order to get back to the cars in time to try and contest. Spooky just not able to get there in time, nor Trace. Pops the Riley, the Nano, but there is no time remaining in the round for them to make use of them.
It's just tragic. I do gotta say though, they bring it upon themselves. I think you gotta recognize that the way you're losing these fights is because you're fighting and you're dying. And then when you come, while you're coming back, someone else on your team is going on another fight and dying, and then you're waiting for them, and when they're coming back, you're dying. Like, just staggering. So long, never going together, never fighting as a team, which is the strength, right? You're playing dive. You're supposed to call it together, going on your nade. Hope that Tracy can keep your Ana alive. Your Ana do the same with Tracy, and then just infinite staggers into, honestly, just time wasting, right? Boundless Waltz never needed to win a big fight in order to win the round, and hopefully they can bring it back. They have to win again to hopefully secure you know, not a winless season. Let's just say that they have this week and the next one. Hopefully they can do that, Jaffa.
Yeah, I hope so. Boundless, Waltz, they have been doing a great job catching Demonetized off guard. I would say that Demonetized have been playing this dive kind of composition. They've been playing it reasonably well, except they just always seem to be getting caught off guard. It's like we're kind of setting up, and in the phase of setting up, they just get a kill. They're just kind of then going, oh, we need to fight now, and then things get delayed, and then things die, and then it's not working out for them at all. Dive is probably, in my opinion, one of the hardest compositions to play. Yeah, it's not the easiest. You need to be very organized. You need to be very mechanical. Even just a singular shot, not getting your one kill and dive can spell disaster for your team. The payload slowly moving. Alfredo choosing to go ground monkey. Not going up at all. Doesn't need high ground. Just secures payload. And Joshin getting a little bit too close to the sun. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why need to go on the high ground if you can just safely go on the low ground and push card? Now you're already forcing them all the way up to here, and you haven't even had to have the kind of fight that you needed earlier on. Widowmaker as well is an interesting choice. I am excited to see some picks here from Taruto. Maybe getting some spicy kills in the Widowmaker, but Boundless Waltz are just making absolute piece of cake of this aggression. They're already 2 minutes up.
My god, that shot, a little bit tragic. Totoro not being able to find it. Another pick from Alfredo, another pick from Totoro, finally getting the headshot that they were fishing for. And who is Spooky on, guys? Yo, what is he playing? Beautiful.
Reinhardt, but what I want to ask is who on earth the observers were doing? You just switched off Totoro right before they went on a massive 4K killing streak. Like what?
Very unlucky, you know, observing is not easy like that. You know what else is not easy? Contesting points. Josh and, oh my god, with the full bomb onto Totoro, a sitting duck for a lot of these dive comps. Or well, semi-dive comps, I guess. We're on a brig Rhine. This is the NA special. This is how we play dive, baby. We're just missing the Symmetra. If we get Symmetra, we will be able to dive and conquer the world. And even though it seemed like Demonetized was losing a lot, 1 minute and 40 seconds, very long. A long time has passed, and not a lot of time left for Boundless Waltz to get their win.
Yeah, and you know what? This Rhine pick, which is something that you were alluding to just moments ago, asking what on earth Spooky was doing. Well, you know what? They were just following my coaching advice about how Reinhardt is the common pick for this particular map. And you know what? I think it's been working out for them so far.
I've been saying it. We've been playing Reinhardt since the dawn of time. What a sleep. Gets woken up though. A tragic little wake up. Nanoing the primal. This is an A. I love. What is happening? Feed stacker ulting while getting dove by Monkey inside a bubble. I love C-League, man. Good sleep onto Alfredo. Spooky not gonna be able to confirm the pick. Reinhardt, good amount of damage, but not enough to burst the whole Monkey. Branson's gonna get hammered. Clobbered even, and there's a touch coming in from Josh, and can you kill him before the rest of our team? Kozak recall's gonna come out. Yeah, 4 seconds into the pass, Feed Stacker walks in and dies before they can even see their own teammate dancing on the payload. 30 seconds ticking, 3 minutes left for Boundless Waltz, who somehow are doing equally as good or as bad as Demonetized was doing last round.
It depends on how you define good or bad. I mean,
bro, I can't believe this game. I love this game. It's so cool that Totoro dies there.
It's working.
I love. What is that? The good. Spooky just sends it. Gets left. Nobody punish. I mean, let's go, man. Good job, Totoro. Totoro gets unranged by Spooky and Reinhardt. That's just sad. And Spooky's diving, like he's just in, like we might see solo shatter here.
As soon as Spooky turned that corner, in my heart of hearts, I was like, press Q, press Q, press Q! Come on, there's like 2 of them right there. You know, Q, wouldn't have mattered, obviously. Spooky deciding against doing a funny shatter against 2 of them when realistically the fight had already been won. So, what is to, you know,
look where Spooky's playing, by the way. Right above Hob. You might get jump scared here. Honestly, is this not just a duo shatter? Sleep, can you kill Spooky? I don't think so. Where is the fight happening? People, where are we going, Spooky?
I don't know where we're going anymore.
Where is the fight happening? Are these team fights? No, okay. Well played, Demonetized. They win the fight. 1 minute and 30 seconds. You got it, Jaffa. You can explain what happened there. Let's go. You can tell me what happened.
I've got a beautiful job of explaining this. Yeah, so what happened is Demonetized, they did a loop-de-loop, and then they activated the quantum entanglement device, obviously, and because of that, health pool was lost.
How is Boss Face is dead? Like, where did this happen?
I don't know. Unfortunately, this got from the flank.
Infinite staggers coming from both teams. The thing that I was criticizing Demonetized over is just happening. And look, the entire backline is disconnected from Alfredo. And Spooky's just above you. Spooky's gonna drop. Spooky's gonna drop a shatter. 3, 2, 1. Don't talk to me until what? Bang! Hammer! I love
That is a
C-League.
huge shatter as well. What?
And wait, the primal coming out. Wait, Alfredo believes in this, and you get paid. And just tragic, 300 HP down. Spooky or a monster, not gonna be able to confirm the pick. Good dive from Spooky. That was wonderful.
Absolutely. Reinhardt is the best dive hero that there is around.
Hob is an actual paid actor. He jumped behind Branson so that they could get shattered at the same time. That was great. That was beautiful. 7 seconds of ticking and Spooky sniping Branson, I guess. Backman getting dope. Totoro finally putting an end to the German man's 3 beautiful shots. 1, 2 headshot, body shot, and finally a glimpse of a normal team fight, Jaffa.
Yeah, clearly the Reinhardt was causing so much aura problems for Boundless Waltz that they started doing the exact that Demonetized was struggling in when they were playing Dive, but now you've got an aggressive play here from Demonetized who are able to regroup onto the point for a final fight. Overtime has been activated.
And
They're trying to avoid a C9, but unfortunately
C9?
it happens. The C9 Boundless Waltz win a match. They have secured a foothold into this particular series. An unbelievable turn of events. I was not expecting the C9 out of all of that. How it wasn't because of the Ryan. It wasn't because of like composition choices. C9.
I mean, no. Well played, Spooky. It doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense to me. I'm 1-1 in this series, man. How does Spooky not hit? I know you're getting shot, but they were also not checking fives. Fives was just on high ground shooting Spooky, like just holding left click. Doesn't get checked. They get susued, and then payload gets touched, and we're 1-1. Great. Demonetized. You cannot give the you cannot give the point like that. You actually can, especially if you're on Rhine. The whole point of the comp is that you are on point and you're an unremovable object. Thank you though for the highlight. I will say it until I die. Hob jumping behind, like literally the second Spooky touches the ground, Hob jumps next to the rig and gets shattered at the same time. That was great. That was wonderful. I adore this.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. Oh, it is. I don't even know what to say anymore. It is unbelievable. It is incredible to have seen this.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the way you win your first point is by the other team just kind of staggering themselves into infinity, and the way you win is by staggering yourself into infinity, and then just winning a fight.
And then just winning a fight. Obviously.
Big props to Totoro. Massive props to Totoro, who finally put an end to the goofiness and managed to get 2 beautiful shots. That's what it is. Like killing Spooky, okay, that was an easy one, but like then diffing the Soj, really good with the ult. We're moving into Oasis, Jaffa, and with what we've seen, I don't know what we're gonna play. It could be Maga, it could be Diva, it could be Monkey. The bans could be anything. Honestly, just ban the Rhine. Like,
oh no! After the beauty of Watchpoint Gibraltar, you're suggesting that a Reinhardt gets banned? Come on!
Bro,
I mean, I know that a team might want to win here, but like, come on.
I think Boundless Waltz was only started losing when the Rhine was on the started getting into the mix. So I think we might have to swallow our pride and just ban. Never mind. JQ, man. Who's playing JQ? Who's playing JQ? No one is playing. I haven't seen a JQ the entirety of VPL Season 8, both A-League.
Was that a protection ban by Demonetized?
It has to be. It has to be, right? Like, but even then, why wouldn't you ban something that they play? Like, why not just ban? Weren't they playing Monkey? Or you could ban the Monkey. And I mean, why the JQ? I don't know. Maybe they have knowledge.
Junker Queen works well again. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know
this is wonderful. It's a protection ban for sure. There's no way. Triple tank ban by the Demonetized, by the way. Hashtag noticing. They are protecting Spooky till the ends of the earth. The BAP ban also coming in from Boundless Waltz, which Fives was playing. And if you're gonna play the Rhine comp, that's probably one of the better supports to run with Rhine. But why not? I think the Lucio would have been a more appropriate ban. Tracy doing pretty good on Lucio and enabling a lot of the Spooky degenerate gameplay, to call it by what it is. Regardless, Jaffa, we're moving into last. And that was the greatest Gibraltar I've seen in a while. That was beautiful. Like,
easily.
Zero team fights in sight. It's just people living the moment. We're just living the moment, enjoying a good time on Gibraltar. We're heading
I
into
say,
our
I
last
say that it's
game.
important to have fun. That's like the number one most important thing, especially when you're playing.
Yes,
And
bro.
you know what? I think they were enjoying it.
I do
hope
gotta
they will.
say, no prize pool. So the objective
Yeah.
reward is to have fun. Feed stacker
Exactly.
isn't Symmetra, and we might just see the Symmetra dive. No, feed stacker changing onto the
Metra
Soj.
doll.
Demonetized, gonna be settling themselves onto this point. Dive for Boundless, Waltz, and Spooky. I'm not even surprised anymore. It's just Ryan. It's true. It's objectively true. Josh and almost getting that pick though.
Yes. Well, we are seeing. Oh, okay. Thought 5 City went up there. Oh my word. Umferod though is able to pick up the starting kill in the first blood on this
That's an-
map. But it is
Josh and
not
with the
enough.
one.
Josh
1-2
able
quick
to pick up
combo. Right, look at that. Picking up 2, maybe gets a 3 after the dash. This on run. Getting a little bit low, a little bit dangerous. 1, 2, the Kiriko TP's out, but not too far. Joshin decides to give up, not realizing that it's right next to them. Very tricky with our division that we have, right? Ransom Badge gets a pick up the beat stacker. Joshin immediately putting it into Totoro. Spree 1, 2 for each. It's 1-1, trading back and forward kills. And another thing of it that we keep mentioning and talking about is the losses where you lose. Not only the fight, but the point at the beginning of the fight. 35% going to Boundless Waltz. And en route to secure their first win, Jaffa, I'm starting to cheer for them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good, I think, to cheer for any team. Some people might think that, argue that supporting any team is not particularly great, but I am getting far too distracted in the little bits of commentary, because really I should be focusing on this team fight as Boundless Waltz are going absolutely ham at the moment against Demonetized, who are committing ultimates in this fight. The Genji Blade, they have not been able to find one, able to try and neutralize the fight, try and stabilize it just a little bit, but it's just not enough for Boundless Waltz, who are just boundlessly waltzing into this.
Oh my god.
But the shatter comes out, and we all know what that means.
Solo ult for
Not
Moss,
this time though,
please.
Spooky.
Okay, so a big issue in that fight is that Spooky and Joshin kind of forced, I don't know if I would say forced, at least Joshin was, to solo ult someone, especially a Freydor who was kind of living forever. 91% and ticking. Tracy does have the beat. I think if you're Demonetized, you're calling to amp in and beat. Yes, aggro beat coming in. Armor ult though, a little scary here. Wonder mind.
Yeah, he's not able to find anyone, but he's going to be trying to go in. The Dead Eye comes out, finds a kill onto the Lucio, but boss base falls down, so does Hard. There's only one member now of Boundless Waltz in this overtime scenario. Demonetized are able to stave off for now. They are able to keep this alive just a little bit longer, giving themselves a better chance to remain in with this Reinhardt that I have become to absolutely adore.
I do have to say, Totoro is the only person with an ult coming up. Joshin getting a little bit close, like halfway to their blade, which is the only real ult that you're gonna build up on the side of Demonetized. But you gotta watch out for this spree. Totoro is kind of the deciding factor for who's gonna win this fight or how much value you're gonna get. The bike coming out, Big Susu trying to keep you alive, but the bike does so much damage, Jaffa.
It really does a lot of damage. It's great for engagement of finishing off in a fight, and they are using it exactly like that as the ultimate comes out as well from Totoro. He's able to find a one, but gets traded out again in the end for feed stack, but it's just not gonna matter because Boundless Waltz are capturing the point.
Almost finding the pick right there. Wouldn't have changed a lot of things, but Joshin a second away from touching the boop from the boop from this from jump on the side of Asterith, keeping them at bay. And Boundless Waltz dangerously close to defeating the Demonetized, who are definitely starting to lose their footing, I would say. At that point, probably a lot more dive favorite. As soon as this Reinhardt is off high ground, you're not gonna get back on it, right? It's just wraps. And Boundless Waltz has a lot of mobility. You have the Xion with the dash, the bike that can give you like a pretty long jump. You have TP, you have a lot of resources to take high ground. But now that we're back to this middle point in Oasis, well, not back, but now we're here for the first time. By the way, thank you production for the shot. It's very cinematic. Now we're in this point. It's a lot more brawl favored, I would like to argue. There's high grounds, lots of angles you can take, but if you have to fight on points, Spooky's gonna be there to meet you with a hammer to the face. Joshin gets seen by the entire Boundless Waltz and hopefully doesn't die from it. That spoke too soon, I guess.
That is not how you want to be starting off this fight at all. Losing yourself already as a player. Joshin, dropping down, but the charge coming out here from Spooky trying to isolate the tanks just a little bit away from their team, trying to win that duel. So important between the tanks. Beanstacker trying to turn this around, getting the kill onto the Lucio as that little battle goes down in the back line as Joshin comes in to aid. Now switching over onto that Tracer.
Spooky between a spiky wall and a hard place for a couple of moments. Spin is not going to find anyone, but it doesn't really need to. He just needs to get you in there and hopefully finish off this on-run. Spooky is good for 2. And Boundless Waltz, again, the issue that we're going to have is fighting on point into a comp like that of Demonetized, really tricky. They're going to run circles around you. Reinhardt's going to live forever. And Joshin, securing this high ground, I like this. Just, you got to keep them at this door, hopefully. Shatter coming up, and every time that Spooky has Shatter, it's a movie.
It is indeed a movie, and movies are the kind of things that I love to watch, especially when they involve my favorite heroes like Reinhardt. But you do have Endless Waltz here trying to pick up this high ground by using the mobility afforded to them of the hazard. Oh, but they are trying to dive in deep here. Demonetized trying to find and pick up this kill. They are not able to do so. The boss face is able to find the kill onto Beanstacker. Josh and Spooky hit back. But Hob is able to get the kill onto Spooky. Tank down and is dangerous, and unfortunately fight over for Demonetized. With only just a couple of members remaining. Boss face committing a health res here in this middle of this chaotic fight. Not able to turn it around. Demonetized still coming out on top despite this.
Shoutouts to Joshin, who was able to follow up on Spooky. That fight is really divided into like 2 different fronts, with Spooky at the front doing a Shatter and Joshin trying to just trade backlines. Boundless Waltz, Alfredo are committing super hard to Tracy and 5s, but not quite able to kill them just yet. Best part, you still have your ults. Boss phase gets picked up too early though.
And that is not going to be a good thing for Boundless Waltz. They do not want this to be going in the favor of Demonetized, who've just built up more of their ultimates as this goes on. Boundless Waltz trying to commit one of their ultimates of their own. Downpour isn't able to find anyone. Spooky is instead the one to find those kills. 3 on the clock for Spooky. Hazard's the only one remaining for Boundless Waltz, and it's just not going to be there. Demonetized.
Touching the spawn door.
Well, making sure nobody's coming out. You ain't coming there.
Touching the spawn door. Well played, Spooky. Good job. You know, it's crazy because it implies that their positioning was already that far in before the point completely captured. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't know how they managed to get there.
True, and I mean, I just a very hard fight for Boundless Waltz because I am appalled at the greed of 5s and Tracy, who never use their ults. Like, Tracy still had beat for that fight, even after a long team fight. For the last fight, even though Tracy should have probably used it the fight before, they still had it. So it's just hard to win against an ult like that. But Boundless Waltz, swapping over to the Reaper, this is going to be final game, final map for this this masterpiece. Honestly, this has been awesome. I love Sealy, guys. Alfredorg looking to engage onto something, and Spooky already like just pinning in, establishing his presence on the point.
Absolutely, that's the one thing that you really got to be doing as a Reinhardt. You got to be playing these brawly compositions. You got to be playing to the strengths of Reinhardt. You've got no other things, but the flank of Boss Face doesn't work out for them this time around. We've seen some crazy flanks before.
1 HP away, dying during this dive. Sadly, Joshin manages to trade the Kiriko and just AFK, staggering for a little bit, even if not intended. 5s is going to be respawning a little bit later, but with your TP, you're not going to be too far behind. Point opens up, it belongs to Boundless Waltz, who are not looking bad at all when it comes to like ult progress.
No, not at all. I mean, you've really got to be making sure that you've got that ult game going on. It's one of the important parts of Overwatch. not only from in many different ways, in fact, but they do have a brawl going on, and Feedstacker is the one to get the kill. That should be enough to give them a bit of an advantage going in. Demonetized still have not really used too many of their resources yet going in. Unfortunately for their boss phase, having to use Wraith to escape from the onslaught of Demonetized is not the right place to be, but unfortunately... Oh!
Flashbang.
Spooky nearly going down. Save,
Getting
thankfully.
real. And you know, the biggest issue on this fight is just the way that they are split. Feedstacker's gonna find boss phase, but it's not gonna be enough to swing the tides of battle. Do you invest the shatter? 1, 2! Spooky! Thank you! Saving ceiling 1 shatter at a time. 200 HP and a dream. And their dream. I can't believe he ripped it and they won the fight. Someone is paying these people to give Spooky shatters. Do not line up. It has to be true. Boss face dropping extremely low. And even though the Demonetized played that fight pretty badly, they're still able to win. Feedstacker gets a pick onto Branson and another support. Jaffa, what is happening?
I know, but it is a monstrous kill feed from Feedstacker. They're going on a roll, getting headshot after headshot. The time is ticking though for Demonetized and Boundless Waltz, who are looking close to defeat. Boundless Waltz though, they have a number of ultimates available to them. I think it all comes down to whether Demonetized Spooky is going to be able to build up this shatter in time, because they have some, you know, plot armor with this shatter and how they've been using it.
I like a Fedor here, looking to kill this cast, but you're getting a good flashbang. You're gonna get pinned. This boss phase looking for a blossom, but at the end of the day, Spooky is gonna live thanks to this barrier. The Kirik is hard to slippery. You don't have Wraith, and I mean, wow. Okay, well, Joshua dies. Something happens there. I don't know.
Yes, but not able to get onto point. And that's what you really need.
Well, I'm kind of upset. I'm kind of upset. I think the Demonetized should have lost. I think they should have lost. There's no way. Like in that fight, the fight where Spooky gets a shatter, everyone turns around to kill the Reddit Lucio. Anything on your backline, you don't kill him. You leave Spooky and Joshin out to dry, and then you just have plot armor. Spooky, just 3 people line up for Spooky, and he gets a 3-man, and it literally, there's no one else. Like everyone on that fight gets shattered. And they die. Shout out Demonetized. The script writers of BPL really like you. I think so. Well played. And sadly, Boundless Waltz not able to secure their first win. But they gave me a show, man. I loved it. Well played. Well played.
As long as nobody knows that I was the scriptwriter, we're going to be all good and conclude just how amazing and interesting of a fight that was. Unfortunate for them, for Boundless Waltz, they were so close to victory so many times, and yet Demonetized just seemed to have plot armor with their shatters. Spooky going Ironheart, of all things, on Watchpoint Travolta, and somehow making things work better than they were before. I just cannot understand. But in the end, target priority is a crucial part of the game. It is something that has been noted many times by different coaches. Being able to know that and call that is the is one of the best things that you can do, and it's one of the key parts around communication as well within the team. So perhaps there's just one little thing to improve, but I don't think that Boundless Waltz should go away thinking that should be coming away from this downtrodden at all. I think they did a great performance.
I mean, it was still pretty good. As we were saying, it was I don't know, man. I don't want to see him like an asshole, but it was just really funny. I think that second game was really, really funny. Very, very dominant performance from the side of the Demonetized, and a good job from the scriptwriters, giving Spooky another win and another fat shatter. Sadly, we won't get to pick their brain to see what thoughts were going on in there, or like what was the plan for the monetized, but that is going to be the end of the day for us. We do have Knock in the call, and I think they're gonna do us a favor by closing and giving us some last words before this weekend ends.
Yeah, I was just gonna check some things and see if we had all of our matches done. Sadly, looks like the other 10 p.m. matches are not reported yet, but we'll still look through the standings nonetheless. Actually, let me see if there's any reports that I could, force through.
Let's check the
It's so
standings.
good to have the Caster Knock back on the scene once again. When do you think we're going to be seeing you back in the casting booth, Knock?
Oh, never again. I did it at LAN once when they were like, please help, and then no, I'm good. But yeah, I mean, let's look at C League. C League is where we spend most of our day today. We still have 2 games total that are done. So Sixth Kingdom and Pachisuba still have to report their score there. So Pachisuba might be going up. They could, if they 2-0'd, which looking at the time, it shouldn't have happened. They could take Freefall and tie them, but if they win, they're probably going to be tied with Chosen for second. Otherwise, if they lose in Freefall, basically have just Chosen to look at for that, final over there. Looks like Yatagarasu remain undefeated. Elvis Stolknife, we're not able to take them down. But it looks like it was a banger of a match. It was 2-1. So sad we missed that one, but it has to happen. Oh wow, it was a really big swing. New Junk City went 3-0 to Elvish Soulknife, and then Watch One Gibraltar went 3-0 to Yatagarasu, and then a 1-2 finish on Oasis. So
Magic.
Maybe something happened with mindsets on those maps or subs or who knows, but ended up going to Yatagarasu, so they're probably going to take home that #1 seed. Anything else here for C League?
No, really, honestly, very, very interesting games. I think that this game, the monetized Boundless Waltz, my favorite game easily this weekend. That was great. And I think we did see earlier Chosen and Eternal X switch a little bit of their placement, right, with the game that they were able to win. And I'm pretty sure Yatagarasu and Elvish Soulknife, right, are locked in as top 2, right?
That's a great question. I'll have to actually check the.
I think there's a 100% chance that Yatagarasu is in the top 8. Top 4.
I mean, I guess
Yatagarasu are top 2. The standings things are all messed up. I should change those.
Yeah, and then I think Elvish is like 60% chance to be like top 2. It depends on how the remaining matches go. But this is all from memory, and I actually need to double check and make sure that I'm looking at the 40 sheet that we have, which is honestly such an amazing piece of tech that Solomon has made, and it allows me to just yap about random nonsense stuff. It's great.
Yeah, so Yatagarasu, Elvish Soulknife, and Goblin Goobers are all guaranteed to be in that skipping the first week of playoffs. Same thing for Freefall and Chosen already. So
yeah,
yep,
makes a lot of sense. Very good way to bring an end to the beautiful C League Sunday.
Yeah,
so it should be top 2 and then top 4.
Yes. So the top 4 are going to be heading into the playoffs. I believe the 4th seed from both groups will be then having to play a tie-in to see who will get to advance. And then from then on, it is a standard playoff tournament. But I think we still have a couple of more weeks remaining before the playoffs happen. So
one more.
Make sure
we got one more left.
Oh, one more left.
Yeah,
my apologies.
This is week 4. We got week 5 left. But anyways, that's enough about C League. Let's look at B League. B League, sadly, we weren't able to put on stream this week. They had been streamed a lot so far. But here we do have Hidden King guaranteed first. So that's congratulations to them taking Bard seed 1. And on the other side, let me show percentages. We have a 75% chance of Blue Rose doing the same over there. So yeah, that's not set up yet, but Blue Rose will get top 2, get in that first week bye no matter what. Any B League notices? Anything fun here?
Big shout out to the two yellow teams. That was a fun game to cast. I think this was a game where I saw like the craziest sleep coming from the support player. I don't remember the name. But yeah, that was yes, Hongstor's Hidden King was a surely a highlight. But yeah, sadly we didn't get to see a lot of B League. I think we saw a lot of A and C today, right?
Yeah, there was a lot of A and a lot of C this weekend. We just didn't really see any B, so sorry. Happens. We'll try to get some split overall and get some key matches next week.
True. The oppressed league. Very sad.
Yeah, this week was about getting people streamed. So last up we have A League. Looks like Black Crown have cinched that first round bye, and so have Odin. So both of those with a 4-0 will be skipping the first weekend of playoffs. So congrats to you two teams with those 4-0s. Whale Shark and Archmother are not out of it, right? We have the play-ins. And who knows, they could still win their map. Although I don't think, Archmother guaranteed to be last there. Somehow they have a 94% chance. If Archmother 2-0 Noble and Amateurosis 4-0 Noble. Yeah, so if Noble loses both of his matches. Oh yeah, Noble has not been reported yet. Sorry.
Oh, guys, there's a world where Archmother comes back.
Yeah, Archmother can. If Noble gets 2-0'd for both their matches, it comes back. But considering the time, it's probably not happening. That match is probably still happening right now. Oh no, it's done. The only ones happening right now are C League still. So all right, it's just not reported. But yeah, that's the standings, and that is week 4. So yeah, it was a fun, see. Fun Sunday. We had all but 4 of our matches. We had 12 out of our 16 matches today. So
which is pretty impressive. I will say that much. That was a lot of matches to get on.
Yep.
Thank you, production. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess we'll all see you next week. Anything else, you two?
No, that was it. Thank you for casting with me, Jaffa. That was really fun.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you to Spooky for rigging the match and just PayPaling everyone on Boundless Waltz. And outside of that, it's been very fun. I also and the entire week was really, really fun. And hopefully you guys tune in next week, because we will see if anything changes. So apparently lots of teams are locked in. Regardless, we'll see you all soon. Take care. Have fun. See you later. Bye.
Bye.